Chapter 1, Silverbaz Rayleigh. A day ago, Shane died suddenly at his computer desk due to working overtime late at night. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in another world. Before he could come to his senses, a sack fell from the sky. His eyes went dark again. When I woke up again, I was in a strange environment, and it was worse than before. He had a collar with an iron chain around his neck and was locked in a dungeon, surrounded by all kinds of strange inmates. There are giants over 10 meters tall, strange people with fish heads and human bodies, and mermaids soaking in water tanks. In short, they were all fantastic species that could only be seen in fantasy works. For a moment, Shane was stunned and thought that he was either dreaming or eating mushrooms. Until the familiar-looking mermaid girl in the water tank was pushed out by the guards. Soon after, the cell door began to shake, and at the same time, a roar was heard through the cell wall in the distance. "Kami, we are here to rescue you." Immediately afterwards, there were shouts of "rubber, rubber," and three swords style. Shane suddenly had a very familiar sense of déjà vu. He felt as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. Wait, giants, murlocs, mermen, and auction houses, how come this series of factors combined together seem a bit familiar? One Piece? Brother, are you short of money? Suddenly, an old but charming voice came to his ears, interrupting Shane's thoughts. Money? Why would you suddenly ask this question at this time? Shane turned his head in confusion. What came into view was an old man with grey hair, an extremely strong body, and a mental outlook that was completely different from the other auction items in the dungeon. There was even liquid on the old man's beard. It was only then that Shane realized that as an auction item in the same prison, this guy was treated so well that he even had a wine jug in his hand. You have to know that when he was locked up, his whole body was searched, and even the chewing gum he used to stay awake at work was snatched away by the guards here. Seeing no one answered, the old man raised his head and took another big sip from the jug, drinking up all the wine in the jug. The mouth of the pot is facing downwards, but there is not a drop left. Hey, the wine jug is empty, how can an old man with nothing to do stay here? Seeing this scene, Xian felt itchy and his mouth felt dry. After being caught, he hadn't had a drink of water for almost a day. If he had known that the old man had wine, he would have snatched it and had a drink. But in the next moment, the old man completely dispelled his thoughts with his actions. The old man put the empty wine bottle on his waist, then twisted his neck and moved his wrists a few times. Then, under Shane's extremely surprised gaze, the old man casually reached out his hand and grabbed the collar around his neck. With two crackling sounds, the iron collar that seemed solid and hard to Shane shattered instantly in the old man's hands like paper. How about it, little brother, do you want to go out and exercise with me? The old man stood up, glanced at Shane who looked extremely shocked, and asked calmly. You? Xian was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He looked at the old man with complicated eyes for a long time, licked his dry lips, and said the first words he said after crossing into this world. Can you steal some water before you steal the money, Mr. Silverbaz Rayleigh? A few minutes later, Shane drank the water as he wished. Hiss, ah, so cool. After greedily drinking half a bottle of water, Shane stepped over the guard who was stunned by Conqueror's domineering aura, followed Rayleigh's footsteps, and walked into the warehouse where the auction proceeds of the human auction house were stored. The crystal wall is brilliant and sparkling with golden light. The piles of jewels were dazzling, and the boxes of Bailey's banknotes were countless. It looks like now not only can I fill my wine jug, but I can even go to the casino again. Rayleigh grabbed a stack of bills from the box and put them in his trouser pockets, a satisfied smile on his face. After filling his entire body with the bills, Rayleigh looked a little regretful. What a shame. If I had known, I would have brought a sack with me. Sack? Shane felt a little offended when he heard this word, because he was caught in a sack. But if he hadn't been caught here, he wouldn't have met Rayleigh. If he hadn't met Rayleigh, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to come into contact with so much money in such a short period of time. And the moment he came into contact with the money, he the cheat also awakened. Conditions for this summon: 10 million Baileys. I have detected that there is plenty of Bailey near the host. Do you want to absorb it? Tong, you are finally here. Shane's mouth curled up into a happy smile. I said, how can a time traveler not cheat? Can a time traveler without cheat be serious? Mr. Rayleigh, if you allow me, I can take all the rest. Before activating cheat, out of respect for the lifesaver and world-class warrior in front of him, Xiaoyan decided to report it first. Oh! Rayleigh raised her eyebrows in surprise. Brother, are you also a person with special abilities? Hearing this, Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, thought about it in his mind for a while, and felt that it was not too much to describe his cheating as a kind of ability, so he organized the words in his mind and nodded slightly. You could describe it this way. My ability is to summon my faraway companions to my side at the cost of money. Wow, that sounds like an incredible ability. Rayleigh showed an amazed look in his eyes, then waved his hand expectantly and said, don't worry about me. What I got this time is more than enough. Besides, this auction house is not going to go bankrupt suddenly. At worst, I can come back a few more times after I've spent all my money in the casino. However, the auction house did go bankrupt. Oh well. After getting Rayleigh's permission, Shane did not hesitate and put his hand on the box full of Baileys, saying to himself, start absorbing. The next moment, without any warning, all the Baileys in the warehouse, including the gold, silver, and jewelry, disappeared in an instant. It all happened so fast that even Rayleigh, who had a red glow in the corner of his eyes and his observation haki activated, didn't see it clearly. He could only sigh in his heart that the ability of the ability user is indeed special. Obtain 1,320 million Baileys. The conditions for this summoning have been met. Do you want to start this summoning? Open. Am I going to be a billionaire now? After slightly sighing at the astronomical figure, Shane continued to recite it in his mind. Summoning is about to start. This summoning is for a character. Please prepare one of the following 3 summoning media. A parasol. B. A bomb strong enough to kill a normal Poseidonman. C. A dragon scale. We actually need to summon a medium? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. But where can I find a bomb to kill a Poseidon in this situation? Even if I find a bomb, how do I know if it can kill a Poseidon? And the scales of this dragon, There were quite a few fishmen among my cellmates just now, but I didn't see any dragons at all. Wait, at this time, there seems to be a guy in the Sabayati Islands who is a dragon, but I don't know if he counts as a dragon that was transformed by a devil fruit? But even if I found him, with my strength I wouldn't be able to even break his skin, let alone take off a single scale. Therefore, considering the actual situation at the moment, we can only choose the relatively simpler option A. But it's too difficult to force me to find a parasol in this human auction house, hey? There actually is one. Chapter 2: The First Summons, Kagura. Brother Shane, the weather in the Sabayati archipelago has been quite cool recently. I don't think you will need it. Rayleigh was waiting for Shane to use his ability, but he saw him suddenly run to the door and pick up an umbrella. He was confused for a moment. Or is this prepared for the companions you are about to summon? Rayleigh asked doubtfully. Maybe. Shane's tone was somewhat uncertain, and he himself was not clear about the specific relationship between the summoning medium and the summoned person. Through some extra information that suddenly popped up in his mind, he knew that his cheat would not summon characters every time. It could only summon characters when a medium was needed, and there would be a cooling time after each summoning. As for how long the cooling time is, he doesn't know yet, and he will know it only after the first summon. In short, I hope the person who comes is easy to get along with, because he is a socially anxious person. The summoning conditions have been met, and the summoning medium has been gathered. Do you want to perform the character summoning? Yes. Wow. As Xiaoyan finished his words, a hazy blue light suddenly appeared in the dim warehouse that was only illuminated by a few candle lights. Oh wow, there are also summoning effects? He thought it would be summoned out of thin air, but he didn't expect it to be much more advanced than he thought. Xiaoyan looked down in the direction of the light and discovered that at some point, a blue summoning array had covered the area several meters below his feet. Before Shane could observe the summoning circle, the space in front of him suddenly trembled violently, as if something was about to come out of it. With a crack appeared in the air as if Whitebeard had punched him. Immediately following, a small hand stretched out from the crack and grabbed the umbrella. Wow, what a great strength! Shane suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from the umbrella handle. He was almost pulled down by it and quickly let go of his hand. Da-da-da! As he heard the sound of nimble footsteps, Shane raised his head and stared at the petite girl in front of him who was holding an umbrella and had a curious expression on her face. The girl was wearing an orange cheongsam, the same color as her hair, which was tied into a bun. She was very petite, and was estimated to be not even as tall as his shoulders. At this moment, she was gazing at him with her cat-like blue pupils. Parasol, cheongsam, orange bun, girl. With such a striking feature, Shane's name popped up in his mind unconsciously without even a second thought. Kagura. The heroine in the anime Gintama. They are from the Night Rabbit clan, one of the most powerful races in the Gintama world. They look exactly like humans, but their physical fitness and appetite are horrible. Their weakness is that they cannot be exposed to direct sunlight for a long time, so this tribe cannot go out. Usually carry a parasol. Successfully summoned Gintama World Kagura, host gains access to some of the character's attributes. For details please check your own character panel. Property sharing? Shane tried to feel it and found that compared with his weak body due to years of inactivity, his body was now many times better. Not only did he become lighter, he also had a sense of strength he had never had before. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. Open the people panel. Character Shane. Age 24. Race, human, 95%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Ability, none. Evaluation: with the initial improvement, you may be able to try to catch Monka's axe with your bare hands, relying on the super strong defense and recovery ability granted by part of the Night Rabbit bloodline. Hiss. To be able to block the Axe King's axe with one's bare body, that's really a high evaluation. I'm afraid he can basically walk around the East Daxia Sea with this guy. But he is in the Sabayati archipelago now. In the first half of the Grand Line, any pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is better than Monka. Therefore, with his current strength, he can only be regarded as a small Karami on this island. For a moment, the inflated feeling after his sudden increase in strength disappeared instantly, and Shane had to accept the fact that he was still a weakling. I heard that I can get a meal by following you. The orange-haired girl stared at Xiaoyan for a long time, and seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, she finally couldn't help but ask. Her voice sounded both anxious and expectant. I haven't had a full meal for a long time since I ran away from home. Today, when she was rummaging through a trash can on the streets of Edo looking for valuables to sell, she suddenly heard a voice. He said that as long as he went to a faraway place to be a companion, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of food in the future. So, without any hesitation, she followed the voice and came over. But now, looking at that pale, chapped-lipped guy, it seemed unlikely that he could support her. After all, she knew that her appetite was a little bit big. Follow me? Get food? Hearing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face became a little surprised. There was an indescribable sense of contrast when these bandit-like words came out of the mouth of a young girl. But when he thought that the person in front of him was the heroine of the Gintama world, he was instantly relieved. In that world full of pitfalls and nonsense, it would be strange if the heroine wasn't strange. Why not meet? Unlike a certain poor guy with silver curly hair, he, who had billions of Baileys in his hands, patted his chest confidently and said this with enough confidence. Snap! After hearing what Shane said, Kagura was stunned. The parasol in her hand fell to the ground and tears gradually appeared in her eyes. After a long while, the extremely excited voice of a young girl was heard in the warehouse. "I'll follow you, boss." What are you doing?" Looking at the girl who threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly with tears of excitement, Xiaen didn't know where to put his hands for a moment. The girl's body was very soft, and when they got so close to each other, Shane could even smell a fragrance coming from the wind. However, before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, he felt something was wrong. The arms that were hugging his waist seemed to be gaining strength as their owner's emotions fluctuated. Let go, ah! Crunch! He heard the sound of his bones being squeezed, his breathing became difficult, and his face turned pale rapidly. He felt that he might die here, as the companion he summoned was hugged to death in the girl's arms. This way of dying is so shameful no matter how you look at it. Hey, little girl! Brother Shane doesn't seem to be in good condition. Fortunately, there was a third person in the warehouse. Rayleigh was originally watching the interaction between the two with great interest. As he got older, he always liked to observe these energetic young people reminiscing about the past. But what he didn't expect was that although the partner summoned by Brother Shane was small, she had a strength in her body that even he could not underestimate, and she seemed to be unable to control it. Hey! Hearing this, Kagura looked up in confusion, but was horrified to find that the boss she had just recognized had a frighteningly pale face, as if he was about to die. She was so scared that she quickly let go of her hand, and Xiaen seemed to be relieved. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, with white foam oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Did you suddenly fall ill? Don't be lazy and sleep here, UBD. Wake up and take me to eat meat." For a moment, Kagura was at a loss. In a panic, her petite body fell heavily on Shane's chest, shocking Rayleigh so much that his eyes widened. Chapter 3 Orange-haired Xiaen. After a long time, Shane was finally saved by Rayleigh, who couldn't bear to watch him. At this moment, he was leaning against the wall with disheveled clothes, breathing heavily, and looking at the strong girl in front of him with vigilance, fearing that she would crack his skull with her strong hands again. The girl knew that she had done something wrong. She was too guilty to look Shane in the eye. She turned her head away and whistled as if nothing had happened. But she was obviously not a patient person. After a while, she was attracted by the ants passing by her feet. She squatted down, stretched out her fingers and started teasing the ants. Seeing her innocent look, Shane and Rayleigh looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Well, if I can hook up with such a guy, I will be blessed in the future. After sighing several times in his heart, Shane regained the strength to speak, stood up and looked at Rayleigh beside him, and said in a very serious tone, "Mr. Rayleigh, thank you for rescuing me from the dungeon and bringing me here. If there is anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know." Shane was truly grateful to Rayleigh. If it weren't for his strength, not only would the 10 million Baileys required to cheat the system be far from being realized, but he himself might have become an auction item and been sold. It can be said that Rayleigh single-handedly turned his career as a time traveler from a hellish start to a dream start. It's just a small favor. I felt that you had something different from others in the dungeon, so I invited you to come out with me. I didn't expect that I would see such an interesting ability. Having said that, Rayleigh looked at Shane's body meaningfully. This young man, who was previously in the dungeon and could not even beat the ordinary people of the Sabayati archipelago, has become many times stronger in less than half a day. Moreover, he could see that Shane's body was not temporarily strengthened like when the animal-type fruit was first transformed, but the body itself was actually strengthened, as if he had been training for several years out of thin air. Today's young people are really amazing. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the corner of Rayleigh's eyes, and he sensed that something interesting seemed to be happening in the auction house hall. So he smiled and looked at Xiaen and the other man. Xiaen, are you interested in going to the auction house lobby to join in the fun? There seem to be a few young people there who are as nice as you, maybe they can get along well with you guys? Auction house lobby? Shane recalled the mermaid in the water tank he saw in the dungeon, and at the same time, the plot of the original novel he had read in his previous life also flashed back in his mind. The mermaid Cammy was captured, and the Straw Hat Pirates gathered at the human auction house to save their friend, and then they had a conflict with the Celestial Dragons. Luffy beat up the Celestial Dragons in anger, and the Marines surrounded the auction house, and finally even attracted Admiral Kizaru. So this place will soon become extremely dangerous. If he follows Rayleigh to the hall at this time, he might accidentally get involved in the trouble that the Straw Hat Pirates will encounter. And with his current strength, if he really participated in the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and Kizaru and the pacifists, he would probably not survive more than a few seconds even with Kagura's protection. No. Shane shook his head slightly and touched his shriveled stomach. He hadn't eaten anything during the day he was captured. What I want to do most now is to have a good meal, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. Okay. Hearing this, Kagura's eyes lit up. She didn't bother playing with the ants anymore, grabbed Shane's hand and prepared to run outside. Eat. Eat. Wait a minute, don't be in a hurry. Feeling the terrifying force coming from the arm again, Xiaen felt like he had a husky that couldn't pull the rope, and he struggled to speak out to stop it. I haven't said goodbye to Mr. Rayleigh yet. A few minutes later, Shane and Kagura walked out of the auction house one after the other. Outside the door was a unique island that Shane had not had time to appreciate after crossing over. The 79 endless Yarkiman mangroves interweave together to form the 79 islands of the Sabayati archipelago. Under each tree, there is a special resin secreted by the roots. As the temperature rises, the resin turns into bubbles and leaves the ground. Under the sunlight, countless bubbles rise into the air and emit colorful Madara colors. Light. The light was bright, but Shane, who had not seen the light for a long time, could hardly open his eyes. He could only appreciate the scenery through the gaps between his fingertips. Maybe it was because he had some night rabbit blood, but when the warm sunlight shone on his body, Shane felt a little uncomfortable on his skin. At this moment, an umbrella was placed against his hair and propped up above his head. Shane turned around in surprise and found that it was Kagura. The little girl was standing on tiptoe with great effort, holding the parasol high in her hand. Even so, with her height, she could only cover the parasol over her head. Shane found it interesting, so he grabbed the umbrella with one hand and held it over their heads easily, saying as they walked, "How do you know I'll feel bad?" Hair. Kagura followed the pace and walked side by side with Shane. She looked up and pointed at Shane's hair, her voice sounding inexplicably happy. "Your hair has become the same color as mine." What? Hearing this, Xiaen was a little surprised. As there was no mirror, he had to pull the loose hair on his forehead to his eyes. Fortunately, the length was enough. He stared up with eyes wide open, and found that his hair was no longer pure black, but a lighter orange color similar to Kagura's. Wow, this has become non-mainstream, but it looks pretty good. And when he becomes famous in the future, maybe he will be called Orange-Haired Shanks because of his hair color. However, this doesn't sound as domineering as Red-Haired Shanks. Goo. Shane's thoughts were interrupted by the growling of Kagura's stomach. "Xia-chan, I'm so hungry." Kagura touched her stomach, raised her head and looked at Xiaen pitifully. "Please bear with it for a while. We must get as far away from this place as possible." After being hungry for nearly a day, and with the strengthening of the Night Rabbit bloodline, Shane's hunger is no less than Kagura's. But he knew very well that the news of Luffy and others harming the celestial dragons had probably already reached the marine headquarters. At this moment, not only were the marines stationed in the Sabayati Islands rushing here, but Marine Admiral Kizaru was also on his way. Wait, what was that weird name you just used? It would be better to call him boss. After walking for a while, Shane finally realized that something was wrong. But Xia-chan sounds really nice. Don't you like it? What man likes to be called like that? Anyway, you should just call me by my name, Shane, or Captain. Got it, Xia-chan. Chapter 4: The General Asking for Directions. Island 27 of the Sabayati Archipelago. After the news that Straw Hat Boy beat up Flying Dragon Man at the auction house spread, the whole island began to boil like boiling water. The marines stationed locally, the pirates fleeing at the sight of the disaster, the innocent civilians suffering from the disaster. In an instant, the entire island was filled with the sounds of fighting and noise. Not long after, the support fleet sent by Marine from the headquarters also arrived. Yes, it's Admiral Marine. Kizaru. Run! The general has landed on the island. How could a person like him be on this island? After someone landed on the island in a flashy manner as if stepping on a cannonball, the unlucky pirates on island number 27 were like lambs to be slaughtered, and their wailing cries echoed throughout the alley. Mexi Mexi, Mexi Mexi. Why can't I hear any sound? Kizaru walked slowly on the smoke-filled street, dealing with pirates along the way while studying the den mushi on his wrist, his expression particularly troubled. Every time he raised his hand, laser-like beams of energy shot out from his fingertips. Explosions sounded, and the pirates who wanted to escape fell down one by one like melons and vegetables. Mexi, Mexi. The pirates were either pierced through the body or blown away by the explosion caused by the light column hitting the ground. In just a few minutes since Kizaru landed, the pirates on island number 27 were almost wiped out. But there was no joy on Kizaru's face, because the den mushi on his wrist still didn't respond. This was the den mushi that was used to contact his subordinate, Sendaomaru. Due to the urgency of the situation, Kizaru only reported to Sengoku before setting off with the warship, without obtaining sufficient intelligence. I only know a few of the criminal leaders who offended the Celestial Dragons, such as Straw Hat Boy, Kid, Law, and others. As for the rest, about the whole process, the current situation, and the specific location of the murderer and others, he still needs to be told by Jean Doan, who has landed in the Sabayati Islands in advance. But he couldn't get through the den mushi on his wrist, which he used to contact his subordinates. After calling out to his wrist a few more times, Kizaru finally gave up and decided to ask someone on the way. However, at this time, the civilians had already hidden in their homes and closed their doors. The Marines had probably just come down from the warships and were still some distance away from here. The few pirates on the street were now one after another. They were all knocked to the ground by him. Kizaru searched for a long time and finally found the two people with his admiral-level observation haki. Judging from their appearance alone, they should be a pair of siblings with the same hair color. Unlike pirates, who would either flee or take advantage of the chaos to rob, these two young men were sitting in front of a restaurant, enjoying the food that was constantly being served. Of delicious food. They were not ordinary people either. Just by looking at the speed at which the food disappeared, it could be seen that the brother and sister were like bottomless pits. They kept stuffing food into their stomachs. The empty plates kept piling up, but their stomachs did not get any bigger. Yet, sitting at the entrance of the restaurant to eat. You look very interested, bro. Kizaru approached the two quietly, picked up a plate of food in a very familiar manner, and took a few bites while chatting them up. Shane is very panicked now, the kind of panic that makes him sweat profusely. He was numb, so he came out of the human auction house. Knowing that Luffy and the others would be surrounded by Marine there, he took Kagura and ran as far away as possible without looking back. The trip only took a few dozen minutes. They took the unique means of transportation in the Sabayati archipelago, such as bubble cars, sea-flying fish, etc. It can be said that they used all means to run straight from island number 1 to island number 27 in one breath. But who could tell him why he and Kagura finally found a restaurant that was willing to sell them food, and they were eating hot pot and singing songs, when suddenly a Marine Admiral popped out. Looking at the middle-aged face wearing sunglasses and looking extremely wretched so close to him, Shane's expression was extremely wonderful. The feeling of oppression is so strong. Completely different from the lazy general in the anime, under close contact, that nearly 3-meter tall body, even with that wretched uncle face as a cover, Shane, who has obtained the blood of the night rabbit, can still feel a feeling of oppression as vast as the deep ocean. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling, as Rayleigh could also give him this feeling. However, perhaps due to Rayleigh's age, the sense of crisis he felt was not as strong as that of Kizaru. Fortunately, he is not a pirate yet. Based on the character shown by Kizaru in the anime, as long as he is not provoked, he should be fine. However, "You wretched old man, how dare you steal our lunch?" Kagura just reacted at this moment, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Then, her voice seemed unable to reflect her anger. Under Xiaoen's confused gaze, she jumped up and swung the parasol towards Kizaru's head. Snort! The parasol chopped down, and under the terrifying power of the Night Rabbit clan, only a flash of red afterimage was seen, and a powerful gust of wind was set off in the air. Wow, what are you doing? Shane's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he never imagined this scene would happen. So fast. Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly. The speed at which this petite girl in his eyes burst out in a short period of time was even faster than his observation haki. But after feeling it for a while, Kizaru felt relieved. The menacing parasol was not entangled with the armed color domineering. An attack without armament haki cannot hit the entity of the Logia user, no matter how fast or powerful the attack is. The facts were just as he thought. The umbrella passed through his head without any hindrance, and like a kitchen knife cutting tofu, it smoothly cut him in half vertically and chopped him heavily on the ground. Bang! The ground broke apart, and as the dust cleared, a nearly 10-meter wide pit was revealed. Oh, didn't hit it. Falling to the ground, Kagura weighed the umbrella in her hand doubtfully, with a look of confusion on her face. What do you mean you missed it? Didn't you see the big hole on the ground? Shane walked forward. But the feeling was wrong. I clearly hit his head, but I didn't feel anything. That's because they are Logia users. Didn't I just tell you this while we were having dinner? Oh. Is this what Natsu-chan told me before? You need to learn haki to hit this guy, and don't provoke him if you don't have haki. Kagura suddenly realized. That's right. I'm glad you remember what I said. Shane's voice already sounded a little hopeless. But can you please remember before you do it? Family members, who understands? I just came out of the fountain and haven't started to develop yet, but my teammates started fighting the Baron. Chapter 5 Hawkins and Uraj. Several meters away from the pit, light particles gathered from midair and gradually overlapped into a human shape. Tisk tisk tisk, what a scary little girl. She was almost hit. As expected, Kizaru was standing outside the pit intact, not even his clothes were stained with dust, and in his hand was firmly holding the plate of food he had just stolen. Hey, aren't you the user of the Pikachu fruit? This attack can't hit you at all, okay? Shane couldn't stand his despicable look and exposed him mercilessly. This guy is like this in the original book. He keeps saying so scary but ends up kicking people into supernovas. In the final analysis, he still has his own strength to rely on. Oh? So you know my identity, brother? Kizaru looked at Shane with a little surprise. Admiral Marine, I think there are more people in this world who know than those who don't. Hey? So does this old man count as a star in this world? Kagura interrupted. The star you are referring to is... Shane was surprised at her train of thought. He is popular, and there are many people who like him and hate him. Well, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Ha ha ha, you're not yet at the level of a celebrity. Young man, what you said really makes me embarrassed. Kizaru scratched his forehead. Hey, why are you embarrassed? It's not what I said. Xiaen complained helplessly. It's okay that Kagura has a weird train of thought, after all, she comes from that nonsensical world. How can a general like you be so unrighteous? Sutra. By the way, according to the anime plots he had seen, shouldn't this guy be kicking a supernova right now? Why would I eat here for no reason and even have time to chat with them? By the way, is it really okay for you, a Marine Admiral, to be lazy here instead of going out to catch pirates? As he is not a pirate yet, he has no pressure in saying this. Hey! After being reminded by you, little brother, I suddenly remembered that I was originally looking for someone to ask for directions, looking for a subordinate of mine named Jean Doan, but now... The words stopped here. Kizaru stroked his chin, and looked at the two of them from top to bottom and from left to right with his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. After a long time, he suddenly nodded, with a meaningful smile on his face. Although they didn't know what the old man was doing, both Shane and Kagura felt a chill at the same time. Could it be that the old man had some idea about them? Thinking of this terrible possibility, the two of them quickly stepped back and hid behind Kagura's open umbrella. What evil ideas are you planning, you old man? ×2. Was my expression that obvious? Kizaru looked at the two people who suddenly became alert in surprise. It's so obvious. Your expression is exactly the same as those human traffickers who took me to the human auction house yesterday. Ah? So this wretched-looking old man is really a human trafficker. Hey, I'm not a human trafficker. Now it was Kizaru's turn to be anxious. Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more off-topic as they talked, the frown on Kizaru's head grew thicker and thicker. Since becoming the general, except for a few seniors like Garp Zhangguo and a few colleagues, he has rarely encountered anyone who dares to make up stories about him in person. But given his personality, he wouldn't get angry as long as the other party wasn't a pirate. And facing these two little guys who might become his subordinates, he would be even less likely to care. Have you ever thought about following me and joining the Marine? Kizaru lowered his body slightly, with a lewd smile on his old face. He looked at the two of them while stroking his chin, as if he was expecting their answer. What? Join Marine? Us. Shane pointed at himself and Kagura in disbelief. He was confused again. How could a Marine Admiral take notice of him just for a meal and personally invite him? Didn't he do nothing? Wait, thinking of this, he suddenly glanced at Kagura who was standing beside him with a confused look on her face. It must be because of Kagura. This guy hit Kizaru as soon as they met. I was wondering why Kizaru didn't care. It turns out that he was attracted by our talents. What is Marine? Kagura tugged at the corner of Shane's clothes. She had only been in this world for less than half a day, and her common sense about this world was almost zero. A Marine is, of course, a guy who does nothing but eats other people's food everywhere, and then tries to recruit others to join his group after eating. Shane said nonchalantly. Hearing the hidden meaning in Shane's words, Kagura looked at Kizaru with disdain. Hey, brother, you can't lie to a kid like this. How can a Marine not do anything? Don't think I'm so leisurely now, I'm actually here on a mission to catch pirates. If that's the case, why don't you arrest the pirates over there? Shane pointed. But somewhere on the street, a blond man with a shaman-like temperament holding a card walked out, followed by a dozen men in cloaks. Kizaru turned around with some surprise, and at this moment, the blond man also looked over, and their eyes collided in the air. The air froze. This is... Kizaru, Hawkins' pupil shrank, but after looking at the cards in his hand, his expression returned to normal. He did not look dead today. He was able to regain his composure, but the men behind him were not. Great! Great Admiral Kizaru! How could such a person suddenly appear in this place? Damn it, how come I met the most difficult guy? Ignoring the commotion of the pirates, Kizaru looked at Shane helplessly. Brother, you really are able to cause trouble for me. I originally thought that if they didn't see me, it would be fine. But now... He paused here and looked up in surprise. Wow! All I heard was a very strong sound of breaking through the air. It turned out to be a huge body flying backwards, knocking down many buildings along the way, and the place where it fell was exactly where Xian was standing. That's the weird monk Ulki. How could he be beaten to death? A sharp-eyed subordinate behind Hawkins recognized the identity of the UFO. A smile appeared on Kizaru's lips, and he had no intention of helping Shane block this huge body. Shane also noticed the huge monster coming towards him from above. Although he was a little nervous, he did not dodge. Because Kagura had already flashed in front of him at this time, and her small body gave him a great sense of security. Under the shocked gazes of Hawkins and others, this petite girl, who was only 1.5 meters tall, actually caught the falling monster with one hand. Ha! Then, like throwing a shot put, she grabbed the body of the monster in her hand, spun it around herself twice, and threw it out alive. Chapter 6, Pacifist. Nanny. They actually threw out Uraj, who had a bounty of over 100 million. This little girl is so strong, you can't tell from her appearance. Everyone was dumbfounded. Except for Kizaru and Shane who were present, no one would have thought that a little girl who was just over 1.5 meters tall could possess the strength of a wild beast. This naturally includes Hawkins. It was clearly visible that after Kagura caught the falling Uraj and threw him away, his indifferent face finally changed. But soon, he seemed to sense some danger, his pupil shrank, and his body suddenly moved to the side, but he was still a step too late. Beep! A dazzling laser shot out, crossing the gap between two buildings, reaching a distance of 100 meters in an instant, and piercing Hawkins' chest without any hindrance. Boss! Amid the subordinates' screams of horror, there was only the sound of a loud explosion. Puff! Hawkins was severely injured, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting several buildings and finally falling into a stone wall. The whole audience was silent. Is this Kizaru's ability? This sudden scene made Xian a little dazed, and he subconsciously looked at the wretched old man beside him. However, this Marine Admiral who was supposed to be fulfilling his duty of catching pirates actually took out a nail clipper at some point and was busy trimming his fingernails, looking like he was trying to take advantage of the situation. How can a general like you be so leisurely? Wait, if this guy wasn't the one who did it just now, then who could use this ability? Bang bang bang! Wanted Target 1, Strange Monk Uraj, Bounty 108 million berries. Wanted Target number 2, Magician Hawkins, Bounty of 249 million Baileys. Heavy footsteps were heard, and under the incredulous gazes of the pirate minions, a burly man with a bear-like face who was taller than a building walked out from the shadows with seemingly mechanical steps. Nan Shishibukai. Bartholomew Bear, why is this guy here? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Do they need to mobilize both the generals and the Shishibukai to capture us? The pirates completely collapsed. Some guys who were hiding in the dark and observing secretly have already started to run for their lives. Of course, this does not include EPUB from the long-handed clan who has been hiding on the rooftop and secretly observing since Kizaru met Shane and Kagura. It was on the rooftop of a building not far from the scene. It's getting more and more lively. One of the supernovas, DJ Sound EPUB, secretly looked down, his eyes passing over Ulki, Hawkins, Xiang, and others, and stopped at Huang on the three of them, Yuan, Shan, and Kagura. He had just witnessed Kagura attacking Kizaru. The speed and power that burst out in an instant shocked him from a distance of 100 meters. He thought that if this little girl attacked him at close range, he would probably be by then. He had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. He felt threatened by his younger sister. Kagura and Shane had the same hair color at this time, so how terrifying it would be if the older brother took action. You must remember this guy's face, he may be a dangerous opponent in the future. However, what concerned him most was the Admiral Kizaru, who had not yet taken action. He saw with his own eyes that the little girl suddenly jumped up and split Kizaru in half with her umbrella. However, the next moment, the two halves of Kizaru's body were actually turned into light particles and then recovered. Is he a user of the Logia fruit? This is a really tricky ability. I wonder if my sonic attack will be effective. Captain, now not only the admirals but even the Shishibukai are here, should we run away? Unlike Captain Apu, who was as steady as an old dog, his men were already sweating profusely from nervousness. There's no rush for now. Apu looked thoughtful, staring greedily at the Admiral Kizaru below. After seeing Kizaru's Logia ability, he realized that he couldn't hurt him without mastering Haki. But if he just ran away without doing anything, wouldn't he have been spying here for nothing? Moreover, he managed to escape unscathed after attacking Admiral Marine. When the news spread out in the New World, every pirate would look up to him. You guys go back and load all the supplies onto the ship first. I'll stay here and leave some gifts for our admiral who came here with great difficulty. I'm sorry, Hawkins from North Blue, I was hit hard by that little girl just now, so I just woke up now. A ferocious-looking bald and bearded man slowly stood up from the ground. He was wearing a monk's robe, and was much taller than Kizaru. Behind him was a pair of white wings that were particularly small compared to his body. This person is none other than the strange monk Uraj, one of the pirate supernovas on the island, who was just caught and thrown away by Kagura. Ha 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 ha. I forgot to remind you, you are not the only strong enemy here. Uraj patted his bloody forehead, glanced at Kizaru beside him with a gloating look, and looked at the pacifist in front of him. The man laughed like crazy. I was also knocked here by this Shishibukai Bartholomew Bear just now. Ha 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 ha. Well, you're not going to be defeated by just one hit, are you? Noisy. The wall collapsed, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Hawkins walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. Except for a burnt scarecrow, his body was completely unharmed. Today, I am not doomed to die. At the same time, an unlucky guy who was transporting goods at the port looked blankly at the bloody hole that suddenly appeared on his chest, and collapsed to the ground in confusion. He was able to survive a direct attack from a pacifist. The young people nowadays are truly more terrifying than each other. Kizaru's unconventional and playful voice was heard in the venue. Although what he said was clearly a compliment, it always sounded like being ridiculed. Moreover, while saying this, Kizaru suddenly stretched out his hands and pressed them on the shoulders of two people who wanted to escape in the chaos. Brother, are you planning to leave without saying goodbye? Shane and Kagura, who were being held down, looked frozen. Ha ha ha, Mr. Kizaru, I didn't expect you to discover this. You are worthy of being the Admiral of Marine. Shane was a little embarrassed after being caught on the spot. Kizaru is just a nickname that outsiders call me. My real name is Borsellino. Kizaru patted the two men's shoulders with a kind smile, looking like an old man who was kind to his grandchildren. Urki and Hawkins were stunned. Besides, if my eyes were not so dim that I couldn't see clearly, I would not have ignored the large pot of food swaying in front of me, right? What? Pot? Hearing this, Shane was confused for a moment, but soon glanced to his side as if realizing something. As expected, on Kagura's little head, there suddenly appeared an exaggerated-sized iron pot filled with food. Where did the iron pot come from? When did you put it on your head? Didn't we just agree to run away secretly? Chapter 7 Conqueror's First Appearance. Pack up the unfinished food. I'm saving you money, Xia-chan. Kagura looked puzzled. While speaking, she reached her little hand into the pot above her head, grabbed a piece of meat, and sucked it into her mouth with a whoosh. I think you're just greedy. Shane's mouth twitched, and he grabbed her cheek and pulled it, causing the girl to let out a cute cry. Brother, you haven't told me why you chose to leave without saying goodbye? Don't you want to join Marine? Kizuru let go of the two men's shoulders. Hasn't the reason already been revealed by you? Xian complained in his heart. As a social animal who died suddenly due to overwork, I was lucky enough to be reborn and traveled to this colorful world. Even if I didn't become a pirate, the mainstream profession in this world, I would never join the Marine and work for others. In his previous life, he had had enough of being driven around by others, and in this life, no one could expect him to work for others and be a slave. The more Shane thought about it, the more determined his expression became. At this moment, he clenched his hands, raised his head, and all the fear, alertness, and awe of the general in his eyes were gone. At the same time, Xian didn't realize that the second after he made up his mind, a dominance that was superior to others suddenly burst out from his pupils. It swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. This momentum only appeared for a moment, but it caused a chill in everyone's hearts. A few pirate minions staggered a few times and almost lost their balance and fell. This momentum is... Only Kizuru knew what had happened. His expression suddenly froze, and his eyes, staring at Shane from behind his sunglasses, were filled with shock. This young man actually possesses the qualities of a king that only 1 in a million people can produce. Shane had no idea what was happening at the scene, his eyes were only on Kizuru. Now, he had only one thought in his mind, that is to say no to Admiral Marine. I won't join, et. As he spoke, Xian's expression suddenly changed, and his aura disappeared instantly, as if he had witnessed something outrageous. And in fact it is indeed outrageous. Kizuru cracked. Physically broken. The smooth surface seemed to be cut in half by a knife, and the upper half fell to the ground with a paw sound. Everyone present was stunned until they heard the sound of a gong. Hawkins and Ulki had strange looks on their faces, as if they had guessed the identity of the person who had acted in secret. Wanted Target 3, DJ Sound APU, Bounty 198 million Baileys. The pacifist raised his head, which had been on standby mode, and mechanically scanned 180 degrees, finally locking his sights on a tall building. That was where the gong sound came from, and it was also where APU had been hiding. Beep beep. After locking onto the target, the pacifist suddenly opened his palms, and 3 laser beams shot out. Looking at the direction they are heading, they correspond to the 3 wanted pirates in the field, Hawkins, Uraj, and Apo. The battle is about to begin. Karma. Ulki was the first to react. His muscles surged, his monk's robes shredded, and his size expanded more than twice in an instant. After dodging the incoming laser beam, he pounced in front of the pacifist and fought with it. Hawkins once again endured the damage at the cost of a scarecrow. Just as he drew the sharp blade at his waist and prepared to cooperate with Uraj to attack the pacifist, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? What? Hawkins' pupils constricted, and in the pupils illuminated by the light, there was a long leg made up of light particles. Bang! Hawkins only let out an inexplicable scream, and then he disappeared from the spot. He crashed into the walls along the way like a cannonball and flew backwards nearly 100 meters. At the same time, laser beams far stronger and faster than those released by the previous pacifist burst out and rushed towards the direction where Hawkins finally fell at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! There was an explosion like thunder, the earth shook, and an entire building collapsed. Hawkins himself was also buried under the rubble, and his life or death was unknown. APU's back was pressed against a high wall, his chest heaving and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He panicked. I found a good opportunity to attack Admiral Marine, and wanted to run away after the attack, but was stopped by an attack from that damn Shishibukai. Having missed the best opportunity to escape, he now dared not move anymore, because once he appeared in Kizaru's field of vision, he would definitely not be able to escape Guang's pursuit. "So you are here." Suddenly, a playful voice sounded behind me. APU's body stiffened, and before he could turn around, he was kicked to the ground at the speed of light. After the battle began, the two who were neither Marines nor pirates became outsiders. Shane was obviously happy to see this situation. He didn't have to continue to pretend to be friendly with Kizaru, nor did he have to be forced to join that crappy Marine. All this was thanks to the guy who took the initiative. "APU, I will remember you. I am willing to call you the best in the field of seeking death." After mourning for him twice in his heart, Xiaen grabbed Kagura, who was still eating from the iron pot, without any hesitation and fled the scene without looking back. On the way, they passed by a strong man holding a long sword and an iron axe. Shane recognized his identity: fallen Major General Drake, one of the supernovas. Because Kizaru and Shishibukai were present at the same time, the other pirates were running away, but he was the only one approaching the battlefield, his firm steps as if he had a definite goal in mind. Shane's eyes flickered and he looked at him, but he had no intention of communicating. He grabbed Kagura's hand, passed him and continued to run out. Dozens of minutes later. "Xia-chan, we seem to..." While running, Kagura looked at the increasingly familiar environment along the way, tilted his head, and realized that something was wrong. "What's wrong? Are you hungry again? That meal I just had cost me 1,000,000 Baileys." "No, I mean, we seem to be running in the wrong direction." "What?" Shane braked suddenly, his heel leaving a long mark on the ground, and he happened to stop under an alkaman mangrove tree. Looking up, the words "Island number 13" were clearly engraved on the signboard hanging on the mangrove branches. Number 13? How could it be number 13? Wasn't I running towards the island with a lower number? How did I end up in a more dangerous place? He and Kagura ran out of the human auction house on island number 1 that day. In order to avoid getting involved in the trouble caused by Luffy, they ran all the way to island number 27. After just leaving Kizaru, he originally wanted to go to the back of the number. Take a boat to the island of Sabayati Archipelago, a dangerous island where the protagonist, the general, and Shishibukai live. But things didn't go as planned. Because I was too anxious, I didn't pay attention to the direction and ran in the wrong direction. Shane stared blankly at the sign above his head, petrified on the spot, and didn't speak for a long time. He never expected that he, who loved to laugh at Zoro getting lost when watching anime, would one day get lost. Seeing that Shane remained silent, Kagura thought he had suffered a huge blow. "Hey, it's okay, Xia-chan. Even if you have a poor sense of direction, I won't despise you." She sighed and patted Xiaen's shoulder gently. "Hey, don't take it for granted that I'm directionally challenged so quickly." Shane felt insulted. "Humph, there is no market for men who are tough-talking nowadays." "Hey? Aren't you supposed to be a glutton? Why did you suddenly become a sharp-tongued person?" Just as the two were bickering, a surprised shout suddenly came from behind them. "Brother Shane, little Kagura." Chapter 8, First Encounter with Straw Hat. The voice sounded very familiar. The moment it reached his ears, a face appeared in Shane's mind, which immediately made him smile. Shane turned around in surprise. Sure enough, a gray-haired, strong old man was walking towards them in flip-flops. "Mr. Rayleigh. Long time no see." Before he finished speaking, surprise flashed in Shane's eyes. His gaze was no longer focused on Rayleigh, but more on his surroundings. They were faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar. They felt familiar because every face here had accompanied him during his childhood and youth on TV, but they felt strange because this was the first time he saw them in person in the real world. The Straw Hat Pirates. A boy in a straw hat walking with his hands on the back of his head, a green-haired swordsman with 3 swords on his waist, a curly-browed blonde smoking, a hot orange-haired beauty, a mature lady with black hair and dark skin, and a long nose. A skull, a perverted cyborg, and a reindeer ship doctor. When Kagura saw the reindeer walking and eating marshmallows, her eyes lit up. Orange hair? Nami. The straw hat boy walking in front took a closer look and his eyes lit up. Fool, Miss Nami's beauty is unique, how could there be others? Sanji paused with a somewhat annoyed voice, staring blankly ahead, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. But he saw, in the sunlight, a beautiful girl with orange-red hair running towards him. A miniature version of Miss Nami. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. It's really great! Sanji shouted excitedly, then raised his hands high, spun his legs like a wind wheel, and went forward with a lustful look on his face. Hey! Sanji, what are you doing? Nami didn't have time to hold him back. What an idiot! Zoro sneered out of habit, but when he saw the orange-haired girl running towards them, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and his eyes gradually became solemn. The seemingly ordinary girl, with her petite and frail body, seemed to be hiding a terrifying power that made him feel a faint threat of death. Although this feeling was not as strong as the one Shishibukai gave him, it was enough to make him alert. Zoro looked serious, reached his hand to his waist, and grasped the hilt of the knife, as if he was facing a strong enemy. Haha, nice momentum and keen alertness, but Brother Shane and little Kagura are not enemies. As if noticing Zoro's change, Rayleigh chuckled a few times, patted his shoulder, shook his head and continued laughing. No, they are newcomers with great potential just like you. Who knows, they may become rivals in the new world in the future. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Zoro's mouth curled up slightly. After being reminded by Rayleigh, he had already loosened the handle of the knife. At this moment, he just looked at the lecherous cook who ran up foolishly with a playful look, waiting to see the show. Sanji. ×5. Sure enough, when he looked over, the lecherous cook had been blown away by the orange-haired girl and was inserted straight into a tree trunk. Zke. Seeing this scene, except for Luffy who was still clapping excitedly, the faces of the other Straw Hat pirates changed drastically, realizing that this girl was not an ordinary person. The petite figure did not stop after blowing Sanji away, but continued running and pounced on a frightened reindeer. What a cute raccoon cat! Kagura hugged Chopper tightly in her arms, took 2 deep breaths, her little face slightly red, revealing a satisfied expression. Chopper didn't dare to resist at first, because the girl who was holding him had just slapped Sanji, one of the strongest 3 people on their ship, and sent him flying. But after hearing the word raccoon cat, which it could not tolerate the most, it immediately flew into a rage. A hole, it's not a raccoon cat, it's a reindeer. Hey! The raccoon cat actually spoke. That's because I ate the animal type human fruit, and I'm not a raccoon cat. What an interesting raccoon cat. Idiot, I told you I'm not a raccoon cat. Just as the two were arguing about raccoon cat and reindeer, Shane arrived late, and after a brief greeting with Rayleigh, he raised his hand and hit the girl who ran around without permission on the head. Ouch! Kagura covered her head and looked at Shane with some dissatisfaction. She had been in this world for less than a day and he had hit her little head several times. You still have a little temper? Look at what you did. First you knocked someone else's crew member away, and then you petted someone else's raccoon cat without permission. Kagura, you are really going too far. Shane accused as he hit her little head. But he didn't notice that after hearing the word raccoon cat from his mouth, a little reindeer behind him could no longer bear it and its body suddenly swelled up. Kagura, who was facing it, could see it clearly. Her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had seen something magical, and her slightly opened mouth could not hide her surprise. Can you please listen to me seriously, Seeing that Kagura was distracted, Xiaen was about to hit her on the head again, but suddenly he felt unbalanced and was lifted into the air. Shane felt the touch of thick hair on his arms and had a premonition of what was happening. He turned around nervously and saw Chopper, who had transformed into a strong man, behind him. "Wait, you're not thinking about that civet cat I just mentioned," Xiaen said suddenly. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but after he said it, Chopper's anger visibly increased. "I told you I'm not a raccoon cat." Bang! The earth trembled. The end of the play. After a while. Shucky's Rip-Off Bar. The pub owner Shucky thoughtfully served drinks. A glass of cold wine relieved Shane's slight concussion. Putting down his wine glass, he sat on the round chair beside the bar, looking at Kagura, who was talking about everything with the Straw Hat Pirates, and a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Or is it related to this group of troublesome guys? By accident, he ran in the wrong direction and reunited with Rayleigh, got acquainted with the Straw Hat Pirates, and was then invited to this bar. "Shane, do you want to join my pirate group?" Luffy slid his chair over and said with anticipation. Not long ago, Luffy witnessed the interaction between Shane, Kagura and Chopper, and he laughed happily. In his heart, he had already defined the two new friends as interesting guys. And this kind of interesting guy happens to be his first criterion for choosing a partner. Shane was slightly stunned, but knowing Luffy's personality, he was not too surprised by this sudden offer. But the expression on his face was a little complicated. He thought of the last person who made an offer to him, a certain general named Huang, who might still be showing off his talent at this moment, kicking a supernova with one kick. And now another boss has taken a fancy to him and offered him the most popular position as a pirate. Joining the protagonist's team, adventuring and living together with the anime characters you admired in childhood may be a rare experience in life. But, he really doesn't want to work for others anymore in his life. He wants to be his own boss. Chapter 9, Shane is the man who will become One Piece. "I'm sorry, I can't accept your invitation." Shane took a sip of wine, then pointed to Kagura, who was tasting marshmallows with Chopper, and smiled at Luffy. "She ate 1,000,000 Baileys of my money last time. If you bring a fellow like her on board, I'm afraid you'll starve to death in a few days." Humph. Kagura heard him making up stories about her and got so angry that her face puffed up. She gave him the middle finger while eating marshmallows. Shane wasn't going to tolerate her and quickly raised his finger to fight back. "1,000,000 Baileys?" Luffy was a little confused. He had no idea about money, so he didn't understand why Shane rejected him. When he was about to say something, someone covered his mouth. The one who did it was Nami. The moment Nami heard the number 1,000,000, she rushed over like a shadow. "Everyone else has said no, why are you still clinging to me, you idiot?" Nami roughly strangled her captain's neck with her arms, making him unable to speak, and her voice sounded particularly urgent. But it's not her fault that she's too impatient. There is already a captain on the ship who can eat as much as 20 people in one meal. If there is another big eater who can eat 1,000,000 Baileys in one meal, Sanji will be exhausted to death, but will the pirate ship be able to sail smoothly? That's the big problem. It seems like you guys are getting along pretty well. At this time, Rayleigh walked out of the tavern warehouse and threw out 2 bottles of wine, one to Zoro and one to Shane. "What a good wine!" Zoro's eyes lit up, he opened the bottle and drank it eagerly. Xiaen was not as anxious as him. He held the bottle in his hand and examined it for a moment. Then he turned his back to block a little girl who was rushing towards him because of her greed, and put the wine in his pocket. "No drinking allowed for minors." He casually hit Kagura on the head, causing the little girl to cry out in pain. Shane raised his eyebrows and looked at Kagura's reaction with some satisfaction. As expected of a body blessed with 5% of Yato bloodline, every hit was accurate. Shucky glanced at Rayleigh and said unkindly, "You old man, you've almost taken all the wine from this warehouse." Rayleigh didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows, waved his hand, and took out a large stack of bills from his pocket with a swish. This was the spoils he and Shane had obtained from the warehouse of the human auction house. "Did you win it in the casino?" Shucky looked at him with some surprise, then quickly shook his head and said in a positive tone, "It looks more like stolen." Rayleigh. The next few dozen minutes in the tavern were spent telling stories by the king's right hand. For most people in the tavern, it would be an unforgettable memory in the future, so the Straw Hat Pirates, including Luffy, listened very carefully. "My friend, I will not die. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Go find it. I've put all the wealth in the world there." When Roger volunteered to die at the end, the emotions in the tavern reached their peak. Luffy was full of longing, Zoro took a gulp of wine, Sanji took a deep puff of cigarette, tough guy on the outside but emotional on the inside, Frankie shed tears. As for Kagura, as a foreigner, she didn't understand what was said. She would grab Shane's clothes from time to time and ask about some terms in the story that she didn't understand. "Natsu-chan, let's go find One Piece. That way I'll never be hungry again." After listening, Kagura suddenly slapped the table, looked up at Shane, her eyes sparkling with hope, making it difficult for people to say no. "Okay, I heard another one." Shane covered his head with his hands in pain, not knowing how to explain to her that Roger's the wealth of the world was not necessarily money. Fortunately, there was another fool in the pub who listened. "I must find the One Piece first, and then I will become the man of One Piece." Luffy also slapped the table, causing it to shake and emit an even louder sound. He stared at Kagura with a firm gaze. Kagura showed no sign of weakness. He put his hands on his waist, raised his head and said disdainfully, "Ah! What are you so arrogant about, you little brat? Why do you have to find it first? I'm telling you, the first ones to find the One Piece will be me and Shane, then Shane will become the One Piece man, and I will be the One Piece." Hey! These words not only short-circuited Luffy's already not very smart brain, but also caused the scene to fall into complete silence. Everyone looked at Shane in tacit understanding. "What are you all looking at me for?" Shane was sweating all over, and he felt that the eyes of people around him were looking at him strangely. "No, buddy. I'm really not a Lolita complex. You must believe me. UBD. Sanji rushed forward and grabbed Shane's collar. Anyone could see that he was blushing with jealousy. "Why can a guy like you go out to sea with a beautiful girl? We are both pirates, how am I worse than you? It's so abominable, so abominable." By the end of his speech, his face was already covered with tears. He fell to his knees and slapped the ground, as if he was complaining to the sky about the injustice. "Is it necessary to be so sad?" Xian said in surprise. "Although I have seen this kind of scene of Sanji before, and I still remember that I was laughing so hard while sitting in front of the TV, now I am in the scene, it is like watching a humorous drama up close, but makes me want to laugh even more." Just when Shane was about to burst out laughing, Nami attacked again. "Don't embarrass yourself here, a hole." With one punch, the guy who brought shame to his companions was knocked unconscious to the ground. Nami grunted twice and dragged him away. After this commotion, Kagura and Luffy no longer had the heart to argue. Of course, it might be more likely because Shucky gave them each a drink again. Everyone fell silent and listened to Rayleigh tell the Straw Hat Pirates about the next plan. Time flies, the sun sets in the west, and when the setting sun at dusk passes through the windowsill, it indicates that it is time for everyone to say goodbye. The Straw Hat Pirates decided to adopt Rayleigh's plan and hide from Marine on the island for 3 days. After Rayleigh finished coating their pirate ship, they would reunite and head to Fishman Island. "So, where are you guys going next, Shane?" After saying goodbye to Luffy and the others, Rayleigh immediately prepared the equipment needed for coating and asked Shane before going out. "Well, I want to build a boat. Shane pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on his lips. Have you decided to go out to sea? Rayleigh looked surprised, then looked at Shane, then glanced at Kagura, who was still drinking a drink, and said in a slightly tactful way, "Brother Shane, I understand that young people are eager to go out to sea, but I'm afraid you two can't even start a boat with just two of you, right?" Chapter 10 Island 53. Mr. Rayleigh, have you forgotten my abilities? Shane did not comment, his voice rising slightly. Do you have other partners besides Kagura? Rayleigh suddenly realized, he remembered the scene when Shane summoned Kagura at the human auction house. The magical power of the fruit was still vivid in his mind. Yet, Shane nodded. He had nothing to hide in front of Rayleigh, who had witnessed him cheating. He also believed in Rayleigh's character and would not spread his abilities to others. There won't be a problem with the number of people. The only thing missing now is time. Xiaoyan said thoughtfully, but his mind was already elsewhere. Character panel. Character Shane. Age 24. Race, human, 95%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Ability, Conqueror's Domineering Awakening, 5.167%. 3 days until next summoning, summoning condition, 30 million berries. The summoning conditions have changed from 10 million belly to 30 million belly. The good news is that the cooldown time for the second summoning is only 3 days, but judging from the increase in summoning conditions, the cooldown time will most likely be extended as the number of summons increases. This means that he still needs a long period of stable development. The Sabayati archipelago may be the best choice at this stage. It is close to the marine headquarters and has a large number of marines stationed there. The pirates are being cleaned up by Admiral Kizaru, and the celestial dragons are being attacked by Luffy and others. I guess it will be difficult for them to get out of here for a while. Will show up again. So, on the current island, with his and Kagura's strength, mainly Kagura, they can almost walk sideways. Well, next, I will go to the shipyard and bring them a big order, and then book a big villa, preferably one near the sea, with sunshine and beach, and lie under the parasol with Kagura and drink iced drinks. Wait, am I missing something? Conqueror's Domineering? What? When did I acquire this ability? Is this thing really suitable for someone like me who has decided to lie down and enjoy himself? Shane was bewildered, his expression becoming one of shock, excitement, and confusion. Rayleigh was a little confused by this change. He thought that the young man was impatient and worried that building the ship would take too long and affect the voyage. Brother Shane, don't be too anxious. According to my past experience, it takes about a month to build a ship that can sneak into Fishman Island, and that includes the design and material purchase. And all the final steps including coding. 1 month? So fast. Is every shipyard operating at this speed? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan came back to his senses from his shocked thoughts and asked hurriedly. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Each shipyard has its own way of building ships, and the speeds vary greatly. But if you're in a hurry, you can go to the shipyard on Island 53. I've been with the shipyard workers there before in the casino. But they are all very nice guys. Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh rushed out after he finished speaking. He wanted to complete the plan he had just discussed with Luffy and others. To be honest, the island was full of marines at that time, and it was hard for Shane to imagine how he could secretly move a pirate ship away under the marines' noses and complete the coding. Perhaps this is the charm of the king's right hand. With a slight sigh, Shane had no intention of following to watch the show, because he and Kagura had more important things to do. Rent a house. Xiaoyan, you're leaving with Kagura now. Could it be that you don't want to stay with me because I'm too old? Before leaving, Shuki stopped them, smoking a cigarette and looking at Shane with a half-smile. Hearing this, Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous. Age is something that should not be mentioned casually in front of a woman, especially an old woman like Shuki who was very beautiful when she was young and still has charm now. Ha ha ha, how could I dislike you? The wine you mixed just now is simply the best wine I have ever tasted in my life. I still have a lingering aftertaste. He quickly organized his words in his mind and said hurriedly. Oh? Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shuki raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. That's because of the name of your tavern. Shane silently pointed to the door plate above. Shuki's rip-off bar. I'm afraid that when I wake up, I will not only have to hand over all the money I have on me to pay for the accommodation, but I will even have to mortgage Kagura here. Xiaen said in an exaggerated manner. What? You're going to sell me out? If I have to mortgage anything, it should be you. Kagura pounced over with fangs bared, but Shane held his forehead with one hand, keeping a distance from him so that her short arms and legs could not touch him. Ha ha ha. Shuki was amused. Rayleigh is right, you two are indeed two interesting young people. It seems that now I am not only a fan of Little Monkey, but also a fan of Little Shane and Little Kagura. As the sun sets in the west, the sky turns dim and gradually becomes black. Shane and Kagura arrived at Island 53 before nightfall. Kagura yawned, glanced at Shane who was walking in front of her, suddenly stretched out her little hand to grab the corner of his clothes, and stood still. In addition to being a big eater, the little girl was also incredibly strong. She almost pulled Shane to the ground with a casual pull, and she was off balance for a long time before she recovered. Why did you stop suddenly? Shane asked unhappily. Natsu-chan, I'm so sleepy that I can't walk anymore. Kagura said with a swaying body, her voice so low that it sounded like a sleep muttering. So, you don't want me to carry you? Shane said a little incredulously. Kagura didn't reply, but after hearing this, her eyes were filled with joy that she couldn't hide, and she nodded her little head immediately, as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time. You're going too far. Don't think I don't know the physical strength of your night rabbit tribe. Aren't you more energetic as the night goes on? Xiaen said, gritting his teeth. Just when I was about to give this lazy guy a blow on the head, the door of a residential house next to me opened. Who are you? A middle-aged man with half-white hair walked out of the door. He was tall and muscular, and looked nearly 2 meters tall. He had thick hair and was not well groomed. His messy long hair and messy beard made him look like a homeless person. At this moment, he was holding a wine glass in his hand, with a hint of drunkenness on his face. It seemed that he was drinking alone at home. He went out to check after hearing the noise made by Shane and Kagura. I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Shane and she is Kagura. We are travelers who have just arrived on this island and are now looking for a place to stay. Shane said slightly apologetically. Chapter 11 Old Neil's Lost Memory. Hearing this, the sturdy man at the door looked up and down at Shane and Kagura. Seeing that they didn't look like dangerous pirates, the sturdy man said happily. Traveler? We, the shipwrights at shipyard number 53, love to entertain guests. Come in. I have an extra room at home. The sturdy man warmly invited the two people in and introduced himself. His name is Ben Neil. He is a shipwright at shipyard number 53. He has worked at the shipyard for 20 years and has a high level of experience among shipwrights. Even the factory manager respects him very much and often takes him with him. Go out to buy shipbuilding materials. His friends called him Old Neil. The house is very big, with 2 bedrooms and all kinds of furniture. It doesn't look like the residence of a man living alone, but rather like the configuration of a family of 3. And when I saw a family photo placed in a prominent position in the living room, Shane became even more confused. It was a photo of 3 people. There were 2 women and a man in the photo, hugging each other happily. The man was naturally Old Neil, and the young and old women were supposed to be his daughter and wife? Shane didn't think too much about it and just asked whatever he thought of. However, completely different from the worst scenario he had imagined, where the mother and daughter died. There was no sadness in old Neil's eyes, but instead a complexity and sense of loss. I don't know who they are. After I returned from New World with the factory manager after buying shipbuilding materials, this photo appeared in my house, and there were also many women's daily necessities in the room. And these things seem to have been there forever, and they are exactly the same as the environment of my home, as if 3 people have been living in this house since I built it, but as far as I can remember, I have always been alone. Life. Old Neil seemed to have kept this matter in his heart for a long time. When Shane asked him about it, he seemed to have opened up and kept talking. But Kagura had heard enough stories today, and she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. The 2 men had no choice but to take her to a bedroom first. Old Neil prepared bedding for her, and when he led her into the room, he mentioned that this bedroom was where his daughter, who he didn't know whether he existed, lived. This sounds a bit weird, like a ghost story if told at night. Shane felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Kagura didn't take it seriously. She yawned and walked into the bedroom. She even glanced at Xia-en before closing the door. "Don't stay up late, Xia-chan, and when you come in later, keep your voice down and don't wake me up." Xia-en nodded helplessly and waved to her to go to bed. That's right, old Neil's house only has 2 bedrooms, and he and Kagura sleep in the same room tonight. Because of their similar hair color, old Neil thought that Shane and Kagura were siblings. Plus, Kagura didn't look very old, so he thought it was okay to let the 2 siblings sleep in the same bed. But the fact is, it seems I can only sleep on the floor today. Shane was filled with emotion. He never expected that a billionaire like him not only couldn't live in a big villa, but now he has been reduced to sleeping on the floor. "Brother Shane, do you want to drink with me? I have specially prepared a lot of snacks here. Because according to the diary that the child left in the bedroom, today should be her birthday." Old Neil's voice sounded somewhat painful, and he didn't know how to express this emotion to others. After he discovered the strange things in his home a year ago, he immediately ran to talk to his colleagues, but they all didn't take it seriously. They thought that old Neil was drunk and had seen a ghost, which caused a lot of laughter. However, as time went on, and he looked at the evidence left at home day by day, he felt more and more that the person in the photo was real, and that he once had a wife and a daughter. "It's true," Shane said suddenly with great certainty. "Hey? What's true?" Old Neil was shocked, and for a moment he was unable to react to Shane's words. "Of course your wife and daughter are real. Even if everyone, including you, has forgotten about them, isn't this room the evidence? Think about it, how could someone leave so many traces of life in your room without you noticing? And who would do something so boring and unprofitable? So there is only one answer. The memories of everyone who knew your wife and daughter have been tampered with." "What? Are you serious?" Old Neil stood up suddenly and looked at Shane with eyes filled with doubt, hope, fear and other emotions. Unconsciously, tears had already slipped from the corners of his eyes. In fact, there was no need for Shane to tell him that he had already regarded the 2 women in the photo as his own relatives. "Of course it's true." Shane nodded firmly. Old Neil sat down again and fell into silence, with his head down, thinking about something. After a long time, as if he suddenly thought of something, he raised his head again. Staring at Shane with bloodshot eyes, "Is it a devil fruit?" As a shipbuilder in the Sabayati archipelago, he has built pirate ships for many famous pirates over the years, so he has seen all kinds of people with special abilities. When Xia-en pointed it out to him, he immediately thought of the person with special abilities. "Yeah, not bad." Shane nodded with a hint of appreciation. It was easy to talk to smart people. With just a little reminder, the other person would be able to think of the key point. "Have you been to the New World?" he continued. "Well, because some shipbuilding raw materials need to be seen in person, so every year I go to New World with the factory director several times." "Have you ever been to the Kingdom of Dressrosa?" Yes, our last stop in the New World was Dressrosa. Since it was Shishibuki's territory, we didn't dare stay there for too long. We just bought the raw materials for shipbuilding and left in a hurry. Old Neil thought for a long time before answering. He thought very seriously, fearing that due to his omissions, Shane would miss some details and would not be able to determine who had tampered with his memory. If Xiaen knew what he was thinking, he would just say, "Brother, you think too much. Open book students like me don't actually need to review the questions. All you need to know is that you've been to Dressrosa." Shane nodded slightly, with a confident smile on his face. Under Old Neil's increasingly anxious gaze, he said calmly, "I am now absolutely certain that your memories were lost in Dressrosa. Could it be that Doflamingo did this to me? But the newspapers say that he is the user of the string fruit. I've never heard that he can modify other people's memories." When talking about Dressrosa, Old Neil naturally thought of the king who had been king for less than 10 years, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, known as Heavenly Yaksha. Of course it wasn't done by him personally. It was done by one of his subordinates. Her name seems to be Sugar or something. She's a little girl with green hair and the ability of the childlike fun fruit. Her ability is to turn the objects she touches into toys of her imagination, and all relatives and friends who know the person being transformed will lose all memories related to the person being transformed. I'm afraid your wife and daughter were also turned into toys by her. Well, this is probably a blessing in disguise. They are probably still alive now. So that's how it is." Old Neil suddenly realized what was going on, his face filled with horror. He was horrified by the cruelty of Doflamingo's methods, but at the same time he was glad that his wife and daughter were still alive. Chapter 12 The day Xiaenshi died. As night falls, everything is silent. Old Neil was drunk, very drunk, because he was very happy to know that he really had a wife and daughter. He clinked glasses with Shane repeatedly and drank the wine as if it were water. The wine was soon finished, and the wine that Shane had gotten from Rayleigh and had kept in his pocket came in handy. However, the after effect of this wine is really strong. It is estimated that Rayleigh gave the good stuff that had been treasured in Shucky's tavern warehouse for a long time to him and Zoro. This can also explain why Shucky looked at Rayleigh as if he was a prodigal son at that time. Crack. After cleaning off the smell of alcohol in the bathroom, Xiaen carefully pushed open the bedroom door. When he saw the girl's sleeping face under the bright moonlight, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't wake him up. After closing the door and tiptoeing into the house, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Why am I being so sneaky? Why do I feel like my husband is sneaking home in the early hours of the morning? Bah. What nonsense am I thinking about? Shane patted his drunken, red face, trying to bring his thoughts back to normal, but his mind was not clear after being drunk, and now he was in the same room with a young girl, so it was inevitable that some evil thoughts would burst out in his mind. However, when he saw the bed made on the ground and the quilts laid out, a warm feeling surged in his heart and his evil thoughts immediately disappeared. It turns out you're not as ignorant as you seem. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shane took a last look at the girl sleeping soundly on the bed, then buried his head in the bed while drunkenly. Good night, sweet dreams. The second day. The sunlight shone through the windowsill and fell into the room of the two people. Kagura struggled on the bed for a few times, and finally opened her eyes, then whoosh and sat upright on the bed. She glanced around the room, and when she saw Shane lying on the floor still sleeping, her eyes suddenly lit up. She supported herself on the mattress with both hands, then pushed hard and rushed out. Crows fly. Xia-chan, I'm hungry. Bang. Shane only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if he was hit by something heavy, and he woke up from his dream instantly. What happened? Xiaen opened his eyes helplessly, thinking that he had encountered some emergency. when he looked clearly at the girl with untied hair sitting astride his abdomen. Xian finally realized what had happened and immediately became angry, ashamed, and annoyed. Come down first. As we all know, young men are most energetic when they wake up in the morning. Shane, who is only 24 years old, is no exception and is even better than ordinary people. So, he is a little embarrassed now. However, what made him blush even more was that Kagura not only did not listen to him and get off him, but instead lowered her head and moved her face closer. Hurry up, get up, Xia-chan, let's go have breakfast. The girl's hair slid across his cheek, and the two of them were so close that he could feel the girl's breath on his face, a fragrance lingered around his nose, and his body could feel the girl's soft touch. So exciting so early in the morning, who are you testing? Shane felt like he was going to explode. Even without looking in the mirror, he knew his face must be as red as a red-hot piece of iron, and this was not the point. The most important thing is that it is really inconvenient for him to get up now. Kagura tilted her head, her eyes flickering, and looked at him with a strange expression for a few times, then suddenly stood up silently. Then I'm going to brush my teeth first, so don't stay in bed any longer. As Kagura spoke, she walked towards the door, and when she walked out of the door, she looked back and asked. By the way, uncle, do you have any extra toothbrushes at home? It's highly likely that there isn't one. Anyway, go wash your face first. I'll take you out to eat after I've relieved the symptoms after waking up. Shane answered quickly, providing as much detail as possible, fearing that she would stay in the room and continue asking questions. Humph, you're in such a hurry to get me out, and I don't know what you're doing staying in the room alone. After saying that, Kagura looked at him suspiciously, which made Xian feel uneasy. He thought that this little girl had discovered something. No fun, I'm going first, come out quickly. However, his worries were obviously unnecessary. After not long, Kagura lost his patience, waved his hand, left a few words, and turned away, closing the door behind him. A long time. Hey! Shane touched his chest and let out a long breath. I finally managed to hide it. Haha, after all, she's just a little girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. I don't know what I was worrying about just now. After lying in bed for a long time and waiting until everything had calmed down, Shane opened the quilt refreshed and prepared to get up to greet the new day. At this moment, the sound of Kagura and old Neil talking suddenly came from outside the house. Hey, Kagura-chan, why are you the only one up? Where's brother Shane? As for him, it's nothing. It's just that I found him this morning and he's too embarrassed to get up. Boom. It was a bolt from the blue. Shane was petrified on the spot. He covered his face with his hands, and he didn't know whether it was tears or cold sweat that flowed down his cheeks. Damn it, it turns out she knew it all along. He was so embarrassed that he didn't want to go out. For the whole morning, Shane was in a decadent state of despair. Destroy the world. Even after leaving the housing rental agency, Shane's condition did not improve. Cheer up, Xia-chan. You are no longer old enough to hide in bed and read pornographic books without your parents' knowledge. How can you be so depressed because of such a small thing? Suddenly, Kagura pressed Shane's shoulder and yelled in the street. Swish! As if they had heard some explosive news, the passers-by around them all cast strange looks at Shane and Kagura. What kind of lewd words are you saying again? Shane was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Not wanting to get socially frustrated twice in one day, he quickly took action, covered Kagura's mouth with his hand, and fled the scene in embarrassment. Old Neil was waiting for them not far away. When he saw Shane and Kagura come out, he greeted them with a smile. Brother Shane, Miss Kagura, why are you in such a hurry? Seeing the two of them walking hurriedly, he followed their footsteps and asked in confusion. It's all because of this outspoken guy. Xian gritted his teeth, loosened his hand that was covering the girl's mouth, and then pinched her cheeks viciously, as if to vent his anger. Kagura made a cute and pitiful wailing sound. Ha ha ha, you two have a really good relationship. Old Neil laughed. Who's with this guy? ×2. Humph. ×2. Old Neil smiled even more happily. Chapter 13, See Kizaru Again. Well. So, Brother Shane, have you rented a suitable house? Old Neil, who was stopped by two people with dangerous eyes because he laughed too wildly, cleared his throat and changed the subject. Certainly. Shane took out a house rental contract from his pocket. The housing rental system in this world is surprisingly sound. Not only are there agencies, but after selecting a house and confirming the lease contract must be taken to the marine base for stamping, following a series of complicated procedures. This is also the reason why Shane and his friends spent the whole morning renting a house. Residential building number 137, island number 53. I am familiar with this place. It is close to the coast and it is a good place to live with a nice environment. It is also very close to the shipyard and my home. Old Neil took the contract and said as he looked at it. Then Brother Shane can not only visit the shipyard occasionally to check on the progress of your shipbuilding, but also come to my house for a drink. Hey? Have you started building my boat? Shane looked up in surprise. Are we going to have a boat now? Kagura also cheered happily. Well, I took advantage of your time to rent a house this morning and went to the shipyard. The director was very happy to receive your large order after the turmoil in the Sabayati archipelago, and he has already started preparing to start the work. Old Nier smiled and nodded, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Shane caught the change in his eyes, patted Old Neil on the shoulder, and promised in a firm tone. Soon, after the ship is built, we will go to Dressrosa with you to reclaim your lost wife and daughter. This. Old Neil was slightly stunned, then his body trembled, his eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was filled with gratitude and guilt. Brother Shane, I dragged you into my trouble for no reason. I really don't know how to thank you. Last night, after learning from Shane that his wife and daughter had been turned into toys and were suffering in the dark in Dressrosa, he wanted to drop everything immediately and go to New World alone to rescue his wife and daughter. However, he had built ships for countless famous pirates and had seen too many strong men. He was powerless in front of them, let alone the Shishibukai who were almost at the top of the pirates. In this desperate situation, he had to pray to this young man who suddenly appeared and could tell at a glance who had harmed his wife and daughter. He knew that a person with such vision was definitely not an ordinary person. What he never expected was that Shane agreed instantly, without any time to consider, and just told him that he needed to wait for a while until more of his companions came. That's not necessary, Old Neil. Shane waved his hand and laughed softly. We're just paying for last night's accommodation. You're right, right? Kagura. Kagura understood what he meant. According to the tacit understanding they had developed over the past 2 days, at this moment, she should either respond enthusiastically with a of course, or sneer and ask in return, humph, is there any need to say that? Kagura decided to choose the latter, because just imagining how it would look like when he said that made her feel so handsome. Then, under Shane's expectant gaze, Kagura smiled coldly and opened her mouth pretentiously. When she was about to blurt out the lines, "Goo!" her stomach growled first. The scene froze. Shane's expression was stiff, Kagura blushed shyly for once, and Old Neil was a little confused about what was going on. Why are you hungry again? Didn't we just have breakfast? It's because you took me everywhere to stamp contracts, which consumed too much energy, and then my stomach couldn't hold on any longer. Well, forget it, let's go to our new home and fill your damn stomach. Old Neil, do you want to visit our new house? Not for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I plan to take you to the vicinity and then return to the shipyard to build the best ship for you, little brother. Haha, thank you very much. This is a 2-story building located on the edge of the coast, close to the main trunk of number 53 Yarkaman Mangrove. About 100 meters away on the other side is the shipyard where old Neil works. When they walked downstairs, Xiaen and Kagura looked at each other and could see the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Finally, they did not waste their morning time. After entering the room, he saw that it was fully equipped with everything, including electric lights, refrigerator, sofa, den mushy projection TV, etc. For a moment, Shane thought he had traveled back in time. The technological development in this world is really horribly distorted. Shane was a little distracted when he saw this, until he heard his stomach growling again. Then he stopped thinking and hurried to prepare food for Kagura. When he walked into the kitchen and wanted to show off his cooking skills for the first time in a long time, he found that there was nothing else except a wide variety of kitchen utensils. Only then did he remember that there was no food at home. I had no choice but to go out again. When he walked back to the living room and wanted to call Kagura to go shopping together, he saw the little girl lying on the sofa and fell asleep, mumbling in her sleep, "Xia-chan, I'm hungry and meat." Xiaen was speechless. He covered her with a thin blanket and walked out of the room alone. Dozens of minutes later. "Hey, brother Shane, you bought so many things. What are you going to eat tonight?" After buying several tons of food at the nearest market, Shane used the unique bubble tool of the Sabayati archipelago to hang them behind him like balloons and set out on the journey home with satisfaction. However, when he was about to reach his doorstep, he was stopped by the person he least wanted to see on the island. The man was nearly 3 meters tall, almost half a head taller than Shane, who was just over 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing orange sunglasses and was looking at him with a meaningful smile. With such obvious features, even passers-by around him recognized his identity, exclaimed, and avoided him with a mixture of admiration and fear. How could it be him? Xiaen's pupils suddenly shrank, his breathing stagnated, and cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. What should I do? Kagura is not around, and with my current strength, I'm probably like an ant in front of this guy, with no ability to fight back. Why aren't you talking, brother Shane? You look nervous, don't you? The man picked his ears and listened to the sound, as if he was surprised by Shane's silence. No. Shane shook his head subconsciously. Then suddenly realized his blind spot and said in surprise. Wait, how do you know my name, and how did you find this place, Mr. Kizaru? Chapter 14, Lunch with the General. Noontime. In the new cabin that Shane and Kagura rented. At the dining table, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other, while in the kitchen were the crackling sounds of frying food and the roar of the range hood. So, you old man, are you here to eat for free again? Kagura shook her legs, supported her chin with both hands, narrowed her eyes, and spoke to the person in front of her with an unhappy look on her face. She was very angry. Yesterday, when she and Shane were having dinner in the restaurant, they were suddenly interrupted by this old man. Then a bunch of people came inexplicably, making it impossible for them to have a good meal. And today, when she woke up from the sofa, she opened her eyes and saw the wretched smile of the old man again. She was so frightened that she almost threw an umbrella at him because of the stress reaction. However, this was after all the new residence of Shane and her for the past month. If she took any action, not only would she not be able to get her deposit back, but she would also have to pay a large sum of compensation. Of course, more importantly, Kagura's beast-like keen perception hidden beneath her body told her that this old man was very strong and she was most likely not his opponent. I ran into Brother Xiaen on the street and had a great conversation with him. When we parted, it was time for lunch. So I couldn't refuse Brother Xiaen's sincere invitation. Kizaru glanced at Kagura with a half-smile, then spoke while looking around the room. Hey, do you think I would believe such nonsense as yours? Kagura curled her lips, her eyes still unfriendly. Kizuru felt somewhat helpless, as he really had no ill intentions in coming here. When he was catching the Straw Hat Pirates yesterday, he accidentally got the news from the Straw Hat Boy that Shane and Kagura were still in the Sabayati archipelago. The two had conspicuous hair color, so he asked the marine stationed there to keep an eye out for the two orange-haired ones. Young man with long hair. He had originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect to actually receive a message this morning saying that the two young men the Admiral was looking for were taking the rental contract to the marine base to get their stamps. Then he came over, hoping to win over these two young people with extraordinary potential for marine. One of them has a physical fitness that even he is ashamed of, and the other has the qualifications to become the king of the sea. If these two young men become his subordinates, it will not only improve the future combat power of marine, but also make him leisurely working time in the future is guaranteed. After thinking for a moment, Kizuru felt that he couldn't let Kagura have a bad impression of him. He had to make some improvements to win her over, so he thought of a way to win over the child. Would you like some candy? He took out a candy from his pocket. Kagura frowned, suddenly slammed the table, and said angrily. You old BD, you don't think you can please me with just a piece of candy, do you? Am I the kind of innocent girl that can be deceived with just a piece of candy? What about the other two? When Shane walked out of the kitchen with the dishes, he saw a happy scene. The old and the young seemed to be chatting happily, and their behavior seemed even a little friendly. Just like a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Kizuru put his sunglasses on Kagura's eyes, and he was playing with Kagura's parasol. Wait, did I spend a whole year in the kitchen? What happened? How come you two have such a good relationship? The corners of Shane's mouth twitched, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Let's eat. After serving the 4 dishes and 1 soup neatly on the table, Shane prepared a plate for each person and distributed the food evenly out of habit of following local customs. It looks the same as the food in the school cafeteria, except that it contains more meat. In his previous life, he lived alone in a rented house after he went to college, and was forced to learn cooking skills. The food in this world is more abundant, especially fish, so when he bought vegetables, he specifically asked the vendors about the cooking methods in this world. In fact, it's pretty much the same. Once you have a general understanding of it and then integrate it with your own cooking skills, the food you make will actually have a unique flavor. The two people eating in front of me with such enjoyment on their faces fully proved this point. Thank you for the treat, Brother Shane. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. You're almost as good as the top chef at the marine base. After eating, Kizuru wiped the corners of his mouth and praised sincerely. Haha, it's not as great as you say. Shane waved his hands. Being praised by Admiral Marine made it difficult for him to conceal his feelings, no matter what the praise was. But soon, when he saw the girl next to him holding an empty plate and looking at him expectantly, he had no choice but to get up and go to the kitchen to serve her another large plate. Watching the girl's small mouth sucking in food like a whirlpool, Shane, while feeling gratified that the girl liked the food he made, couldn't help but worry about his own savings. 3 meals a day cost nearly hundreds of thousands of Baileys each, which means tens of millions of Baileys would be spent in a month, not to mention other living expenses, rent, etc. At that time, we got 1 billion from the population auction house. Now, 500 million have been spent on shipbuilding. The remaining 500 million will be used to ensure the survival of the two people and to summon new partners. As the number of partners increases, daily consumption will also increase. Become more. This seems a bit insufficient. Seeing Xiaen looking at Kagura with a worried look on his face, Kizuru smiled. It was not difficult to guess what he was worried about. He knocked on the table and said, "You won't have to worry about food after you join Marine. You can eat as much as you want. Brother Shane, you don't want Kagura to go hungry in the future, do you?" "Hiss. How come you, a great general, speak so angrily? Well, it was originally drawn by a Japanese, so it's okay. Xiaoyan looked at him with a bit of fear, then remained silent for a moment, propped up his chin with one hand, and said calmly while watching Kagura eat. Last night, I promised a new friend to do something for him, and after doing this thing, it will be impossible to join Marine again. What kind of thing? Kizuru narrowed his eyes slightly, and an aura suddenly emanated from his body, an aura that could make a pirate supernova sweat profusely. Hey, I'm not obligated to tell you, you freeloader. Xiaoyan seemed unaffected and looked at him without any sign of retreat in his eyes. Shane didn't know why he was so brave. Perhaps it was the awakening of Conqueror's domineering power, or perhaps it was the mastery of cheat that gave him, an ordinary office worker who had been driven around for years, the courage to confront the top powers after arriving in this world. A long time. Kizuru retracted his aura and stood up, his eyes full of satisfaction with Shane, but also mixed with regret. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. You are not a pirate anyway. What does your doing have to do with a marine like me?" After saying that, he left straight away. As he was leaving, he suddenly turned around and said with a playful smile, "Your house is nice, but it has been left there for too long. It needs more ventilation. Remember to open the windows at night." Chapter 15, The Fallen Major General. After saying that, Kizuru left, just as suddenly as he came. Open windows for ventilation? It sounded like he was hinting at something. Night raid? Following this line of thought and thinking of some weird plots, Shane's face became more and more ugly, and his body trembled with fear. "Close the window, make sure to close the window." Under Kagura's gaze as if he was an idiot, Shane suddenly shouted excitedly. The cottage has 2 floors, with a total of 7 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 upper and lower bathrooms, and an underground warehouse. Each bedroom is equipped with a balcony, and there are many windows that need to be closed. So, after all the operations, even Xiaoyan's strengthened body couldn't bear it and he sat in the living room, breathing slightly. At this time, Kagura, who had finished her meal and was responsible for washing the dishes, had come out of the kitchen with her work completed. She naturally lay down on the sofa, humming comfortably, then took out the remote control from the drawer of the coffee table and turned on the projection telephone TV of this world. The dormant Den Mushi suddenly woke up, making a bo-bo sound like dialing a phone, then its eyes opened wide and emitted 2 rays of light onto the wall. The light flashed twice, and an extremely clear TV picture gradually appeared on the wall. Hearing the sound, Shane curiously sat over and watched with Kagura. Television in this world seemed to have only been developed recently. It did not have the wide variety of entertainment programs that we have on Earth. Instead, it only had current affairs reports similar to those in newspapers, with a reporter reading out a string of text. The biggest event in recent times is naturally the attack on the celestial dragons by pirates from the Sabayati archipelago. The headshots of 3 pirate leaders appeared in the center of the projection surface: Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, and Eustace Captain Kidd. Under the angry tone of the reporter's report, these 3 people were labeled as the real culprits behind the Sabayati archipelago incident, and all the losses caused by the Celestial Dragon Marine's battle with the pirates after landing on the island were finally attributed to these 3 people. On the head. Seeing this, Kagura turned off the TV angrily. "Why did you turn it off? You just watched it for a while." Shane asked in surprise. "It's so boring. The television in this world is so boring. There's only fake news like this," Kagura said angrily. She didn't know the other 2 protagonists in the report, but she had interacted with Luffy before, and she knew that he was just a fool who ate as much as she did. How could he be as vicious as described in the report? It's true that there are a lot of false elements. Xiaoyan nodded, and then said with a hint of sympathy. "In fact, Luffy is the only real murderer. The other 2 are just unlucky people who were implicated." Time passed slowly, the sun set, and night was approaching. Shane and Kagura did not just lie at home that afternoon. They first did a thorough cleaning of their new home, then went out to buy clothes and daily necessities, and returned home before dark. Shane bought multiple copies of toothbrushes, towels, shampoos, shower gels, etc., to prepare in advance for the new companions who were about to arrive. Night. Shane prepared a large table of delicious food, which was displayed in a dazzling array. In addition to the food, there was also a bottle of wine on the table. That was a gift that old Neil brought when he visited in the afternoon. He said it was a gift from the director of the shipyard to celebrate his housewarming. Looking at Kagura, who was eagerly waiting and drooling, Xiaen poured himself a glass of wine and said, "Let's eat." Kagura cheered excitedly and just raised her chopsticks. Suddenly, snap! The sound of shattering windows rang in their ears, and the two people at the table subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. But then a horizontal figure rushed in from the window, landed on the ground, slid on it very smoothly, and finally landed in front of the two people at the edge of the dining table. Shane and Kagura were stunned and rubbed their eyes at the same time, thinking they were dreaming. It took a long while for the two to come back to their senses and focus their attention on this guest. This is a person lying on a stretcher, unconscious. Judging from the situation, he must have been thrown into their new home along with the stretcher. What a poor person! This was the thought that came to the minds of both of them after they saw the condition of the person on the stretcher. He was tall, more than 2 meters in height, with a big X printed on his exposed chest, a crescent-shaped round hat on his head, and a mysterious eye patch on his eyes. The reason why Shane and the others felt that he looked miserable was because his upper body was almost entirely wrapped in bandages, including half of his face, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured not long ago. Fallen Major General Drake. Shane recognized the identity of this guest after just a few glances. He had met him once yesterday. At the same time, he also understood what Kizaru said when he left during the day, "Remember to open the window at night." Good fellow, if I don't open the window, you will just break it, right? Even if you don't care about my window, you can't use the patient's head to smash the window. Is this how you Marines treat undercover agents? Xiaen curled his lips and secretly cursed Kizaru for being dishonest. But he was secretly happy in his heart, looking at Drake on the stretcher with surprise in his eyes. Drake, one of the 11 pirate supernovas, animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Allosaurus form. Shane's eyes lit up and he silently summoned Cheat. 2 days until next summon, summoning condition, 30 million berries. Summoning medium, a bomb that is powerful enough to kill an ordinary Poseidon, and a dragon scale. Shane was overjoyed. When he first saw the requirements for the summoning medium, he thought of this person with dragon-related abilities who was the only one to appear in the early stage. Because of his lack of strength, he had never tried to look for her actively, but he didn't expect that Kizaru would actually bring him to her. This is really effortless. Wait. After his injury heals, he will ask him to give him a piece of scale. I believe that as a character with a high sense of justice in the anime like Drake, he will most likely agree to such a small request from his benefactor. Plus the bomb that can kill Poseidon that I asked old Neil to find out during the day, it seems that by tomorrow we may be able to gather both summoning media. Wouldn't it be possible to selectively summon a companion at that time? Hey. How long are you going to stare at this muscular man? I have never been looked at with such greed and lust. Is it because I am wearing too much? Seeing Shane grinning foolishly there, Kagura couldn't sit still anymore. She put her hands on her hips and puffed up her cheeks. As she spoke, she placed her hands on the buttons of her cheongsam, as if she was preparing to show Xiaen something good. But you don't have any. Don't. Shane was startled by her action and shuddered. Humph. Seeing his anxious expression, Kagura snorted proudly, with a bit of smugness on her face, and then puffed out her chest towards him. Damn little female ghost. If you weren't afraid of that mysterious river crab power, you would know what it means. Xiaoyan's face was filled with black lines. He could no longer hold back his evil hands. He raised his right hand high, put his 2 fingers together, and swung it heavily at her smooth forehead. A crisp blow to the head. Ouch! Kagura covered her head and stomped her feet in pain. Seeing her performance, Xiaoyan nodded with satisfaction. Stop yelling here, come and help, let's move the new roommate to the bed, and then it's time to go back to eat. Chapter 16 Grateful Drake. The next day. Early morning. When Drake woke up, he found himself in a strange room, lying on a strange bed, with 2 strange people in front of him. His brain shut down for a second, but when he saw countless rising bubbles outside the window, he realized that he was still in the Sabayati Islands, and the 2 people in front of him were most likely residents of the island who were kind enough to take him in. But the way these 2 benefactors looked at him didn't seem right. Could it be that you discovered my identity? No, if they really knew, they should have taken me to the marine base to collect the bounty while I was unconscious. After all, most people would not refuse a bounty of 200 million. Thinking of this, Drake couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness on his face, and then looked at the 2 beneficiaries in front of him. He wanted to say thank you, but was interrupted. Xiaozhang, he's awake. He's really awake. The little girl looked at him in surprise, with bloodshot eyes. After confirming that he really woke up, she quickly hugged the young man next to her and screamed. After hearing this, the young man turned his head mechanically, his eyes were also bloodshot, with 2 thick black bags under his eyes, and he looked at him with an incredible expression. It actually came back to life. Our efforts all night were not in vain. After saying that, the young man fell to the ground like an old man looking back on his life. Natsu-chan. The girl fell to the ground and cried, slapping the young man's chest hard, tears streaming down her face. One night? Hearing this, Drake was shocked. 2 strangers not only took in the seriously injured and unconscious self, but even spent a whole night looking after him to ensure that he could wake up safely. One can imagine how deeply moved this was for him who had lacked the care of relatives and friends since childhood. Last night, when the 2 men carried Drake to the 2nd floor, an accident happened. The stretcher suddenly broke in the middle. The 2 of them didn't expect it. They could only watch helplessly as Drake rolled down the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor like a ball. The scene was horrific. Blood splattered everywhere, cloth tape flew everywhere, and Drake's entire bandaged upper body was stained red by the blood from the 2nd rupture of the wound. At the same time, his head came into close contact with the ground as he rolled down to the 1st floor, breaking out. A new large gash was opened, and blood spurted out. He collapsed to the ground, a bloody man alive. Xiaoyan and Kagura were stunned, their souls were almost scared out of their bodies. Xia-chan, how many tables is your custom over there? Kagura said in a trembling voice for a long time. Bang! After his head collapsed, Xiaoyan yelled anxiously, you greedy girl, are you thinking about eating dinner so early? Others are not dead yet. Then, the 2 of them spent the whole night busy. After moving Drake back to the room, they bandaged his wounds, wiped his body, put on new bandages, and then cleaned up the blood stains downstairs. They continued to work like this until early in the morning. When the 2 finally finished everything and went to the bathroom to clean themselves and returned to the room, they found that Drake had actually woken up. On the dining table. Looking at the table full of steaming breakfast in front of him, Drake couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Brother Shane is such a good person. Not only did he care about his health as soon as he woke up, but also when he heard his stomach growling because of hunger, he rushed out of the house to buy him a table of breakfast. Even a tough guy like Drake couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As far as he could remember, not even Mr. Zhangguo had been as nice to him as he was. Therefore, Drake made up his mind to repay this kindness. So, when he asked the benefactor in front of him with great expectation how he expected to repay him, his answer stunned Drake. "Need one of my scales." Drake paused, and because he was too shocked, he choked on his food. After drinking a few sips of the water that Xian handed over, he finally calmed down. After saying thank you, he asked with a puzzled look. "Can my scales do anything?" "Wait. Shane, do you know who I am?" Realizing the blind spot, Drake's eyes suddenly became serious, but soon after realizing that Shane was his benefactor, the seriousness instantly dissipated. "Of course I know. Aren't you one of the pirate supernovas, fallen Major General Drake?" Shane answered casually. "So you already knew it?" Drake was silent, lowered his head, and wondered what he was thinking. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly looked up at Shane. "You knew I was a pirate but still dared to take me in when I was wanted by Marine. I don't know whether to say that you are brave or ambitious, Shane." Shane shook his head. "We didn't take you in on our own initiative, but someone brought you to our home last night." "Who is it?" Drake asked doubtfully, but he had the answer in his heart, and he believed that Shane and the others would never know this answer. "Who else could it be? Of course it's the old guy who hurt you." Xian spread his hands. "Hey?" Drake was petrified on the spot. His eyes were filled with genuine shock. He never expected that this ordinary person in front of him could know so much. Could it be that he was also present at the scene the day before yesterday? No, even if he was there, Mr. Kizaru showed no signs of holding back, so it was impossible for him to be discovered. The day before yesterday, shortly after Shane and Kagura escaped from the battlefield, Drake appeared on the scene. He joined Hawkins, Uraj, and EPUB as a pirate supernova on the surface, but secretly as a marine undercover, fighting with Kizaru and the pacifists. The final result is self-evident. The four were defeated and were kicked into supernovas by Kizaru one by one. Things were supposed to be going perfectly according to plan, but what was unexpected was that Mr. Kizaru was affected by something and failed to control his strength when attacking him, causing him to suffer more than planned. The injuries caused him to faint on the spot. After waking up, he came to Shane. "Do you know him?" Drake asked cautiously. "Who?" "Oh, are you talking about that wretched old man who likes to eat for free?" Shane raised his eyebrows, and was a little annoyed when he mentioned the old man. He pointed at Drake's position. "He was sitting right here in your seat yesterday and eating for free, don't you think so, Kagura?" Burp Kagura, who was silently devouring food on the side, burped in response. "What?" After hearing this, Drake stood up excitedly. His chest rose and fell for a moment. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to continue eating breakfast. He looked at Shane with no more tentative eyes. "Hey, brother Shane, you should have told me earlier that you are Mr. Kizaru's subordinates." Chapter 17 Summoning Mediums Gathered. "No, I'm not." In the next few minutes, Drake seemed to have determined that Shane was a Marine. No matter how Shane explained, he didn't believe it. He just said, "Mr. Kizaru will not let me have a relationship with him." "Known by people other than Marine," replied. "You are such a jerk." Xian was so angry that he was speechless. He put down his finger helplessly and sighed. "Well, forget it. You can look at me however you want, but you can't go back on my request. You asked for it yourself." "Of course." Drake nodded immediately, and the look he gave Shane had turned into the kind of intimacy and trust he gave his colleague. "But I want to ask you what you are going to do with the scales I transform into after I transform?" he asked curiously, and then, as if afraid that Shane would think he regretted it, he quickly added. "If you have something to hide, you don't have to tell me. My body is too badly injured, and my abilities are limited. At my current recovery speed, it will take at least 3 days for me to fully transform into a beast." 3 days? Hearing this, Xian was slightly stunned, then he called out the summoning panel in his mind. After seeing the time on the panel clearly, his brows slowly frowned. Time until next summon, 1 day, summoning condition, 30 million berries. 1 day's time, according to the time of the first summoning, the next summoning time is actually around noon tomorrow morning, and by then Drake's body obviously has not recovered yet, so he needs to wait 2 more days. Shane felt upset. All the conditions for summoning were met and the summoning time was almost up, but he still had to wait. No, I promised old Neil to go to Dressrosa as soon as possible to rescue his wife and daughter, so I can't delay. It seems that we can only place our hope on another summoning medium. After chatting for a short while, Drake finished his breakfast, said hello to Shane Kagura, and then prepared to go back to the bedroom to lie down and rest in order to recover as soon as possible. Shane called him over and took out a bunch of newspapers and magazines from a bubble bag. He bought them this morning when he bought breakfast. He wanted to keep them for himself to read and deepen his understanding of the world. Now Drake is determined to recuperate here for a few days, and these things can just help him entertain himself when he is bored. Drake was delighted when he saw this. After thanking him twice, he picked up the newspapers and magazines on the table and limped back to the bedroom. At the same time, Shane and Kagura also finished their breakfast. Looking at the clear weather outside the window, Shane suddenly had the idea of going out, either to find another summoning medium or just to take a stroll. Either way, it was better than lying at home. In the previous world, he was a social animal who hardly went out except for work. In the new world, he finally didn't have to work all day long, so he decided to try to make some changes and go out more often to enjoy this wonderful life. However, just as Shane was urging the reluctant Kagura to put on her shoes, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Shane, little Kagura, are you home?" It was old Neil's voice. Hearing that there were guests coming meant that they couldn't go out for the time being. Kagura's face lit up with joy. Her idea was completely different from Shane's. No matter how good the weather was outside, she would never go out as long as she was not starving to death. If Shane hadn't threatened her with the next meal, she wouldn't have followed him out. At that moment, she swung and kicked her feet, and the little leather shoes, which Shane took her to buy yesterday, that she had just put on halfway were taken off again, revealing a pair of white and tender little feet. Then she ran back to the living room barefoot, threw herself on the sofa, and flipped through a magazine while drinking a drink. The series of actions were so fast that Shane was stunned for a long time. It was not until the knock on the door sounded again that he came to his senses and went to the gate of opening. After the door opened, old Neil came in hurriedly with a sack on his back, like a thief, with an expression of nervousness and excitement on his face. "What are you doing?" Seeing him like this, Xian asked suspiciously. "I bought what you wanted." Old Neil smiled mysteriously, and without further delay, he put down the sack on his body. The stuff in the sack was very heavy. This was Shane's first impression. Because even though old Neil put it down very lightly, it still made a muffled sound when it hit the ground. Shane guessed what it was and a look of joy appeared on his face. At the signal of old Neil, he squatted down and opened the sack with his own hands. As expected. "It's a bomb." It was a big bag, black and bulging, almost half the size of a person, and probably weighed several hundred kilograms. If old Neil wasn't a shipbuilder who did manual labor, it would have been impossible for him to carry the bomb back to his home. "Found a suitable summoning medium, do you want to absorb and store it?" After seeing the message from the summoning panel, Xian was overjoyed. But no matter how excited he was not prepared to use his cheating ability in front of old Neil. Instead, he asked him to help him move the bomb to the underground warehouse in the cabin. "Where did you get this bomb?" After moving, the two returned to the living room. Shane poured 2 full glasses of wine, slapped away a small hand that reached out to grab the wine, and handed 1 glass to old Neil. "Cool." After taking a big sip, old Neil wiped the sweat off his face, looked at Shane, and said without hesitation. "In our shipyard warehouse. Brother Shane, you may not know that a while ago, 11 pirates came to the Sabayati archipelago one after another. They were called pirate supernovas. In order to prevent them, local merchant ships and various nobles came to the shipyard. Strengthen the ship's weapons. So, I casually asked yesterday afternoon and found out that there were still some unloaded bombs in the warehouse, and then I bought them at the internal price of several million Baileys." After hearing this, Shane understood. He was surprised, but not overly shocked. The control over weapons in this world is not strict. Some pirates in the East Daxia Sea with bounties of tens of millions of Baileys can be equipped with advanced artillery. In the Sabayati archipelago, which is closest to the New World entrance Fishman Island in this Grand Line, it is not too difficult to just find a bomb powerful enough to kill an ordinary Poseidon. Shane originally wanted to take Kagura to the black market and auction house in the chaotic area to try his luck. But he didn't expect that old Neil would bring the things directly to his door. It really is a piece of cake. Wait, didn't I just say this yesterday? Without thinking any more, Shane took out 10 million Baileys from the cheat space and wanted to give it to old Neil, who paid for the bomb for him. As expected, old Neil decisively refused. "Brother Shane, this is the only way I can help you. I hope you won't refuse again." "Okay, then, why don't you stay for a meal and some drinks?" Xiaen waved his hand without forcing him. "Hey, sure. I heard that Brother Xiaen's cooking skills are very good. Today I finally have a chance to try it." Chapter 18 Second Summoning, Clay. Day 5 of the journey, early morning. In the underground warehouse. Early in the morning, before the roosters crowed, Shane got up first, and excitedly pulled Kagura from the next room here. Kagura was sleepy, with disheveled hair, wearing only a white pajamas, and sitting on a chair with her knees hugged. "I will definitely lock the door to my room next time." She rubbed her eyes, her face still a little dazed from sleep, and after a long while she looked at Xiaen viciously. In this regard, Shane said he was well prepared. He took out a huge lollipop from his pocket, and then stuffed it into the girl's slightly open mouth as she looked at him blankly. Kagura struggled subconsciously. When the sweetness of the lollipop reached her taste buds, her eyes suddenly lit up and her body instantly calmed down. "Humph, I can't be bribed by a lollipop." She licked the lollipop greedily while making an unconvincing argument. Yes, you are the most courageous." Xiaen patted her little head with an amused look on his face, and suddenly there was excitement in his eyes. After 3 days of waiting, the character summon was finally unlocked just now. Start summoning. Without any hesitation, Shane moved the bomb that was moved to the warehouse yesterday to the central position. After a thought, he stared at the ground with anticipation. Wow! First, there was a gust of wind that blew up out of nowhere, making the debris in the house rustle. After the strong wind, the ground was covered with hazy blue light, which gradually enveloped the entire warehouse. This time, Shane could see clearly that there were some ancient spells on the ground, crisscrossing and extending from the inside to the outside to form a circular summon. Magic circle. In the next moment, the space shattered, the air contracted like flowing water, and a black vortex suddenly condensed in the center of the warehouse. A petite red figure jumped out from the vortex and fell to the ground with a thud. Pointed ears, light brown hair, ruby eyes full of curiosity about the world, carrying a bulging small leather bag on his back, with both hands grasping the backpack straps in front of him. Combined with his figure, he looks just like primary school students carrying school bags to school are all the same. The combination of short skirt, long boots, and knee-high socks highlights her cute and lovely features. "Excuse me, is there really a place here where Clay can fry fish?" The little girl raised her head, her big watery eyes were full of anticipation, as if she had been waiting for a long time, and her voice was clear and ethereal. "Fried fish?" The corner of Shane's mouth twitched, and it was unclear whether the emotion in his eyes was surprise or annoyance. After the little Lolita said the first sentence, her information gradually emerged in Xiaoyan's mind. Successfully summoned Clay from the Genshin Impact world. Host gains access to some of the character's attributes and abilities. For details, please check the character panel. Character panel. Character Shane. Age 24. Race, human, 91%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Abilities: Conqueror's Domineering Power Awakening, 11.26%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 14.39%. Influenced by the elven blood, Shane's skin became whiter, and now his skin color is almost the same as Kagura's. Moreover, his body has become lighter. He feels that he can even run on a smooth wall if he exerts all his strength. At the same time, in his pupils, which were gradually turning red, he could see the element of fire permeating the air. He felt that with a little guidance, he could condense a fireball in his hands out of thin air. Sure enough, the flame fruit, even dogs can't. Why do we need to fry the fish? Aren't fish meant to be caught and eaten? Kagura's voice brought Shane back to reality. I don't know, but Kelly thinks it's fun, and fried fish can be eaten. Kelly looked at the young lady in front of her who looked not much older than her, tilting her head. The head explained. During this time, her eyes kept glancing at the older brother who was in a daze beside her. She always felt that his breath was becoming closer and closer, just like a family member. Can it be fried? Kagura was stunned. The lollipop in her mouth suddenly felt less fragrant. She immediately ran over and took Klee's hand. Let's go now. Okay. Hearing that this young lady would take her to fry fish and wanted to join in, Kelly was so happy that her eyes were full of smiles. After that, she turned her curious eyes to Xiaoyan. Are you Xiaoyan's brother? Brother Shane? Hearing this sweet voice, Xiaoyan felt his heart was about to melt. Yes, I am Shane. How do you know my name? Shane subconsciously lowered his voice and said softly. My name is Clay, from the Knights of Favonius. Today, I was in the confinement room. No, I was daydreaming in the room when I suddenly heard a voice. It said that as long as she came to another world and became a companion of a brother named Shane, Clay could fry fish freely from now on. As Kelly explained, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she could hardly suppress her excitement. She wanted to go out for fish frying with her new young lady as soon as possible. Children's thoughts are basically revealed on the surface. Seeing her anxious heart, Xiaoyan certainly would not delay any longer and said with a smile. The thing that is most abundant in this world is fish. Let Kagura take you out for some fun. After saying goodbye to Shane politely, Kelly took Kagura, who couldn't wait any longer, and the two of them skipped out the door. Shane looked at their departing backs with satisfaction like an old father. As expected of Kagura, her relationship with her new companions developed rapidly in just a short while, and by the time they came back from a day of play, they would probably have become very good friends. This atmosphere of harmonious coexistence among companions is exactly what Shane hopes to see. However, as if recalling some terrible scene, a hint of panic appeared in Shane's eyes. How could I be so relieved to let this group go out and play together? He knew Kagura's character very well. She was fearless and even dared to touch Admiral Kizaru. Although Kelly looks like a harmless little girl, according to Shane's understanding of her, she is definitely not a person who would stay at ease. The bulging bomb in the backpack behind her is proof of that. If we really let these two guys go out and play on their own, I'm afraid the entire Sabayati archipelago will be sunk by them by tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stood up and chased in the direction the two people left. But just as he ran out of the door, a familiar and friendly face appeared at the door. Hey! Brother Shane, you seem to be doing well lately. Rayleigh was holding 3 bottles of wine and seemed to have just walked to Shane's door. Next to him was old Neil, who was holding a pile of food in bubble bags behind him. Chapter 19. I experienced Shane's happiness. Mr. Rayleigh? Why are you here with old Neil? After seeing who was coming, Shane was a little surprised. For a moment, he didn't care about Kagura and Clay who had disappeared, and hurriedly welcomed the two guests into the house. Didn't I tell you that I had contact with the boatman from island number 53 in the casino? Rayleigh smiled and looked around the cabin. Unlike his first time here, old Neil seemed to be very familiar with the place. He didn't even need Shane's guidance and took the ingredients he brought to the refrigerator and kitchen by himself. I met Rayleigh today on Island 53, and I realized that you also know this old gambler. In fact, Mr. Rayleigh recommended me to come to Island 53 to build a ship. At that time, I wanted to find a place to stay with Kagura first, and then go to the shipyard the next day. I didn't expect that you, old Neil, would suddenly appear to receive us. Shane took out 3 wine glasses, took the bottle from Rayleigh, and poured a glass for all 3 of them. Mr. Rayleigh, shouldn't you be coating Luffy's ship right now? Why did you have time to come to me? Shane handed them the wine glasses and asked with a puzzled look on his face. It has been plated today, but even though the ship is ready, it may take a long time for the owner to return. Rayleigh took a sip of wine, a hint of reminiscence appearing in his deep eyes. 2 days ago, Rayleigh rescued the Straw Hat Pirates from Kizaru. Just as he was fighting fiercely with Kizaru, an unexpected guy suddenly appeared. Shishibukai Bartholomew Kuma. After a brief exchange he reached an agreement with Rayleigh. Rayleigh would hold Kizaru aside, while he would use the power of the fruit to send Luffy and his companions to a safe island. If you were to travel, where would you choose to go? Bear took off his gloves, and under Kizaru's increasingly ugly gaze, he slapped the Straw Hat Pirates members away one by one. After that, Kizaru no longer wanted to fight with Rayleigh, and he turned into a light escape and disappeared. On the way, he accidentally found Drake who was bleeding too much and fell to the ground unconscious, so he had to secretly take him away and hide him somewhere. Healing, and the next day when he learned that Shane and Kagura were still staying in the Sabaody archipelago, he had a bold idea. After separating from the bear, Rayleigh followed the agreement with the Straw Hat Pirates and moved their ship to Island 53 to secretly complete the coating. After the work was completed, he remembered that Shane and the others were also on the island, so he decided to come and visit them. So that's how it is. After hearing what Rayleigh said about what he had experienced in the past 2 days, Shane finally understood why Kizaru threw Drake into his house. The war on the top is approaching. As one of the strongest Marines, he cannot stay in the Sabaody Islands. The Marines on the island will be transferred back to the headquarters, so he gives the task of taking care of Drake to Shane and Kagura. What always puzzled Shane was why Kizaru, who had only met him a few times, trusted him and Kagura so much. Isn't he afraid that he will make it public that Drake is Marine undercover? Seeing Shane's somewhat tangled expression, Rayleigh mistakenly thought that he was worried about Luffy and the others. While lamenting that young people value friendship, he also advised, "Brother Shane, don't worry too much. I believe that with the bond between Luffy and the others, we will definitely be able to gather together and set sail again." "Ah? I'm not worried about them at all. What do the protagonists have to worry about?" Shane was confused. He felt that Rayleigh's words were full of admiration for the Straw Hat Pirates. He didn't know whether it was because of the Straw Hat or Shanks. I nodded and agreed, "Yes, I believe them too." The view turns to the other side. Kagura and Clay ran out of the door in a hurry, as if they were avoiding someone, and they ran for more than 10 blocks in one breath before stopping. Who, Kagura sister, although Clay really wants to go fry the fish, there's no need to run so fast, right? Clay was so tired that she was gasping for breath, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Kagura. Her physical strength was already extraordinary, at least in Mondstadt, and it was difficult for the Knights of the Knights Templar to catch her after she got into trouble. Unexpectedly, this new friend who didn't look special and was only half a head taller than her could actually run faster than her, and she didn't even breathe hard after running, which shows how terrifying her physical fitness is. "Hey, you are still too young, little Carrie. How could that guy let us two go out and play so confidently? He must be regretting it now and chasing after us." After seeing that there was no one chasing after her, Kagura breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression changed, and he suddenly raised his hand and patted Kelly's little head, imitating the way Shane usually patted her head. "Wow, it turns out that patting the head of someone shorter than you is such a comfortable thing." Kagura finally understood Shane's happiness. She reached out and stroked Kelly's head, and couldn't help but humming. Kelly did not reject the actions of her new friend, thinking that this was a sign of intimacy between friends. "Then should we continue running? Completely avoid brother Shane, and then go to the beach to fry fish together." She raised her head and waved her little fist eagerly. Kagura came back to her senses, looked down, her eyes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but gasp. "This is so cute, it's unfair." Sweet voice, pointed ears, a reddish delicate face, and doubtful deep red pupils. No wonder Xiaozhang was so anxious to get himself up early in the morning. It turned out to be for such a cute little loli. Damn it! I was actually bribed by a lollipop. What made Kagura most uncomfortable was that the perspective from which she was looking down at the loli was exactly the same as the perspective from which Shane looked at her every day. So it turns out that guy has such a good life every day, and now the happiness is doubled. The more Kagura thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned around and saw that such a long time had passed and the guy still hadn't caught up with her. Kagura couldn't help but feel a little confused. Based on her understanding of Shane, he would most likely go out and catch up with them at this time. Could it be that he was stopped by someone when he was leaving? "Why aren't you talking, Kagura sister? Or should we wait for Shane's sister to go play together?" Seeing that Kagura remained silent, Clay tugged at the corner of Kagura's clothes and asked with her head tilted. "Humph, I don't want to wait here for that Lolita, let's go together first." Kagura said angrily, grabbed Clay's hand and ran towards the beach. "Harbor! Get out of here! This is the cargo that the great celestial dragons need. You bastards dare to stop us!" A slave ship branded with the flag of the celestial dragons sailed into the harbor. Relying on the noble status of the celestial dragons, it was like a bully on the ship, running rampant all the way and knocking away all the ships that blocked its way. But what they didn't know was that after reaching the shore, they would be greeted by two little girls frying fish together. Chapter 20, Teacher Rayleigh's Domineering Guidance. "You want to teach me how to be domineering yourself?" In the living room, Shane looked at Rayleigh in surprise, his voice filled with excitement and surprise. While the three were drinking and chatting, Rayleigh learned that Shane promised old Neil that he would go to dress Rosa to save his wife and daughter. He suddenly proposed the idea of guiding Xiaen in his domineering practice. "Domineering? What is this? Do I need this old gambler to teach me?" Old Neil's eyes flickered. As a boatman, he had been to the New World several times, but he had never fought with anyone, so he had no idea about domineering. But looking at Brother Shane's serious look, it is clear that domineering is not a simple thing. Moreover, Shane needs to seek guidance from Rayleigh. Could it be that this old drunkard who always loses money is actually a hidden master? You can think of it as a basic ability that is essential to the New World. With it, we can better fight against people with special abilities. Shane explained the situation to him as simply as possible, his passionate eyes still focused on Rayleigh. As we all know, the protagonist Luffy in the original work learned his domineering power from the old man in front of him. It was also the solid foundation built by Rayleigh that made him stronger every time he met a new master after entering the New World. Expansive growth. Of course, the role of Nikahalo might have played a big role in this, but he definitely believed 100% in the teaching level of the protagonist's first master. Rayleigh said nothing, but raised the glass to his lips and took a sip. After a moment, when he put the wine glass back on the table, a flash of red light flashed across his eyes. Shane's body trembled suddenly. An inexplicable aura suddenly burst out from Rayleigh's body, like a strong wind blowing in his face, causing the wooden windows in the house to crack and the furniture to shake. Old Neil shuddered and saw the house shaking. He thought the wind was blowing in because the window was not closed, so he complained and ran to close the window. He was not affected by this pressure at all. But Shane, who had been looking directly at Rayleigh, was completely enveloped by this momentum, or perhaps this momentum was directed towards him. It is like a king standing above all other living beings, making people want to kneel down and worship him. In an instant, Shane felt his mind being violently hit, his soul wailing, as if he would faint in the next moment. This is Conqueror's Domineering. One Piece's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh's Conqueror's Domineering. After realizing what was happening, Shane clenched his teeth, his eyes became firm, and he used all his strength to prevent his bones from collapsing under this fierce momentum. As if sensing Shane's unyielding will, a strong aura suddenly burst out from his eyes, and under the pressure of Rayleigh's aura, it continued to rise. As these two forces continued to confront each other, Shane finally regained control of his body. He did not speak to end the ordeal initiated by Rayleigh. Instead, under Rayleigh's admiring gaze, he endured the pressure, slowly stretched out his hand, grabbed the wine bottle on the table with difficulty, and poured it into Rayleigh's glass. A full cup, neither more nor less, not a bit missing nor a bit overflowing. Shane put the bottle back in place and said with a forced smile, "Mr. Rayleigh, do I qualify?" As soon as the words fell, the whole room returned to silence. "Ha ha ha, brother Shane, you really have awakened this power." Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, picked up the wine that Shane had poured and took a sip with satisfaction. After his laughter died down, the overwhelming momentum instantly dissipated, and the room returned to normal immediately, as if nothing had happened. However, the cracks in the window and the slightly shifted furniture made it seem unusual. At least old Neil finally figured it out. Is this what domineering is? The corners of his mouth trembled, and he looked at the changed environment at home with horror. He couldn't imagine that two people sitting still could affect the window more than 10 meters away and even cause a crack in the window. If that momentum was directed at a human, wouldn't it have killed that person directly? To be precise, it is one of the 3 colors of Haki, Conqueror's Haki, which is an ability that only 1 out of millions of people is qualified to awaken. Rayleigh explained with a smile, but there was a dazed look in her eyes. Another young man who has mastered Conqueror's dominance. It seems that the sea now is really what you wish. Brother Shane, your Conqueror's domineering aura is still in the initial awakening stage, and you haven't reached the point where you can use it at will. But don't worry, you just need to practice with me once a day like you did just now, and you will be able to master it after a week. Every day. Shane, who was lying on the chair and gasping for breath, had a look of despair on his face. After finishing Conqueror's match with Rayleigh, he felt that his body was almost exhausted and he didn't even have the strength to stand. The physical aspect is a small matter. The most painful thing is that after the fight, most of my spirit is drained away. This feeling was just like when he stayed up all night in an internet cafe with his classmates in high school and then went back to the classroom early in the morning to attend 4 consecutive math classes. If he closed his eyes now, he would probably fall asleep in less than a minute. If this happened every day, Shane would feel painful. Yes, every day. Seeing Shane's distress, Rayleigh smiled even more happily. In his eyes, the 2 most talented young people he has seen in recent years are Luffy and Shane. The 2 completely different personalities remind him of his 2 former apprentices, Shanks and Buggy. However, leaving Luffy aside, Buggy's talent is much worse than Shane's. Rayleigh, who was lost in reminiscence, looked particularly peaceful, with a smile on his lips, like an ordinary old man with grey hair, sipping wine and reminiscing about the past. But in Shane's eyes, this scene seemed more like a sinister old man thinking of ways to torture his future students. Shane felt a chill in his heart, and just as he was about to open his mouth to reprimand Rayleigh, words came that made him even more desperate. After the daily Conqueror's Hacky training, the next step is Armament Hacky and Observation Hacky. Armament Hacky mainly depends on you finding enemies to practice, preferably wild beasts in the mountains, and Observation Hacky requires me to do a little bit of practice. Help? What help do you mean? Shane swallowed. He remembered the scene in the anime when Rayleigh taught Luffy Hacky. No way, you're not going to take out a stick and stand there, and then let me blindfold myself and sit on the ground to avoid your attack. Hey, I'm not the King Luffy who has the ability to take a beating. You'll know soon enough. Rayleigh smiled sinisterly. Kelly knew she was in trouble again. When she and her sister Kagura arrived at the beach and threw all the bombs in their backpacks into the sea, a very fast ship rushed over and happened to enter the minefield they had set up. Klee's bomb is not an ordinary bomb. In order to show it off in front of her new friends, she took out her most proud work and even put all the fire elemental power she could control into it. Moreover, when Clay used her ability, she discovered that in this world, perhaps because of the strong fire element, her ability to guide the fire element in the air was even stronger. Therefore, this bomb is definitely the most powerful one she has ever launched. Boom! The sound was as loud as thunder, and the entire Sabayati archipelago was affected and shook twice. The sea water boiled, and a huge wave dozens of meters wide and dozens of meters high was set off. Also rising into the sky was the slave ship that had been blown to pieces. As the water splashed down, the sea water dozens of meters high turned into raindrops and suddenly rushed towards the entire harbor, submerging many ships docked at the edge of the harbor into the sea. Enemy, attack! Enemy attack! The people on the slave ship finally landed at this time. After a while, they realized that their ship had been blown up. The guards on the ship shouted in panic. The slaves who were bound by chains now had a chance to escape. They climbed to the shore and fled towards the island. The people who were originally staying in the harbor first heard a loud noise, followed by the invasion of sea water, and then when they opened their eyes, they saw a large group of people rushing towards them. Suddenly, I thought it was another pirate invasion. I didn't care about anything else and just dropped my things and ran away. All of a sudden, the entire port was in turmoil, and the chaos continued to spread into the city. Chapter 21, Reaching Marine Headquarters. Marine Fando, Marine Headquarters. There are only 4 days left to execute Fire Fist Ace. The entire marine land was filled with a pre-war tense atmosphere. Countless marines came from all over the sea, and the harbor was densely packed with warships. The place in front of the execution platform was even more lively, with the crackling sounds of weapons and equipment, various modifications to the terrain, the layout of organs, and more than a dozen giant lieutenant generals standing next to the headquarters building, like statues tens of meters high. Majesty. Headquarters building. A young marine rushed in with hasty steps. Reporting that Fleet Admiral, the seaports of Islands 53 and 54 of the Sabayati archipelago were attacked by unknown bombs, and a slave ship belonging to the Draco was blown up. What? After hearing the news, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku suddenly stood up from his office seat. It's the Sabayati Islands again, and it's the Celestial Dragons again. Could it be that Garp's grandson is behind this again? Thinking of the troublesome monkey family, Zenguo's eyelids twitched with anger and he cast his eyes hard on the sofa. However, they saw their marine hero, Garp, sitting on the sofa in a naive manner, holding a large bag of snacks in his hand and eating voraciously. When Sengoku looked over, his expression instantly became serious, and the temperament he revealed for a moment was a bit like a marine hero. Warring States looked at him for a while, and when he was about to ask him, he saw him suddenly grab the snack bag, swish a few times, and poured the full bag of senbei into his mouth. "Who will steal your food?" Warring States was so angry that his veins were exposed and his fists were clenched tightly. But after all, they have worked together for many years, and this scene has happened too many times. He is almost used to being angry. At present, it is not to the extent that he loses control of his emotions. What's more, in fact, Garp is considered a relatively normal person in this office. There was a man with an afro who was also sitting on the sofa doing nothing. His long legs were stretched high, and his eyes were covered with a black blindfold. His body was rising and falling steadily, and he could vaguely hear snoring. Another wretched old man was wearing sunglasses indoors. He deliberately sat near the window where the sunlight could reach him. He held a newspaper or magazine in his hand and read it openly with his legs crossed. He made wretched comments from time to time. Laughter. Sengoku sighed and returned his gaze to the young marine who came to report. "Is there nothing wrong with the Tianlong people?" "No, what was blown up was just a slave ship that went to the world to purchase slaves for the celestial dragons. There were only subordinates working for the celestial dragons and some captured slaves on the ship." Hearing this, Warring States breathed a sigh of relief, and his frown suddenly relaxed. As long as the Tianlong people are fine, he won't need to send another marine general there. "Oh, what a pity." A sigh suddenly sounded in the office. Sengoku knew who said it without even thinking about it. He ignored this guy who was gloating about his misfortune and continued to look at the young marine in front of him. "Tell me what happened in detail." "Yes, according to the information obtained so far. The murderers were two little girls in their teens. They threw a large number of bombs with unknown abilities on the beach and blew up the Draco slave ship that happened to be docked. The ship was blown to pieces, but there were not many casualties. Except for a few who fell into the water and drowned, everyone else swam ashore, and more than half of the slaves took advantage of the chaos to escape. This is also the case for the Tianlong people, the reason for the anger over there." With that said, young marine respectfully handed over a secret report. Warring States received the secret report, glanced at it briefly, and found that the content was very similar to what young marine said, with just a few more clues about the suspect. Petite body, elf-like face, ability to create fire out of thin air. It's another fire-related ability, but it's quite similar to the protagonist a few days later. Warring States thought for a moment and then asked, "Did you take any photos of them?" "No, this information was given by a local fisherman. I heard him say that he was preparing to go fishing at that time, but suddenly saw two little girls standing on the beach, one with white hair and the other with orange hair." "Orange hair?" Kizaru suddenly made a surprised sound. "What's wrong, do you know Salino?" Sengoku looked at him doubtfully. He rarely saw such an expression on Kizaru's face. "Haha, I just remembered the two interesting young people I met on the Sabayati Islands. Their hair happened to be orange." Kizaru rubbed his chin, and although his eyes were still on the magazine in his hand, he didn't seem to care much on the surface, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. The orange-haired girl is most likely the little Kagura who has been following Brother Xiaen, but he has never seen the other little girl with white hair. Sounds like another promising prospect. Thinking of this, Kizaru felt a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that Malinfando needed him to be in charge in a few days, he would have gone to the Sabayati Islands to be a guest at Xiaen's house. "Oh, there are not many young people you can call interesting. Why didn't you bring them back to Marine headquarters?" The Warring States period was a little surprised. With the picky eyes of these generals, there were few juniors they liked. Unexpectedly, Kizaru met two of them when he went on a mission. Moreover, given his status, he was not able to distinguish them. They brought it back. "Hey, there's no way, I don't have any interest in becoming a marine, so you can't force me to come over, right?" Kizaru spread his hands helplessly. In this regard, the Warring States period was speechless. He gestured to the young marine, who had been interrupted for a long time, to continue. Just when the fishermen were trying to persuade them to leave the beach and play elsewhere, the little girl with white hair suddenly yelled something like bouncing bombs, her whole body burst into flames, and a lot of burning doll-like bombs were thrown out, and then, the celestial dragon slave ship was blown up. Bang bang, bomb! What kind of fruit ability is this? Warring states looked confused. Sabayati Islands. The sun was setting in the west, and the dim sunlight fell into the small courtyard, shining on the two people in the courtyard, the old man holding a stick, and the young man sitting on the ground with a black scarf and blindfolded eyes. The wind howled. A wooden stick was in the hand of the gray-haired old man, carrying a wave of impact in the air, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and the stick went straight towards the young man sitting on the ground with a fierce momentum. When the whistling sound sounded, the blindfolded young man's ears moved slightly, as if he sensed the approaching danger, and his body immediately leaned back. But it was still a moment too late. Bang! The stick hit the side of the young man's face, causing the skin to dent. The young man flew out like a spring contracted by pressure. It's a pity, it's still a little bit worse. The old man put away his stick and stood there, looking at the young man lying down under a big tree with some regret. Yes, he almost beat me to death. The young man climbed up from the ground with difficulty, stood up and sat against the big tree, breathing heavily and covering his nose that had just spit out blood because he landed on his face. Chapter 22 Fireball. Haha, I definitely can't die. The old man chuckled. And at the moment the laughter died down, the old man raised the hand holding the wooden stick. The next moment, it was like a flying sword being unsheathed, bringing with it a long sound of wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly flying wooden stick was already in front of the blindfolded young man. Sure enough, here he comes again, this sinister old fellow. Obviously, this scene was not the first time it happened. Although he did not take off the black scarf covering his eyes, Xiaoyan had been on guard when chatting with the old man. As for why he was so skilled, well, I won't say much. Bloody lessons all day long. As the whistling sound got closer and closer and the sharp feeling of the stick tip was transmitted to the surface of his skin, Shane sat upright with only his head slightly tilted to one side. The sharp feeling suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Shane suddenly stretched out his right hand. Although he covered his eyes, he seemed to be able to see and firmly grabbed the wooden stick that passed by his head. Feeling that he had firmly grasped something, a look of joy immediately appeared on the corners of his mouth. Shane took off his black scarf. What caught my eye was the blood-stained wooden stick in his hand, a thick layer of dark red color, all covered with his blood. He turned around and looked at the place in the courtyard where he had just sat. Likewise, it was all scarlet all around. Shane gasped. He knew that he had been beaten badly by Rayleigh's stick all day, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. If someone else came and saw this, there was blood all over the floor, and you'd probably think someone was slaughtering pigs here. He stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at the old man who was looking at him with a smile. You old man, aren't you afraid of beating me to death? Hearing this, Rayleigh felt no guilt at all. He took out a mirror from somewhere and threw it to Shane. Brother Shane, your body may be much stronger than you realize. Shane took the mirror and saw his disheveled self in the mirror. His face was covered in dust, his clothes were stained with blood, and his body was covered with scars. Judging from the injuries, it was not just caused by being hit by the stick, but also by abrasions from friction with the ground after being knocked away, and scratches from passing through the grass and flowers. If an ordinary person had suffered so many wounds at the same time, he would have turned into a bloody man by now. But Shane was completely different. After his wound was torn, the blood oozed out in less than a moment before his skin healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like the wound on Shane's face after close contact with the earth, it has recovered in less than a few minutes. After wiping off the blood, the skin becomes smooth and looks like new. Shane was shocked. Rayleigh didn't seem particularly surprised. After all, he had traveled around the world with Roger and had seen monsters with extraordinary talents like Kaido and Big Mom. Compared with them, Shane's performance was only, it can be said, that the small witch meets the big witch. The only thing that made him a little curious was whether Kagura, who had similar hair color to Shane and stronger physical fitness, and had some kind of close connection with him, also had this innate physical talent like him. As dusk approached, Rayleigh prepared to leave. Although he had placed the Straw Hat Pirates ship at shipyard number 53 for safekeeping, he was worried that something might happen if he left for too long, so he had to rush back before dark. Having said that, Shane didn't try to persuade him to stay for dinner. "Then I'll come back tomorrow at noon." After saying that, Rayleigh walked away while drinking from his wine jug. Shane didn't stand up to say goodbye because he was too tired. "I was so excited that I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up early in the morning to wait for the summoning of the new character. Just after the summoning, Rayleigh came, and then I had almost a whole day of domineering training. He is now hungry, tired, and sleepy." Check the character panel. Character: Shane. Age 24. Race: Human, 91%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Ability: Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 17.06%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 14.39%. Observation Haki Awakening, 1.07%. Armament Haki Awakening, 0.35%. After a whole day of hard training, Shane smiled sincerely when he saw the 2 new abilities added to the ability column. More importantly, after seeing the data changes in the ability column, he finally figured out the difference between awakening and mastery behind the ability. Awakening is the previous stage of mastering. If an ability is in the awakening state, it means that he is still learning and cannot actively display it. After mastering, he can use it easily. It was like the fire elemental power he mastered after summoning Clay. Squeak! The young man leaning against the tree stretched out his right hand, and with a slight thought, the air suddenly became hot. The red energy was attracted by something and continued to gather towards the palm of his hand, until it condenses into a flame the size of a football. Shane felt the temperature of the flame in his hand. It was extremely hot, burning the air. It was more violent than natural flames, as if it would explode if he let go of it. However, this violent flame seemed to be a part of his body. It was burning in the palm of his hand, but he only felt a warmth. What surprised him even more was that, as he controlled it with his mind, the flame in his hand could move freely, leaving his palm and swaying around him within a few meters at a flickering speed, like it is a faint ghost fire. When it was about 15 meters away from him, the feeling of control as if driven by an arm suddenly disappeared. The flame suddenly stagnated, and then the body suddenly expanded, like a balloon that was inflated too much, and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the flame suspended in the air exploded like a bomb wrapped in flames, causing the air to rise, black smoke to billow, and a black pit several meters in size to appear on the ground. Fireball! Looking at the black pit caused by the explosion on the ground more than 10 meters away, Shane was stunned, and inexplicably recalled the traditional skills of the mage in the game he played in his previous life. Thinking of this, Xiaoen's mind became active. Since fireball is okay, then. Xiaoen suddenly took a deep breath, put his hands in front of his mouth in a trumpet shape, and used his mind to mobilize the fire elemental power in his body, releasing it all at once as he exhaled. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fierce breath of fire gushed out of his mouth, in a cone shape, 5 or 6 meters long. The scorching flames baked the air and the ground like a flamethrower. The air was boiling and the grass was burning, gradually turning black. Cough, cough. However, after 5 or 6 seconds, the cone-shaped flame breath suddenly stopped. Shane's face turned pale and he coughed breathlessly. It actually worked, and the effect was almost the same as the original. Although he looked grim, Shane's dusty and tired face revealed surprise, and he was as happy as a child who had received candy. Chapter 23. Were you dragged into the water by the fish? In the following time, Shane, who had nothing to do, sat on the ground and did a lot of research on the power of fire. First, after releasing the fire twice before, he realized that the fire he released was not generated by his body, but he needed to concentrate his mind to arouse the fire elemental power that already existed in the air, guide it out, and gather it in his body. Body surface. Since he manipulates the elemental power of fire instead of controlling the flames, he cannot emit large amounts of flames from his body like Ace, nor can he be immune to fire damage, and of course he cannot elementalize his body. However, compared to the flame fruit, his ability has another advantage besides being not afraid of sea water. That means it can burn through the air. As the name suggests, within the range of more than 10 meters covered by his spirit, as long as he can control the fire elemental power anywhere within his sight, he can make them condense together into flames and burn. This naturally includes the enemy's body. Shane couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that when he faced the enemy, he just looked at him and the enemy burned to ashes. Although it sounds cruel, if you really encounter a particularly difficult or hard to attack enemy, this may be the trump card that can bring you a surprise victory. However, Shane temporarily gave up this idea shortly after the experiment. Because he found that the farther away from his body, the slower he could guide the fire element. For every additional meter, the guiding time almost doubled. It takes about a breath to condense a fireball in the palm of your hand, but the time required to condense a flame out of thin air a few meters away from your body is extended to nearly half a minute. At more than 10 meters away, within the limit of mental coverage, the time required for guidance is even more exaggerated, requiring a full 5 minutes. Just ask yourself, which enemy in a battle would stand still and give you nearly 5 minutes to guide him? Shane sighed and stopped researching further, instead focusing on summoning cheat. 3 days until next summoning. Summoning condition, 80 million berries. Host's remaining assets, 479 million Baileys. The summoning time is still only 3 days, but the summoning condition has increased to 80 million belly. For a moment, Shane didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The good news is that the summoning time is shorter than he expected, which means that during the 1 month of shipbuilding time, he can summon more characters and feel more at ease when going out to sea. The bad news is that there is not enough money. This time it has increased from 30 million belly to 80 million belly, so by analogy, the next summon will require at least 200 million belly, and the next time it may be as high as 600 or 700 million. This is a number that makes people despair just thinking about it. What's more important is that if he uses all his savings on summoning, then his living expenses will become a problem in the future. The food intake of Kagura alone is equivalent to that of dozens of people. Let's not count Clay and him for now. The important thing is the third companion who will arrive in 3 days. He will be summoned with dragon scales. Shane estimates that she, is most likely related to dragons. In the worst case, she, is a dragon. Needless to say, a dragon's appetite is at least equal to that of a Kagura, or even more. By then, the daily expenditure on food alone would exceed 1 million Baileys, not to mention other living expenses. Alas, it seems that I can't spend all my time on training my domineering skills this month. I have to find some time to make money. Thinking of this, Shane couldn't help but sigh. He could already imagine his miserable life in the next month. But where should I start? Bounty on pirates? There were many pirates with bounties of over 10 million in the first half of the Grand Line, but he didn't even have a ship and didn't have any knowledge of navigation. How could he possibly find his target and capture him in the vast ocean? Doing business? He had even less confidence. Although he had knowledge from another world, he was just an ordinary person before he traveled through time. He had never been involved in business, and he was not like other travelers who made gunpowder and cannons. So, it would be better to let him rob than to let him do business. Robbing? This seems to be the fastest and most suitable way for him to make money. After all, the first fortune he obtained in this world was robbed with the help of Rayleigh. And the human auction house he robbed seemed to be owned by Doflamingo. Robbing his things would not make Shane, who thought he had high morals, feel guilty. However, according to the original plot, the auction house was taken over by Doflamingo after the incident. Abandoned, and now most likely disbanded and run away. So who else can he rob in Sabaody now? Nobles? Celestial dragons? Shane fell into deep thought, sitting casually on the ground with his back against the tree. He looked up at the outside of the yard, his eyes gradually becoming blurred. The afterglow of the setting sun is dotted with setting sun. The sky is dim, and together with the vast ocean in the distance, it naturally forms an ink painting. Shane looked a little dazed. He didn't know how long it had been since he sat and admired the sunset like today. At this time in the past, he would usually still be in the office, working hard. That is to say, only after traveling through time can one be relatively free like now. He was also more grateful to himself for rejecting Kizaru and Luffy's offer a few days ago. If he had followed Kizaru to join the Marines, he would have been dragged to Marineford to work as a laborer, and might even be involved in the summit in a few days. In the war, they faced the Whitebeard pirates. If he had joined Luffy at that time, he would have most likely been slapped by Bear and thrown to an island. I don't know whether it was a blessing or a curse, but it would definitely not be as easy as it is now. Just when Shane was addicted, two charming little girls like elves suddenly appeared in his field of vision, adding vitality to the picture before him. Their faces were tender and rosy, their eyes were innocent and bright, their light brown and orange-red hair was condensed with water droplets, and their whole bodies seemed to have been soaked in sea water, emitting mist. Wait, dipped in sea water? Shane sensed something was wrong, and came to his senses. He looked carefully at the two little girls who had not returned since they left in the morning, and his brows gradually furrowed. Their bodies were wet, their hair was drooping. And a few strands of hair on their foreheads were stuck to their skin, making the two delicate little Lolas look a little embarrassed when they went out. "Aren't you two going to fry fish? Why do you look like you were dragged into the water by the fish?" He stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, and walked into the yard. "Natsu-chan. Brother Shane." The two little girls made surprised sounds at the same time, as if they had found their parents. The voice was so excited that Shane began to have a bad feeling. "Did you two get into trouble?" He slowly approached the two of them, and at the same time he first cast his gaze towards Kagura. He had been with this guy for many days, and usually he could tell whether she had gotten into trouble again just by looking at her expression. Chapter 24 Attempted Murder. Sure enough. The moment Xiaen looked over, Kagura turned her head with a guilty look on her face, not daring to look at him, and looked at Kelly covertly. "Yes, you really got into trouble." Seeing her helpless little look, Xiaen was very amused. At that moment, he roughly understood that it was probably Kelly's bomb that was to blame. "Kelly, what happened?" So, he turned his attention to Kelly, who was looking panicked. "No. Nothing." After hearing this, Kelly's body trembled instantly, like a scumbag who was suddenly called on by the teacher to answer a question. She clasped her hands in front of her body, lowered her head slightly, and her originally clear and energetic voice was also lowered. In short, it fully embodies the word getting into trouble. Xiaen naturally noticed her strangeness at a glance, but he didn't take it too seriously. The two of them just went to the beach to fry fish. Although they looked wet now, they probably caused a lot of noise. But it won't blow up other people's ships, right? Wait. If it's Kelly, it seems like it can really be done. The more Xiaen thought about it, the more panicked he became, and his face turned visibly white. "Don't tell me you really blew up other people's ships." His voice gradually broke down. "How did you know?" 2. The two little ones raised their heads at the same time, looking at him in surprise. Bang! Shane fell directly to the ground. Natsu-chan. Brother Xiaen. Xiaen was carried into the house by two people. He was physically and mentally exhausted after a day of exercise and experimenting with abilities, and then he heard such good news, and he fainted from excitement. When he woke up, he felt it was difficult to breathe and there was a feeling of suffocation in his neck. I didn't realize it until I opened my eyes. Kelly covered his mouth and nose with one small hand, while Kagura straddled him, pinched his neck with both hands, and seemed to be shouting something while pinching him. "Wake up, Natsu-chan!" When these words reached Xiaen's ears, they became "Go to hell, Xiaozhong." "What? Is this a joint murder? What are you two doing in broad daylight?" Xiaen was shocked. He didn't expect that the character he summoned would actually want to kill him. As the feeling of suffocation becomes more and more serious, the desire to survive gradually arouses. He opened his mouth and bit Kelly's finger, and at the same time reached out and grabbed Kagura's hair. "Ah!" ×4. 4 voices sounded at the same time. Kelly and Kagura were suddenly attacked, and the pain caused them to lose their balance and fall on Xiaen. Xiaen was hit in the face by 2 soft forces at the same time, and screamed in pain. The 4th sound came from the stairs leading from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Drake happened to come down from the 2nd floor. As soon as he walked down the stairs, he saw this unbearable scene in front of him. Xiaen, what are you doing in the living room?" His voice was full of disbelief, and he looked at Xiaen, who was pressed down by 2 little girls on the sofa, with a complicated expression. He couldn't believe that brother Xiaen, whom Kizura trusted deeply in his eyes, would actually do such a thing in the living room. He kept the lights off. And Xiaen not only didn't turn off the lights, he didn't even close the door, not to mention that there was still an outsider like him. Shane couldn't hear his voice, because he was still trying to pull out the 2 little ones sitting on him. His eyes were dark and his face felt soft. He didn't know what part of the body was pressing on him. It took a lot of effort for him to escape from the danger of suffocation. "You two, do you want to kill me while I'm unconscious?" He grabbed one with each hand, and when he realized what was pressing on him, he asked with a blushing face. "Brother Shane, are you okay?" Kelly rubbed her butt and smiled sweetly at Shane. The voice was so sweet that it almost softened Shane's heart. But he understood that this girl was not only Kagura's accomplice, but also the culprit of the ship bombing. "Don't think you can get away with it." But having said that, he still couldn't help but pinch the little girl's cute cheeks. Pervert. ×2. Kagura and Drake cursed almost at the same time. "Why are you here getting involved instead of staying upstairs to recuperate?" Shane looked at Drake with surprise. Drake pointed at the gradually darkening sky outside, then pointed at his stomach. You guys are counting on me to cook alone, right?" Shane understood what he meant and became furious. Hearing this, Drake said nothing, but pointed calmly at the large circle of bandages wrapped around his body. Okay, I know you're injured. Dinner will be ready soon. Let me take care of some personal matters first." Shane waved his hands helplessly. After saying that, he immediately changed his target and looked at Kagura, who ran to the refrigerator and took out 2 popsicles to share with Clay while he was talking to Drake. "Hey, you are so leisurely, I haven't settled the score with you yet." He reached out, grabbed Kagura's cheeks, and then rubbed them hard like kneading dough, with obviously more force than when he pinched Clay. "Ah!" Kagura screamed in pain and was forced to spit out the popsicle in her mouth. When her tears were about to fall, Shane finally let go, leaving her 2 cheeks pinched red. "Damn it, you are biased. You were so gentle when you pinched Clay just now," Kagura said unconvinced, covering her cheeks. "That's because you pinched my neck just now. My neck was blue from you pinching it, and I almost died." Your little pain is nothing compared to that. But I obviously want to save you. Kagura lowered her head in grievance, her voice even having a hint of tears, and she was about to cry. Shane was unmoved. Kelly can prove that Sister Kagura choked Brother Shane just because she wanted to wake him up. Kelly suddenly raised her little hand, like a judge in a court. Brother Shane, you have wronged Sister Kagura. You need to apologize to her. What? I still need to apologize. Shane pointed at himself in disbelief. Yes, you need to apologize if you do something wrong. This is what Captain Sheen taught me. Kelly nodded. Hearing this, Kagura was no longer prepared to cry. She snorted and looked up at Xiaen proudly, with an attitude that said, "Apologize to me quickly." Xiaen gritted his teeth at her arrogant attitude, wishing he could give her a blow on the head right away. However, right now these two seem to be united to resist him, so he cannot be too tough. He needs to think about the countermeasures and divide and conquer them. It didn't take long for Shane to come up with a plan. He coughed twice and moved his eyes towards the two little ones. Okay. But didn't someone else make a mistake before me? Shouldn't the guy who blew up someone else's ship and did something wrong be dealt with first? As expected, as soon as he finished saying this, Clay and Kagura's expressions suddenly changed, and they no longer had the righteous words they had just said when they were attacking Shane together. The two kids looked at each other and saw anxiety and uneasiness in each other's eyes. But Clay still hasn't found a place to live. Sister Kagura, don't you have a lot of vacant rooms? Can you take Clay to choose one now? The clever Clay spoke first. Ah. Of course you can. Xia-chan and I did a thorough cleaning of the whole house yesterday. We know every room very well. Let's go and take a look together. Kagura quickly took up the conversation, and then the two of them held hands, not daring to look at Shane again, and ran towards the second floor as if they were running for their lives, almost knocking down Drake who was standing on the stairs. Hey, you two still haven't told me what happened. Xiaen raised his hands, but he couldn't stop the two little girls who wanted to run away. Chapter 25, Kelly is looking forward to her future life. After Kagura and Clay went upstairs, Drake limped over from the stairs. Hey, where did you kidnap this little guy from? He pressed his palms down, first to his waist, then shook his head, and moved them to his thighs. Shane understood that he was gesturing to measure Kelly's height. I advise you not to compare her like this in front of her. Even though she is young and small, she just blew up a boat today. Shane was lying on the sofa, not wanting to care whose ship they blew up for the time being. Anyway, the people in this world were incredibly strong, and he had never seen anyone killed by a bomb. Moreover, he had already experienced a whole day of training and had been busy with Kagura Clay for a long time. He was now too tired to stand up. Blow up a ship? Her. Drake looked stunned and stared at Shane for a long time, then realized that he was not joking. How did she do that? No. Whose ship was bombed? Are the people on board okay? Drake suddenly realized his true identity and his eyes gradually became serious. I'm not sure. If you want to know, go upstairs and ask. Shane waved his hand casually, his voice lazy. You, as a Marine, not only do you allow your subordinates to act recklessly, but now you don't even ask her the cause and effect when she gets into trouble. Drake frowned slightly. With the upright and serious character he developed when he was a Marine, what he hated most was Shane's lazy and procrastinating attitude. If Shane was just his savior, he could actually tolerate it, but in his heart, Shane was not only his savior, but also a trusted subordinate of Admiral Kizaru and his current temporary Marine partner. As a Marine spy, besides his top superior, Fleet Admiral, the person he trusts most is Shane, so he cannot tolerate his recognized partner to have such a lazy personality. Hey. I've told you countless times that I'm not a Marine, and I have nothing to do with that wretched old man Kizaru. Why don't you believe me? Impossible. Since Mr. Kizaru chose to leave me here to recuperate, it means that he fully trusts you. And based on my observations over the past 2 days, you obviously know my true identity. This is something that only the fleet knows. It is a top secret that no one knows except the Admiral, several generals, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Drake's tone was firm. No matter what Shane said, he insisted on his own ideas and was unshakable. In fact, only the misunderstood Shane himself knows best. He knows Drake's identity because the original plot is played out that way. As for why Kizaru wanted to throw him to his place to recuperate, he had been thinking about it for so many days but still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only explain that the people in this world had some problems with their brains, otherwise how could they be so inexplicable after just meeting once? He was the one who persuaded him and Kagura to join the group. The people in your world really have holes in their brains. Unable to explain clearly, Xiaen cursed with a red face. Xiaen was so angry that he didn't want to rest anymore. He just wanted to stay away from this madman in front of him. He walked to the kitchen angrily, and became even angrier. He was exhausted like a dog after a day, and now he had to cook dinner. As he was cutting vegetables, he secretly swore that he would summon a partner who could cook in the future. After working for nearly an hour, I finally finished dinner. Normally, with his current physical condition, he wouldn't need to spend so much time, but there was no other way. Dinner for him, Clay, and Drake was ready in less than half an hour, and the rest of the time was spent dealing with Kagura. Dinner. The pot was not big enough, so he fried it 4 or 5 times before he was able to fill Kagura's bowl, an iron bucket half a person's height. During this time, Clay had already chosen a room and went downstairs with Kagura. It was also a room on the 2nd floor, next to Shane and Kagura, and far away from Drake's room. Actually, she could choose a room closer to the 3 of them, but not long ago, Drake came upstairs and asked her a serious question about the accidental bombing of the ship today. His stern look and tone made her she had a sense of déjà vu as she faced Captain Sheen. So in comparison, brother Shane and sister Kagura are really good. She liked the familiar aura of brother Shane. Seeing him was like seeing a relative, making her want to get close to him. As for Kagura, she was a playmate of the same age as her. She had taken her out to play today. Even though she ended up getting into trouble because of her own faults, she did not blame herself, but chose to face the angry people with her. Shane. And she might not be able to sleep at night, so she could go to Shane and Kagura's room, chat with them to relieve their boredom, and listen to their bedtime stories. Thinking of this, Kelly looked forward to the future more and more. You can come to my room, but you must not go to Xiaojiang's room at night. Don't be fooled by his decent appearance, he is actually a twisted pervert, ah. Before Kagura could finish her words, Shane, who had just walked out of the kitchen, heard her and interrupted her spell with a smack on the head. You're still talking bad about me behind my back, UBD, do you still want to eat? Perhaps all the resentment from cutting vegetables just now was contained in this blow on the head, so the force was greater than ever before, and Kagura's forehead made ABG sound like a piece of metal being hit. It hurts. Kagura was in real pain this time, tears were about to fall. She covered her little head and looked at Shane with a rare murderous look in her eyes. Hiss. Shane was suddenly horrified and felt a huge sense of crisis, which was completely different from Rayleigh's Conqueror's domineering aura. This was more like a sense of crisis coming from a forest beast. It seemed as if he would be thrown to the ground and torn to pieces in the next second. It was only then that he remembered that after being with this girl for so long, he had gradually forgotten that she almost hugged him to death when they first met. That terrifying strength was probably the strongest he had ever seen. It's okay to just knock on the head normally, but if he really accidentally PS off this monster girl in sheep's clothing, with his 3-color domineering aura that hasn't fully awakened yet, he probably won't be able to withstand a few hits. But fortunately, the evil intent came suddenly and went away quickly. In less than a moment, Kagura's eyes became clear again. Snort! She just glared at him angrily, then pulled Kelly up, walked around him, and ran to the kitchen to find their dinner. Xiaoan was left standing there in a daze, lost in thought. The ferocity in her body seemed to be stimulated by physical pain. The more serious the damage to her body, the more bloodthirsty her ferocity would be released, and both her desire to fight and her combat effectiveness would become stronger. This is the characteristic of the night rabbit's bloodline. Shane calls the state after being injured the berserk state, exchanging rationality for stronger physical fitness. In the original work, after Kagura was seriously injured and turned into a violent state, her broken bones instantly recovered, and the wounds from bullets that pierced her body also healed to their original state. Her body recovery speed is almost as fast as Wolverine in a certain comic. During the training with Rayleigh today, Shane also felt the strength of the 5% Night Rabbit bloodline. Similarly, after Rayleigh hit him with a stick and made him bleed, a surge of violent emotions surged in his mind. But it was probably because of his incomplete bloodline. He paused for a moment, took a few deep breaths, and then suppressed the emotion. Chapter 26 Invitation Drake. As the night deepened, everything was silent except for the chirping of cicadas outside the window and the rustling of doors and windows by the sea breeze. Shane's cabin. The living room in the house was brightly lit. The four of them had filled their stomachs, and while the chef Shane and the injured Drake were sitting on the sofa to rest, Kagura and Clay volunteered to wash the dishes. After hearing the crisp sounds of plates hitting the ground, Shane finally couldn't bear it anymore and kicked them both out. In fact, it was enough to just drive Clay away. In the past, when there were only Shane and Kagura, he was responsible for cooking and Kagura was responsible for cleaning up after eating. What is surprising is that Kagura can do all these things very easily and seems very skilled. After running away from home, she basically did everything to survive, but was kicked out every time because her performance was too bad. In the end, when she was about to fall into the underworld and work as a thug, she was summoned here by Shane. Every time he heard her talk about her past, Xiaoan couldn't help feeling sad. Clay was completely different. Due to her age and status, her daily life in Mondstadt was taken care of by maids. She had never done anything like washing dishes. The 2 plates and 3 bowls just now were her work, but in order not to discourage her enthusiasm, Xiaoan drove them both out. A long time. When Shane came out after washing the dishes, he found that the 3 people in the living room were getting along very well. Drake was telling them about his experiences at sea. After all, he was the only local native among the 4 people, and his understanding of this world was far greater than that of the other 3. Kagura and Clay were sucking on a popsicle while talking seriously. Listening. Xia-chan, I want to go to Fishman Island. After seeing Xiaoan coming out, Kagura rushed over. Brother Shane, Kelly wants to go to the 7-water city. It's all water there, so there must be a lot of fish. Kelly's eyes shone with anticipation. Apparently, both heard it from Drake. Well, Fishman Island will be our first destination after the ship is built, if nothing goes wrong. As for the 7-water city, it may take a long time. After all, we have to go to New World first, to dress. Rosa. Shane answered seriously. Great. Kagura cheered. Kelly seemed a little disappointed, and the light in her eyes dimmed slightly, but after she thought of something, it suddenly lit up again. Brother Shane, are mermen a special kind of fish? As she spoke, she rubbed her hands excitedly. Xiaoan immediately understood what she was about to do and quickly waved his hand to stop her. That's not allowed. Fishmen are also a humanoid race, with the same intelligence as humans. You must not blow others up after you arrive at Fishman Island. Well, it turns out that murlocs are not fish. Clay won't hurt them, Brother Shane. Hearing this, Kelly nodded obediently, but there was a hint of loneliness on her face that she couldn't hide. Kelly, don't forget that we have been sailing all the way here. How can there be few fish in the sea? And you may not have seen the Poseidons in this world. They are all big fish that are bigger than the boat. Oh! Shane couldn't help but rub her little head and comforted her. A fish bigger than the boat. How powerful a bomb would that be? After hearing what he said, Kelly was stunned, as if she was overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. After being down for a long time, she finally came back to her senses, with a high-spirited look on her face, and ran to the room with her small leather bag on her back. She's going back to make a stronger bomb. Brother Shane, sister Kagura, and Drake, Clay has to go back to her room first. As expected of a girl with elven blood, Clay was small in stature and ran like a gust of wind. She disappeared on the stairs in a flash, and only the sound of a door closing was heard. The remaining three looked at each other. Soon after, Kagura also felt sleepy and went upstairs to sleep, leaving only Shane and Drake in the living room. "What are you doing in Dressrosa?" Just now when Shane and Clay mentioned Dressrosa, Drake's expression looked a little strange. Few people know that he has some connection with Doflamingo. 13 years ago, his father died at the hands of Doflamingo because he coveted the fruit of surgery worth 5 billion berries. He himself was lucky enough to escape from the island, rescued by Marine Lieutenant Crane. So when he heard the news about Doflamingo again, some unusual emotions arose in his heart. "Of course I'm going to get him. Do you want to come with me?" Shane smiled slightly, thoughts flickering in his eyes. He remembered Drake's background story in the original book, and perhaps there was a chance to get him on board to fight Doflamingo. And it's not just Drake, there's also Luo who hates Doflamingo the most. According to Shane's analysis, he is most likely staying near the Sabayati Islands now, so that he can appear in time to rescue Luffy and Jinbei when the war at the top is about to end in the original plot. If he knew that someone was going to attack Doflamingo, he would probably come to him without being invited. "Nani? You mean to challenge a Shishibukai?" Derek stood there in a daze. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, but when he saw Shane nod affirmatively, he pointed at himself and Shane in confusion. "The two of us? Fighting Shishibukai?" It's no wonder he was so shocked. He knew clearly that his current strength level was that of a supernova among pirates, and at most a major admiral among marines. No matter what, he was not in the same league as Shishibukai. "If you agree, we will have 5 people, me, you, Kagura, Clay, and old Neil from the shipyard," Shane said calmly. His tone was very relaxed, as if he was explaining what to eat for breakfast. Drake was silent. He felt from Shane's tone that he was not joking. This young man who had a vague relationship with Mr. Kizaru actually wanted to challenge a Shishibukai with just a few people. He did not hate this kind of courage, but rather admired it. During the 13 years of training at the Marine base, he had wanted to find Doflamingo to avenge his father, but in the end he gave up because of self-knowledge. Although we can admire him, his current identity is a rational Marine spy, and he is no longer at the age where he acts on impulse. "Do you know what you are talking about? Let's not talk about why you want to trouble Doflamingo, but I want to tell you that except Hawkeye, the rest of the Shishibukai are not just one person, they all have a huge force behind them. So you won't just be facing one Shishibukai, you'll be facing thousands of them." He spoke earnestly, all the while observing Shane's eyes. He wanted to see the same look of retreat in his eyes as he had seen when he realized how powerful Doflamingo was, but the result disappointed him. There were all kinds of emotions in his eyes, but not fear. Drake was really shocked this time, with disbelief in his eyes, as if he was meeting this lazy young man in front of him for the first time, because this young man suddenly burst out with a sharp aura like a king. There seemed to be a strong wind in the room, the doors and windows shook, and the table legs trembled. Drake even felt a powerful pressure coming towards him, which made him unable to move for a while. "You can't be wrong, this is Conqueror's dominance." He actually has such talent. No, could it be that he is really not marine? How can marine have Conqueror's domineering aura? Chapter 27, Media Gathering. The night deepened, and before I knew it, a crescent moon appeared in the dark sky. The bright moonlight shines on the sea, creating sparkling waves, and a submarine standing alone on the coast is reflected in the water. On the deck, the man who was dozing with a knife in his arms suddenly opened his eyes. Under the bright moonlight, his black eyes were filled with horror. Is this Conqueror's domineering power? If he had not landed on this island, he might have been like the others who were enveloped by this aura and would not have felt anything strange, let alone been awakened. But a few days ago, he had the honor of personally witnessing the famous Pluton using this power at the human auction house. Although the impact it brought was far less than that day, he was very sure that it was a power from the same source. If it wasn't that person, then who else could it be? There is actually another king on this island who has awakened this power? The man holding the knife stared at the shore hundreds of meters away, where there was the outline of a small house with lights on. He knew that the Conqueror's domineering aura just now came from that house. Would you like to go and have a look? He stretched out his finger to draw the knife out of its sheath, and with his other hand, the palm of his hand was facing downward, and a miniature transparent air shield gradually condensed in his palm. Roo! Just as the man with the knife was using his ability, a bare paw suddenly pressed on his shoulder from behind. The bear's paw was big and heavy. Suddenly, the man was knocked off balance, and not only did his sword return to its sheath, but the transparent air shield condensed in his palm also shattered like foam. Popo! The man holding the knife turned his head angrily. What he saw was indeed a white bear lying on the deck, sleeping soundly with its big belly bulging. He could hear its snoring, but the bear's paw inexplicably stretched out to his shoulder. Private horse, stuffed. As if sensing the man's anger, the white bear in its sleep uttered incoherent mumblings. Don't apologize if you fell asleep. After complaining in a suppressed voice, he put the bear paw back on the deck, gripped the long sword again, and gathered the power of his palm once again. But when he looked up again, he found that the lights in the small house on the shore had been turned off. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the house, Shane opened his eyes in bed. Have you crossed the 6th day? While getting up and changing his clothes, he glanced at the clock on the wall. No more, no less, exactly 7 o'clock, which was the time he woke up on a weekday before the time travel. He spent half an hour washing up and having breakfast, and then half an hour going out and squeezing into the subway to catch the 8:15 commute. The hard days are still vivid in my mind. Although I still got up early, being woken up by an alarm clock and waking up naturally are two different concepts. La la la. At least now Shane's face was no longer as lifeless as before, but was filled with observable joy. He walked out of the bedroom door while humming a song. On the second-floor corridor, he found that Clay and Kagura's doors were still closed, but Drake's room was open. He was not surprised. Kagura always goes to bed early and gets up late. As for Clay, the light in her room was on all night and was not turned off before Shane fell asleep. No one knew what time she was still tinkering with it. Based on the violent fluctuations of fire elemental force that Shane felt in her room last night, he guessed that she might be researching some new type of bomb. As for Drake, Shane glanced at the ground and walked down the stairs, where there were a lot of bandage fragments scattered around. When he followed the debris to the living room on the first floor, he found that the door of the living room was open. Shane raised his head and his pupils suddenly widened. There was no sunlight coming in from outside the door because all the sunlight was blocked by a huge object. It was a monster with a bloody mouth, sharp fangs, and a heavy breath. It had a green face and fangs, and two claws that were particularly small compared to its huge body, emitting a sharp metallic luster in the sun. It turned out to be a dinosaur that was almost as tall as the hut. Shane was stunned, but after seeing the bandages scattered around the dinosaur's feet, he realized that this monster was transformed by Drake's ability. It's a bit too ugly. However, no matter how ugly it was a living dinosaur after all. He was still shocked to see this creature, which he had only seen in movies, appear in front of him. The view from the door is not wide enough, so the whole picture of the dinosaur cannot be seen clearly in the living room. Just as Shane was thinking about walking out to admire it up close, the dinosaur suddenly moved. Swoosh! The sharp claws, shining silver in the sunlight, swung violently, leaving an afterimage in the space. A whistling sound was heard, and the sharp claws had already pierced its own body. Then, blood spurted out, and the dinosaur let out a painful roar. It forcibly grabbed its own abdomen with its claws and tore it hard, actually tearing off a piece of scale. Hiss! Shane knew he was fulfilling his promise, but he didn't expect it to be so bloody. It was only then that he realized that, unlike the dragons in some fantasy works, the scales of dinosaurs were like their skin, and tearing off a scale was like tearing off a piece of their flesh. If you put yourself in his shoes, if it were him, he might not be as straightforward as Drake. This guy is a macho man not only in appearance but also in heart. While he was sighing inwardly, the dinosaur, which was nearly 10 meters tall and almost as tall as a 2-story house, stopped roaring, and its body gradually shrank. Its dragon body faded away, and in an instant it turned into a muscular man over 2 meters tall with his upper body naked. How about my ability? Drake took a slight breath, then threw the bloody scale in his hand towards Shane, who was at the door. It's just awesome. Shane caught it and looked at the scales stained with scarlet blood on his palm. After hearing the mechanical voice inside his body, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. A summoning medium that meets the conditions has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Shane did not absorb it immediately. He still placed the scales in his palm, looked up at Drake, and said with a smile, "Let me show you my abilities." After saying this, before the puzzled Drake could reply, Shane's mind moved and he skillfully mobilized the fire element in the air. Drake suddenly felt a burning sensation. And he saw a myriad of strange fiery red energies in the air gathering towards Shane's palm. After all the energies gathered together, a flame suddenly rose up, and a small flame appeared out of thin air in Shane's palm. The flame jumped flexibly as if being pulled, and immediately climbed onto the scales. The next moment, the scales were wrapped in flames, but there was no sign of burning. Instead, the blood on the surface of the body began to boil, evaporated into water vapor and dissipated into the air. In less than a moment, when the flames disappeared, Drake discovered that the scales he had just torn off his body were now brand new, shining brightly like the metal parts of some kind of machinery. So, what about my abilities? Shane smiled slightly, held the scale and put it into his trouser pocket. In fact, the moment his hand put into his pocket, he silently absorbed it in his mind and put the scale into the cheat space. Chapter 28 Trafalgar Law. Then, the two men in the yard. One had just acquired a new ability and was eager to use it, while the other had just recovered and was itching to use it. The two looked at each other and saw what was in each other's eyes. In the small courtyard where shadows and morning light intertwined, two balls of dark fire suddenly rose up. The air was burning with a hissing sound, and water vapor continued to evaporate around it. With a whistle, the fireball suddenly shot out, like a catapulted cannonball, leaving two fiery paths in the yard. Snap! The sword flashed by. Drake took out a Western-style long sword from somewhere, and simply chopped with the sword, splitting the two incoming fireballs into two. At the same time, he leaped forward with great force. The 2-meter-tall figure was as agile as a cheetah, accurately passing through the gap in the flames that was cut into 4 pieces. The muscles in the hand holding the sword suddenly bulged, and the body moved forward, with the tip of the sword with a cold glow flying towards Xian. What a quick judgment, what a neat move! Shane watched in admiration. The continuous actions from defense to offense only took a few breaths of time, and almost the next moment after he launched the fireball, Drake had already rushed in front of him with his sword. This kind of combat awareness is exactly what he lacks the most. But my fireballs aren't that easy to dodge. Drake, who was about to approach, saw the smile on Shane's lips and his heart tightened. Almost instantly, he felt 2 hot breaths coming at him rapidly from behind. Drake immediately stopped, turned around and swung his sword, and in one go, he cut the 2 fireballs that had reunited at some point into 2 halves. However, how could Xian miss the flaw revealed by his turning around? He took this opportunity to take a few steps forward, rushed forward, and threw a punch that was completely natural and without any moves. Bang! The fist hit Drake's back firmly, and a dull thumping sound was heard in the yard. Then nothing happened. Well, it was completely different from the imagined scene of knocking someone flying. After Shane swung his fist, he felt like he was hitting an iron wall. While he did not hurt the opponent, his fist seemed to fall apart, and he felt a piercing pain. Pain. He was able to hold back from screaming at this moment, which was already a way of saving face. Drake was also confused. After realizing that he could not avoid Shane's close attack, he had originally planned to transform into a dinosaur to resist, but Shane's fist from behind it was unexpectedly weak, and even the iron block he moved subconsciously could not break it. You know, his 6 styles training was not that good to begin with, and he might not even be as good as an ordinary Marine Major. So, weak, Drake muttered in confusion. What? That's a bit disrespectful. Although his voice was very soft, Shane was very close to him, and he could not stand the mockery coming from his face. However, the pain from the fist made him realize that he could not break through the defense at all, especially when the opponent had his back to him and did not use the power of the devil fruit. But Shane was not discouraged. In less than a week of traveling, he grew from an ordinary person to someone who could fight with a supernova. He was very satisfied with this growth rate. Oh, forget it. I won't come for now. I have to go buy breakfast. Kagura and Clay should be getting up soon. Shaking his sore palms, Shane found that the sunlight in the yard became more dazzling and gradually covered the shadows. He estimated that the time was close to 8 o'clock. After saying that, he rushed out of the door in a hurry, not giving Drake a chance to continue the fight. But he was overthinking this. After withstanding Shane's powerful punch, Drake had completely lost the desire to fight again. Looking at Xian's departing back, he had only one question in his mind. With this guy's strength, how dare he challenge Doflamingo? Could it be relying on those 2 little girls whose hair hasn't even grown fully yet? Fortunately, I didn't rush to join him last night, otherwise I would have really been on a pirate ship. Along the way, facing the increasingly warm sunshine and breathing the fresh air, Shane felt his body light. Sure enough, proper exercise can soothe the body and mind. If you get up at this time every day, you may be able to develop a habit of morning exercises in the future. Shane thought the idea of morning exercises was feasible. At least before the boat was built and went out to sea, he had plenty of time every morning, which was best used to train his abilities. In the afternoon, he would train his domineering side with Rayleigh. It's been a long time since I felt this fulfilling feeling as if I was scheduling classes. After some planning, Shane smiled and greeted some vendors on the road. At this moment, he has arrived at the market on island number 53. In the past few days, in order to purchase daily necessities and some missing furniture for his new residence, he has come here to shop almost every day. Most vendors also know that there is a new young face recently. The most important thing is that this young man seems to be very rich. He really buys things and never bargains. Shane was speechless. In the past, he mostly shopped online and went to supermarkets with clearly marked prices when he went out to buy things. He had almost never had the opportunity to bargain. So it wasn't that he didn't want to bargain. Not at all. But one thing is, as those vendors thought, he is indeed very rich now. Boss, give me 100 donuts, 50 fried skewers, and Arriving at a breakfast shop he often visited, Shane walked up to the front desk and, lowering his voice as if practicing a recitation, uttered a long string of food nouns. Most of them were for Kagura, and as for why he kept his voice so low, it was because he didn't want to attract other people's strange looks. However, even though he spoke softly, a white bear hiding under a black robe still heard it. 100 donuts? Captain, he's a big eater. In a dark alley near the breakfast shop, a man and a bear were squeezed into a small space. The bear's ears, which were exposed at the entrance of the alley, trembled slightly. It heard the words of the man they followed buying breakfast. Popo couldn't help but smile. There is saliva flowing. Popo, your saliva is dripping on my hand. Luo, who was standing next to it, growled in a low voice, with a helpless look on his face hidden under the white Madara hat. Private Marseille, Captain. After hearing Luo's voice, Bibo, who was drooling a second ago, suddenly changed his expression. He bowed and apologized in a depressed look, as if he had suffered a serious blow. Because the space was small and the white bear's body was too bloated, the action of bending over squeezed Luo's face against the wall, making him look like a pancake. Don't apologize here. Luo supported himself on the wall with his hands, forced his face away from the wall, and couldn't help but yelled loudly. As his voice fell, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because the person he had been following since early morning was standing at the entrance of the alley, staring at him and Popo. You are Trafalgar Law. Shane stared at them for a long time before he finally determined the identities of the man and the bear from the eye-catching white bear and the exceptionally long sword. Chapter 29 First Meeting with Luo. A drop of cold sweat slid down Luo's forehead, and Madara's pupils hidden under the white hat were full of fear. He couldn't help but be nervous. The man in front of him, whom he and Popo were following, was most likely the mysterious strong man who released Conqueror's domineering power last night, so it was not an exaggeration to overestimate his strength. After discovering someone leaving the cabin early this morning at sea, he secretly followed them with Beppo, who had the most sensitive ears. I never expected to be discovered by this guy in such a dramatic way. Fortunately, at least judging from the guy's expression, he simply knew his identity and did not realize that Popo and I were following him. What should we do, Captain? We've been discovered. However, just when Luo breathed a sigh of relief, Bibo, who was in a depressed state beside him, suddenly screamed in horror. Luo covered his face helplessly. Okay, now he is really exposed. What? Are you following me? As expected, Xiaen, who had normal IQ, reacted quickly and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, he and Law's pirate group have no intersection, right? Could it be that this guy knew that he was going to cause trouble for Doflamingo and came to join him? Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared on Shane's face. The surgery fruit is almost an omnipotent ability in this world. It can be used for both offense and defense, and this guy's main job is a doctor. The look he gave Luo became eager, as if he was looking at a delicious piece of barbecue. This scene made Luo shudder. Could it be that this man who seemed to possess the Conqueror's aura was after his bounty? No, I have to run away quickly. The thought flashed through his mind, and Luo no longer hesitated. He activated his ability instantly and condensed a transparent air shield in his palm. Room. The transparent air shield left his palm and expanded dozens of times in an instant, covering half of the market. Orange-haired boss, we are the ones who offended you today. See you next time if we are lucky enough. Luo took a last deep look at Shane, and after saying a few words, with the sound of 2 stones falling to the ground, the man and the bear disappeared into the alley out of thin air. By the time Shane realized he was using his abilities, it was too late. No, wait. A breeze blew past, and the man and the bear disappeared into thin air. Only an orange-haired man was left standing petrified in the alley. Where are the people? Why are you running away suddenly? Shane looked at the empty alley. There was nothing else except 2 stones on the ground. He felt very uncomfortable because of a blocked feeling in his heart. However, just as Xiaen was feeling lost, he heard the sound of loose footsteps. The sound came from all directions, and there were about 7 or 8 people whose footsteps were not too dense. After the one-day Rayleigh Hacky class yesterday, Shane had mastered the basics of observation Hacky. He could vaguely sense that there were several malicious forces gradually approaching him from behind. As the footsteps got closer, Shane could already sense the aura emanating from their bodies. It was very weak, not much different from Rayleigh, and not at the same level as Drake and Luo. Compared to himself, he felt he could beat 100 of them. Clang! A wolf-tooth iron rod hit the wall heavily. And the echo of the collision between metal and stone wall echoed in the alley for a long time. Xiaen turned around following the sound, and with a flicker of his eyes, he found himself surrounded by 8 thugs. They surrounded him and stood in various corners of the alley, blocking him at the entrance, including a figure standing at the other end of the alley with a machete in hand, cutting off all his escape routes. Shane knew clearly that this was a premeditated siege. It seems that in the past few days, his face has not only been remembered by the local vendors, but also attracted some dirty guys in the shadows, making him a fat sheep in their eyes. Boy, we've been keeping an eye on you for a few days. You go to the market every day to buy a lot of stuff. You must be rich, right? The man holding the mace seemed to be the leader of the group. He looked at Shane greedily, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. While he was talking, he kept hitting the wall with the mace, making a harsh noise. In order to create a deterrent. His accomplices also showed cruel smiles at the right time, perfectly creating a scene of robbery and extortion. A group of skilled robbery and extortion gangs, it seems that they often target new faces from outside. I'm afraid they had targeted Kagura and I when we first arrived. The fact that they took a few days of observation before taking action also shows their caution. After all, the Sabayati archipelago is the last island on the Grand Route, and most of the outsiders who can sail to this island from the outside world are not ordinary people. However, he and Kagura had no intimidating power in terms of appearance. One was only about 1.8 meters tall, strictly speaking a short man in a world where people were often 2 or 3 meters tall, and Kagura, who was only 1.5 meters tall, was even shorter. Needless to say, he looks weak and vulnerable. So it was hard for people not to regard these 2 people, who were weak but rich, as fat sheep. Shane had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. If he had encountered such a situation before traveling through time, he would have been trembling with fear and handed over his wallet and other things. After all, life is more important than money. But today, Xiaen was not panicked at all. Instead, he was very excited. After so many chapters, an opponent he could defeat finally appeared. Hiss! The gang leader holding the mace saw the excitement rising in Xiaen's eyes, and his heart tightened immediately. Not only was he not afraid, but he was eager to try. Could this guy be a hidden master? Years of robbery experience told him that anyone who showed such a look at this time was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Then, the gang leader suddenly raised the mace in his hand, and when Shane thought he was going to swing it at him, he angrily threw the mace to the ground. Hey! This sudden action not only made Xiaen look confused, but also shocked his subordinates. The gang leader looked very angry, pointing his finger at Shane and yelling. What I hate most is people like you who don't know how to be frugal when spending money. Don't be so lavish in the future. Bargain before buying things, UBD. Ah! Xiaen was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Wasn't he going to rob? Why was he suddenly being lectured? What? Listen to me, little brother. You should bargain when buying things in the future. Those vendors may look kind on the surface, but they are actually more greedy than the rest of us. The gang leader added a few more words, and stood arm in arm with Shane like a real brother, speaking in a serious and earnest manner, which made his accomplices around him almost doubt their lives. Could it be that the boss has changed his extortion tactics today? Taking the friendly route? Should they also cooperate? After a moment, after a few more perceptive younger brothers joined in, the atmosphere at the alley entrance became harmonious inexplicably. Several people greeted Xiaen with their arms around each other's shoulders, and in an instant they seemed to have become good friends who had known each other for many years. For a moment, Xiaen was too embarrassed to take the initiative, not knowing what the rules of these guys were. Chapter 30 Klee's Bounty. Brother, goodbye. Looking at the group of people bidding farewell to him with tears in their eyes at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiaen's face twitched. He didn't understand how the scene in his mind of being robbed and blackmailed and then angrily fighting back turned into a friendly exchange and escorting him home. This group of good Samaritans even helped him carry 100 portions of breakfast along the way, and now he looked out of breath from exhaustion. Xiaen felt a little embarrassed, so he pointed to the hut behind him and actively invited. How about you go to my house and take a rest? Is it really okay? Then we will. Because of the fear of Xiaen's unknown strength, the gang leader had originally planned to give up on this deal, but now the other party took the initiative to invite them, showing that they had full trust in their group. Doesn't this mean that he still has a chance to succeed? A hint of greed flashed vaguely in the eyes of the gang leader. Just when he was about to accept Xiaen's invitation, a voice came from the courtyard. Isn't it too long to go out and buy breakfast? As the voice fell, a muscular man with a naked upper body slowly walked out of the courtyard. He was holding a shining white blade in his hand, his chest was rising and falling, he was breathing heavily, and his upper body covered with scars was covered in sweat. It was Drake, who had been exercising in the hospital since Shane left. He saw the group of people next to Xiaen. With his many years of career as a marine and a pirate, he could tell the identities of these people at a glance based on their clothing and temperament, and his brows frowned unconsciously. Are these people? The tone seemed to be questioning, but in fact the eyes carried a sharp scrutiny. The target of this scrutiny was naturally not directed at Xiaen. The group suddenly felt a biting chill, and they all shivered. Who is this person? It's too scary. When he saw Drake for the first time, the gang leader was frightened, but also realized that this was definitely a ruthless man who had been killed for a long time. The scars on his body could not be faked, and the dirty thoughts disappeared immediately. Brother. Since it's been delivered to your home, we're going to leave first. We won't deliver it. Those bastards. Hurry up and leave. After saying that, he woke up a few of his men who were too frightened by Drake to speak, turned around and ran away in dejection. You didn't mean to go to my house. Xiaen's pleading voice stopped abruptly, and the group of people seemed to be running for their lives and soon disappeared. Hey, the people I met today always like to run away as soon as they finish talking. Xiaen sighed helplessly. What do you mean? We didn't just meet this group of people today. Drake glanced at him. Well, there was also a guy who was stalking me early in the morning. After I discovered him, he sneaked away with his bear fruit power. After bringing breakfast into the house, Kagura and Kelly had already gotten up. Today was the most comfortable day for Kagura. She did not change bandages all night in the early morning, nor was she woken up by Xiaen in advance. She slept until she woke up naturally, and she had a fragrant smell as soon as she woke up. Breakfast. Natsu-chan. Of course she knew who bought the breakfast. Because everything she bought was her favorite food. She was so happy that she jumped down from the second floor and flew into Xiaen's arms. The result was as expected. With a plop and a familiar scream, Shane hugged the girl's soft body and came into close contact with the floor. Idiot, why did you suddenly jump down from such a high place? I really don't know what you are thinking about all day long. If I didn't catch it. Then, she was greeted by Shane's endless complaints. Kagura said that she was wrong and would do it again next time, and happily ate her breakfast. It was just that she was hit on the head a few times. Kelly also walked down the stairs, still wearing her bright red night skirt, but she was wearing a pair of slippers, revealing her fair and tender feet. She didn't have a small leather bag behind her, and it seemed that she had no plans to go out in the morning. "Good morning, everyone." Kelly's voice was not as lively as yesterday, as if she had not woken up yet. She rubbed her eyes while speaking, and her dark circles were particularly eye-catching. "Kelly, did you not sleep well? Did Xia-chan, the pervert, come to your room to harass you at night?" Kagura asked with concern, but he started to talk nonsense after just a few words. "And gagged with a donut. Eat yours." Shane picked up several donuts and stuffed them into her mouth. No matter how much food she stuffed into her mouth, it was not full. It was like a hole. Like a different dimension. If yesterday's Clay had come forward to help the bullied sister Kagura, she was in poor spirits today and didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone help. Shane saw her condition and handed the breakfast to Kelly. "Did you not sleep last night, Kelly?" He still remembered the violent fire elemental forces he felt in the room last night. Apart from him, only Clay could control them. "Well, yesterday I heard from Brother Shane that we will encounter many fish bigger than boats in the future, so Kelly was researching new bombs last night." Clay took the food and took a bite, chewing slowly with her little mouth. She looked very elegant, in stark contrast to Kagura's eating style. "What? You were building a bomb in your room last night?" Drake looked horrified and almost choked in excitement. Fortunately, there was milk that Shane had bought a few days ago on the table. He took a big sip and recovered. He looked at Shane seriously. "How dare you let her build a bomb in the room by herself? We live in the same house." After learning about Clee's bombing of the ship yesterday, he had fully understood the danger of this delicate little girl. In terms of destructive power, she was simply a living pacifist. And such a dangerous girl actually happened to be in his way last night. Build a bomb on the same floor while sleeping. Any problem? Shane looked up in confusion. Kelly also raised her little head and looked at him with blinking eyes. Drake was sad to find that the two of them had almost identical puzzled expressions and were completely unaware of the danger of letting a child build a bomb in the room. For a moment, he seemed to be the weird one. "No, you really don't think that a little girl?" Drake continued unwillingly, but was interrupted by the footsteps outside the yard. The four people at the table looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was old Neil who had walked to the door without them noticing. Shane was not surprised, knowing that he was probably visiting on his way to work at the shipyard, but his sight was unconsciously drawn to him. He was attracted by a bounty in old Neil's hand. Light brown hair, fiery red night skirt, delicate and tender face. Although it was not a photo but a painting, it was surprisingly similar to Clay, the partner that Shane had summoned yesterday. Below the bounty notice were a few lines of large characters: the sinner who blew up the celestial dragon's ship, the evil bomb maniac, the elf girl who carried a bomb on her back, wanted by Marine as the escaped son. Reward, 50 million Baileys. Chapter 31 Clee's Bounty, Part 2. The Draco slave ship was attacked as it docked yesterday. It is said that the bomb thrown by the girl on the bounty order has a childish name: Bounce Bomb. It is hard to imagine that a bomb with a name like a child's toy can actually explode with such terrifying power. The ship was instantly shattered, and the running dogs and slaves of the celestial dragons on board were blown into the water one after another, causing huge splashes of water tens of meters high. The entire port looked like a short rainstorm. The slaves who regained their freedom took advantage of the chaos to escape, causing quite a commotion at the port. In the end, the celestial dragons sent a large group of people and captured many of the escaped slaves, but more than half of them still escaped, and they were unable to find the perpetrators of the attack. The celestial dragons were furious. If they hadn't been beaten up by a man wearing a straw hat some time ago, they would have come to vent their anger on the residents of Island 53. In the end, they had no choice but to inform the Marine headquarters and order them to find the murderer. So there was a bounty order. After entering the room, old Neil said a lot of things in one breath, with an expression on his face that looked gloating. It was obvious that he was very happy to see that the Tianlong people who usually relied on their status to do evil were humiliated. He laid the bounty in his hand flat on the table where Shane and the others were eating. The fishermen on the beach witnessed the whole process and heard that it was two little girls who committed the crime together. One of the little girls who didn't take action but was an accomplice had orange hair, which is similar to Kagura's hair color. It's really a coincidence that such a rare color can be matched. As for the other mastermind, he is younger. Let's see the reward. It feels like he is only in his early teens. It is hard to imagine that such a little guy can. As he was talking, old Neil suddenly stopped, because he suddenly saw a strange little girl with light brown hair sitting next to Shane. The hair, age, clothes, these are exactly the same as on the wanted poster. And Kagura, who was sitting on the other side of Shane, was exactly the accomplice described by the fisherman, wasn't she? This. He looked at Xian incoherently. When old Neil and Rayleigh came over yesterday, Kelly had already run out with Kagura, so they had never met and didn't know that Shane had a new partner. Shane had already mentioned this to old Neil, so even though it was their first meeting today, they simply nodded and said hello to each other, without feeling surprised. As you can imagine, it was these two guys who did it. I rushed out yesterday just to stop them, but I didn't expect Mr. Rayleigh and you to suddenly visit at that time, and then it turned out like that. Shane sighed and held the two little heads on both sides. It felt really good. I was still thinking about the slave ship of the Celestial Dragons that old Neil had mentioned. Yesterday, I learned from Clay and Kagura that they had accidentally blown up a ship that was carrying many prisoners in shackles. The ship flew away, and the prisoners escaped. However, Shane and Drake realized immediately that they had blown up a slave ship. However, neither of them expected that this slave ship actually belonged to the Celestial Dragons. Thinking of this, he glanced at Drake and found that he also looked solemn. "Hello, bearded man, I'm Clay from the Knights of Favonius. Nice to meet you." But Kelly just thought that Shane was introducing her to new friends. Although she was still tired, she still cheered up and smiled sweetly. The sweet voice and the cute face of the little girl immediately made old Neil fall in love with her. He wondered if the daughter in his stolen memory would also smile at him like this. Hello, lovely girl, I'm Ben Neil, you can call me old Neil like brother Shane and the others." "Okay, Mr. Neil, can Kelly know why your beard is so long?" "It's okay if you don't answer. Kelly is just curious. There is no other intention." Why is it so long? No one has ever asked me this before, maybe it's because I haven't shaved for a long time." Unexpectedly, the two people at the table with the biggest age difference started chatting one sentence at a time. Perhaps out of curiosity about this world, Kelly had a lot of questions to ask, and old Neil, thinking of his daughter, was very patient with Kelly and answered her questions in great detail. For a moment, neither Shane nor Drake had a chance to interrupt. As for Kagura, she was still eating voraciously by herself, and while Shane was distracted, she had secretly eaten his share as well. Shane naturally noticed it as well, and reached out his hand and pinched the cheek that was swollen from eating so much. Breakfast was over quickly. Old Neil had a great time talking to Kelly, but it was time to go to the shipyard to work. He still had to work on Shane's future ship. After saying goodbye to everyone, he left in a hurry. Left. "Brother Shane, is that a picture of Kelly?" Clay finally saw the bounty on the table. Although the picture only showed the outline of a girl's face, she recognized herself at a glance based on her hair color and clothes. She also noticed a series of numbers and words below the picture, with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. She had never learned the language of this world, but was able to understand it with the help of cheat summoned by Shane. "Well, you are now a wanted criminal by Marine, with a total of 50 million Baileys. If we take you to the Marine base, it will be enough for Kagura's food expenses for half a year." Looking at Kelly with a confused expression, Xia-en couldn't help but want to tease her. "Bounty wanted criminal. Me?" Kaylee sat on the chair in a daze. She had never expected that the long string of numbers that made her a little excited actually turned out to be her bounty amount. What surprised her even more was that she had become a wanted criminal after only being in this world for one day. She thought it must be because she had blown up someone else's ship yesterday. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel panicked. She was afraid that after she became a wanted criminal, brother Shane and sister Kagura would stop playing with her and even send her back to Mondstadt. She hadn't yet have enough fun. Thinking of this, Kelly's eyes turned red with grievance, and crystal tears were looming, as if she would cry out in the next second. Seeing this, Shane's heart skipped a beat and he realized that he had teased too much. Just as he was about to open his mouth to comfort her, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. "Ah!" After a scream, Kagura opened her mouth with satisfaction. "Why did you bite me suddenly?" Shane looked at the clearly visible teeth marks on his arm, his face distorted in pain. "Because you scared Clay into tears, you perverted Lolita lover Xia-chan." As if she was angry that Xia-en dared to question her, Kagura opened her mouth again, revealing her white and sharp teeth, as if she was about to bite again. "Stop, stop, stop. Please don't bite me. I was wrong to scare her just now." Xia-en gave in. If she continued to bite him and he couldn't control the strength, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 32 I Am Your Mother? In the end, Shane was forced to escape from the tiger's mouth at the cost of 10 marshmallows. Of course, the most important thing is that Kelly was amused again by the interaction between the two, and her mood recovered. Not long after breakfast, Xia-en took advantage of the ample time in the morning to buy marshmallows and a change of clothes for Kelly, and all the staff went to the market again. Drake also went out with him, but his destination was not the market, but to the chaotic area of the Sabayati Islands that was not under marine jurisdiction. He was going to try to find the pirate ship he docked there. On the way to the market, Kelly was very happy. The fatigue from staying up late last night disappeared. She wore the sun hat that Xia-en gave her to hide her identity, covering her hair and most of her face, and trotted happily on the road. Kagura was sulking, pouting her little mouth, not looking in the direction of Xia-en along the way. She never expected that the 10 marshmallows she had finally won would require her to go out by herself. She originally planned to lie on the sofa all morning, waiting for Xia-en to buy marshmallows, but Xia-en used the excuse that it is not convenient for him to buy clothes for Kelly and pulled her out of the house. He was forced to put on socks and shoes. All this didn't get better until we arrived at the market. Xia-en went to buy her 10 huge marshmallows. "Xia-zhang, you are the best." Xia-en received a cordial hug. The 90-degree change in attitude made not only the corner of Xia-en's mouth twitch, but also Kelly looked stunned. Along the way, she saw a conflict between Xia-en and Kagura, and she felt that it was her fault. She felt a little sorry. When she decided to find a way to resolve the conflict between the two, she did not expect that the two would reconcile so quickly. Then, after waiting for Kagura to finish eating the marshmallows, the three of them came to a clothing store. "Wow, sir, your 2 daughters are so cute." When the female shop assistant saw the trio whose appearance was far beyond ordinary people, her eyes were dazed for a moment, but when she realized that it was real, she immediately covered her mouth in surprise. She has never seen such a beautiful little girl, and there are 2 of them, including the orange-haired man who is suspected to be their father. His skin is so fair that even a woman like her who likes to take care of herself is extremely jealous. "They are very cute, but I am not their father." Xia-en was helpless. He was only 24 years old, and he was not even married. How could he have a daughter who was more than 10 years old? The female clerk apologized quickly and welcomed several people into the store. During this period, her eyes swept over Xiaoyan from time to time, and her eyes could not hide the surprise. In close contact, Xiaoyan's body, which was mixed with the blood of a night rabbit and an elf, was so beautiful that it made her heart throb. Regarding her undisguised naked gaze, Xiaoyan was a little proud at first, but he never thought that one day he would be fascinated by a strange woman just by virtue of his appearance. But as the female clerk watched, he became more and more fascinated, and Kakuzu's saliva dripped from her mouth, which made him feel uncomfortable all over, and he was indignant at this scene that was contrary to Tian Gang. "Hey! We are here to buy clothes, what are you looking at?" Just when he was about to retaliate with the same gaze, Kagura changed his lazy demeanor along the way and stood in front of him with a vigilant face. He spread his hands out to block him behind him as if protecting food. "Brother Xiaoyan, let's change a store." At the same time, Kelly also moved close to Xiaoyan, holding one of his arms, and looked at the female clerk in front of her with a slight hostility, as if she was afraid that Xiaoyan would be RD by her. "Taken away." This. Seeing the two little ones quickly wrapping themselves up like a hen protecting her chicks, Shane was moved but also felt a little weird. This scene is getting more and more wrong. Shouldn't it be Kagura and Clay who were being harassed, and they stepped in to save the beauties and chase away the hooligans who coveted their looks? Why does it seem to be the other way around now? Shane had mixed feelings and an extremely complicated expression on his face, and his change in expression caught the eyes of Kagura and Clay, who thought that he was affected by the sexual harassment of the female clerk, and the hostility in their eyes suddenly became stronger. Faintly, a gleam of violent ferocity flashed in Kagura's eyes. The female clerk suddenly felt a chill running through her bones and immediately woke up from her daze. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was so fascinated by you by accident, but I really have never seen anyone as good looking as you, but I'm really not a pervert." After realizing her perverted behavior, her face turned red with shame, her voice stammered, and she kept bowing and apologizing to Xiaoyan and the other two. "No need to apologize, shop assistant. You are a good kid if you admit your mistakes and correct them. Clay has already forgiven you. I believe Kagura and Shane have forgiven you too. However, staring at someone like that just now is not polite. The store clerk must pay attention next time." Kaylee let go of Shane's arm and walked to the front to teach him a lesson in a sweet voice. The female clerk, who was a head taller than her, bowed and nodded in shame. The contrast between the big and the small made them look extremely humorous. "Humph! Don't keep staring at others from now on." Kagura was not an aggressive person, and when she saw the female clerk apologize sincerely, the murderous intent in her eyes disappeared instantly, and even Shane did not notice it. "There won't be a next time." The female clerk lowered her head in shame. To express her apology, after picking out clothes for Kelly, she used her own money to give the three of them a 50% discount and personally sent them out of the store. During the whole process, Shane did not have a chance to interrupt and was protected by the two little ones behind him. It was not until he went out and saw the two little ones no longer on alert and relaxed that Shane sighed helplessly and amusedly. No matter how weird the process was, the ending was always good. "I got a 50% discount and didn't actually lose anything." The only thing that surprised him was that his position in Kagura and Clee's hearts was much higher than he had imagined. However, they had only spent a few days together, so how could their relationship be so close? Could it be the work of summoning cheat? Because Brother Xiaoyan's aura makes Kaylee feel very close, like a family member, and Brother Xiaoyan is a very good person. On the way back, Shane asked casually, and Kelly blurted out the answer without thinking. After the three-person team adventure in her mind today, her relationship with Shane and Kagura became even better. Good guy. Xiaoyan was inexplicably given a good guy card by the little girl. He smacked his lips, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It felt good to be treated as a relative by others. He turned to look at Kagura again, looking forward to her answer even more. Yeah, it's similar to what Clay said. It feels like family. Kagura pondered for a moment, staring at Shane's hair, which was the same color as hers, and said hesitantly, "Maybe. I'm your mother." Chapter 33, 3 days left of the Battle of Marineford. It was approaching noon. After the three of them returned home, Kelly did not wait for lunch. She had only slept for an hour or two yesterday. She was so sleepy that she yawned immediately after arriving home. She turned around and went upstairs to rest. It was estimated that she would have to sleep until the evening. Stand up. Drake didn't come back. It seemed that he was still looking for his pirate ship. However, Shane estimated that after being docked in the chaotic area of the Sabayati archipelago for a few days, it was probably stolen by some pirates there. Not long after Shane and Kagura finished lunch, he sat on the sofa and leaned against her to read the newspaper. Like Clay, he and Kagura have never learned the language of this world, but they can understand the words and read the characters of this world. Shane, the headline figure in the newspaper, is no stranger. Although you have never seen him in person, he is a familiar figure to every time traveler because the most classic battle in One Piece was started by him. Whitebeard Pirates' second team captain Fire Fist Ace will be executed in Marineford in 3 days. In 3 days, the war on the top will begin. Luffy has probably entered Impel Down with the help of Hancock, and the Whitebeard Pirates are probably heading towards Marineford. A war between pirates and marines that could change the world is about to begin. Opening the prologue. And he, a time traveler who did not belong to this world and the only person who could fully foresee the outcome of this war, was just huddled on the sofa with a young girl, acting as a spectator. Of course, Xian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He had only traveled through time for a few days. Even if he wanted to change the established plot of the original novel, he didn't have enough strength and power. "Xia-chan, do you know this pirate who is about to be executed?" "I don't know him, I've only heard of him." "Then why are you sighing?" Maybe he was sighing, because he is not only Luffy's brother, but also the only one left in this world by the previous One Piece Roger. Xian didn't finish his words, his expression was a little strange. He just felt an amazing momentum coming from outside the courtyard. Turning around, he saw, as expected, an old man with grey hair appeared in the courtyard outside the house. It was Teacher Rayleigh who came to teach him the domineering course. The only what? The reading glasses reflected light in the sunlight. The corners of Rayleigh's lips moved and his voice was dull, as if he was suppressing some emotion. "Old man." Kagura was surprised. She noticed Rayleigh's arrival earlier than Shane, but she knew the relationship between Rayleigh and Shane, so she didn't remind him when Shane answered her question. But she didn't expect that when he heard Shane's words, the emotional fluctuations after N's words are so great. She could also feel Rayleigh's aura, her eyes gradually became alert, she reached out to hold Shane behind her, and raised her orange parasol with her other hand. "It's okay." Shane held her shoulders, and under her reluctant gaze, he pulled her back to the sofa, and he walked out of the cabin facing Rayleigh's gaze. "I'm sorry, Brother Shane, I just overheard some concerning news and couldn't control the domineering aura in my body," Rayleigh said apologetically. "It's okay, I understand, Mr. Rayleigh." Shane waved his hand and walked straight to Rayleigh. "Then before we start today's domineering class, could you please help me solve my doubts first, Brother Shane?" Rayleigh stared at him with twinkling eyes, his tone as gentle as usual, but Shane could clearly feel that he was a little anxious. "Well, actually I should have told Mr. Rayleigh a long time ago, but I couldn't explain how I knew this secret, so I didn't feel comfortable saying it out loud. Today is a different kind of opportunity." Shane nodded and told the truth about Ace's identity without hesitation. As expected, no wonder his name is Porghast D, Ace. Rayleigh murmured to himself with a complicated expression, as if he suddenly understood a lot of things. Shane did not disturb him, knowing how strong the shock was after learning that the captain had left behind an offspring and was about to be executed by Marine. It would not be an exaggeration for him to turn around and push into the city without saying a word. After a long time, seeing that Rayleigh had calmed down, Shane asked tentatively, "Mr. Rayleigh, what will you do after hearing this news?" It wasn't just out of curiosity, nor did he care whether Ace was rescued. He was just worried that Rayleigh would risk his life and go to the rescue alone. In this world, Rayleigh was the first person to help him, and he didn't want anything to happen to Rayleigh. "Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like the Golden Lion. Besides, I'm too old. I'm afraid I won't have the strength to swim to Marineford." Feeling Shane's concern, Rayleigh smiled and pointed to the grey hair on her head. But after hearing his words, Shane had a strange expression on his face, with black lines all over his forehead. How could an old man who said he was old think that he could swim from the Sabayati Islands to Marineford? To swim across several islands, and to be on guard against the Poseidon beasts in the deep sea along the way, in this world, not to mention an old man over 70, even a strong man in his prime can hardly do it. However, although Rayleigh said so, Shane did not see him for several days after today. The next time he saw him, he was in Marineford. "Okay, let's start today's practice." Under Shane's trembling gaze, Rayleigh took out a wooden stick from his waist. After Shane consciously covered his eyes with a black scarf and sat on the ground, a day of observation hacky training began. Shane was repeatedly hit by the stick and flew away, making miserable cries. Kagura watched through the window in the house. At first, she felt a little distressed, but after watching for a while, she found that the scene of Shane being beaten and thrown away was particularly interesting, so she moved a chair to the window and watched the show while drinking a drink. This scene was seen when the black scarf on Xiaoen's eyes slipped off after he was knocked away. He was immediately very unhappy and pulled the little girl who was watching the show out, put a blindfold on her as well, and practiced observation hacky together. Kagura was of course not happy about it, and she hugged a pillar and refused to come out, saying that she hated being exposed to the sun during the day. But in the end, Shane threatened her with dinner, and she had to accept to practice with him in the shadows somewhere without sunlight. Rayleigh was happy to see this. He was curious about Kagura's physical fitness. Although there was no sign of domineering training on her body, she still gave him a faint sense of threat. Then, he thoroughly understood what physical strength was. Completely different from Shane, who was beaten and sent flying, Kagura also failed to react to the attack of the stick at first and was hit accurately by the stick. However, it was not her who flew out, but the broken stick body. "It hurts." Kagura rubbed the cheek that had just been hit by the wooden stick. There was no wound there, just a little redness and swelling, and it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the same blow landed on Shane's face, not only would his nose bleed, but he would also fly backwards. Chapter 34, Cultivation and Ways to Make Money. Shane was stunned. He walked forward and poked and pinched the face. It was soft and felt very good. It didn't seem to be harder than the stick with armament hacky attached to it. Hiss, "Ah, I was bitten." "You guy, you start biting people at every turn." Xiaoen withdrew his hand with a distorted face. There was a clear tooth mark on the back of his hand, which was stained with saliva. "Humph, who told you to pinch my face?" Kagura took off the black scarf from her eyes. She was very satisfied with Xiaoen's miserable condition. However, as soon as the corners of his mouth raised, they immediately froze again. She saw half of the stick on the ground, and the other half was in Rayleigh's hand. When the old man saw her looking at him, he hid his hand behind his back in embarrassment. "A whole Xia-chan? Do you want to ruin the appearance of a cute and beautiful girl?" Kagura rushed out angrily, and her target was naturally Shane again. Shane couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the girl. "Hey! Why is it me again?" I didn't hit you. Don't bite, ah. With a wail, his other hand also couldn't escape the disaster. Brother Shane, if you can master the attachment of armament haki, maybe it won't hurt so much when Kagura bites you. After a while, seeing Shane covering the back of his hand in pain alone, Rayleigh smiled and teased. What? You mean she can even bite through the armament haki? Shane was very good at finding the key points. Well, with this girl's strong physical fitness, I'm afraid that no matter whether it's a piece of iron or armed color domineering, as long as it is not trained to the top level, it is highly likely that it will not be able to stop her. Rayleigh looked at the girl next to Shane, his eyes showing surprise and expectation. In the brief contact just now, he was able to roughly sense Kagura's current strength. Even in her normal state, she was no less powerful than some pirates with bounties of over 100 million. If he could stimulate the hidden power in her body that he had never seen before, the terrifying power will increase the strength by more than several times. It is conceivable that after she masters the two-color domineering, her strength will be greatly improved. By then, she will be able to fight against both Shishibukai and Marine Admirals. Shane also thought of Kagura's future prospects after learning haki, and his heart was filled with joy as he thought of Doflamingo, whom he might fight in a month. Then after Kagura learns haki, won't she be able to fight Doflamingo? But when he saw the girl squatting on the ground and teasing the ants, he was silent. It was too irresponsible to let such an innocent little girl fight against Shishibukai desperately. After arriving in Dressrosa a month later, if a battle with the big boss Doflamingo occurs, he will still have to rely on himself and the powerful and experienced partners he summons later. As for Kagura and Clay, although they are also very strong, due to their young age, it is better not to let them participate in the battle. This is the awareness of Shane as the only adult in the current team. Forget it, ignore her for now, let's continue practicing. Teacher Rayleigh. Xiaen clenched his fists and his eyes gradually became firm. Not bad momentum. Rayleigh looked at him with admiration. Feeling the conqueror's domineering expression displayed by Xiaen inadvertently and even without him noticing it, Rayleigh appreciated it more and more. Time passed gradually with Xiaen's sweat and countless screams. After Rayleigh had a conqueror's haki clash with Shane and some armed haki guidance, he said goodbye and left. In the following time, only Kagura and Xiaen were left in the courtyard. Kagura didn't go back to the house, but Kelly was catching up on her sleep. Drake went out in the morning and still hasn't come back yet. She could only sit on the ground in boredom with a parasol, watching Shane practice his domineering skills. Armed haki requires self-perception and experimentation. Just like what Xiaen is doing now, he keeps bombarding a giant tree with his fists. He cannot break the giant tree with brute force, but requires attaching armed haki to his fist, wielding a heavier attack with less force. Currently, Xiaen is naturally unable to wrap his entire fist with the dark armed color. He can only stain the back of his fist with a little black lines when punching, and sometimes he doesn't even use it at all. So in Kagura's eyes, he was like a big fool, constantly hitting the tree trunk with his soft fists. After knocking for so long, the tree shook, but there was no trace of damage at all. However, she didn't taunt Xiaen as she did before. She could feel that Xiaen was practicing very seriously, which made her so fascinated that she couldn't help but try it herself. She concentrated her mind and used all her body strength. Release and attach the palm. A layer of rich black lines appeared on her white palms. She stretched her hands out of the parasol, and under the sunlight, it shone with a steel-like metallic luster. It's so ugly. Kagura dispersed the black lines with a look of disgust. She knew that she seemed to have mastered this thing before Xiaen, but to protect his self-esteem, she decided not to tell him for the time being. With this thought in mind, Kagura retracted her hand into the parasol and continued to admire the Xiaenlo tree. Time passed gradually like this. At sunset and dusk, Kagura was drowsy, his head swaying, and the parasol he was holding was about to fall to the ground. At this time, she heard the sound of the tree breaking, and the tree trunk fell to the ground with a bang. She realized that it was Xiaen who had finally broken the giant tree. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaen holding his shoulder with an excited look on his face. "Kagura, look, I succeeded." Xiaen was overjoyed and couldn't help but share the good news with Kagura. He saw that the big tree had collapsed to the ground, and there was a faint layer of black lines on his palms, shining in the sun. "Ha, that's awesome, Natsu-chan," Kagura said in a lazy voice while yawning. At night, Xiaen, who had been exercising all afternoon, went to take a hot bath. After coming out, he hurried to the kitchen because Kelly finally woke up and her stomach was growling with hunger. Within half an hour, Xiaen had dinner ready. In line with his growing domineering progress, his cooking skills were also improving day by day. He now somewhat understood why Sanji could tire out 3 chefs every day. Faye is fed, and there is no one else but familiar hands. There were few stars at night, and a bright moon hung in the long dark night. The night was very nice today. With the suitable temperature and the occasional evening breeze, which made people feel comfortable. Therefore, Xiaen and the other two moved the food on the table to the small courtyard outside the house. "Where's Mr. Drake?" During the meal, after satisfying her hunger, Clay realized that someone was missing. Drake had been there for the past 2 days. She thought that Drake, like her and Kagura, was summoned by Shane from another world. Don't worry about him. The chaotic area he went to is quite far away from Island 53. He probably won't be able to come back tonight. Shane replied without even raising his head. There was one more thing he didn't say, which was that he himself didn't know if Drake would come back after finding the pirate ship. After all, according to the original plot, he still had the mission of being an undercover agent in Kaido's pirate group in New World. Maybe he could just take a boat to Fishman Island. However, as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard at the gate. The next moment, Drake walked in from the door, exhausted. "Drake!" Clay shouted in surprise. Kagura on the other side also greeted him vaguely while eating. "You came at a very bad time." Shane was the only one who was unhappy. He felt that he had been slapped in the face again. "No, I'm here at the right time." Drake grinned. He saw 3 people having dinner in the yard. The table was full of food. He came back just in time for dinner. "You're here to rehearse a play with me, right?" Xiaen frowned and said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, "You came back too late and didn't do your part." Although there was a lot of food on the table, most of it would end up in Kagura's stomach. It was not a lie to say that there was no food prepared for Drake. Hearing this, Drake didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a bulging sack from his waist. He casually threw it to the ground in front of the dining table with a click. The sack slowly opened due to gravity, and screams of surprise from Shane, Kagura, and Kelly were heard in the yard. It turned out to be a sack full of Bailey's banknotes. The food expenses for this period of time, as well as for the next month. After saying that, Drake walked straight into the house, took out a chair, moved it to the remaining corner of the dining table, and naturally joined the dinner. It is found that 32 million Baileys can be collected. Should it be included in the storage space? There was actually so much money. Xiaen was shocked. How could this guy come back with so much money just by going out? Could this money be dirty? But this guy is Marine, he wouldn't rob a bank, right? Although he was puzzled, Shane did not need to follow the laws and morals of the previous world in this world. With a slight thought in his mind, he put the whole bag of Bailey into the space. Host's remaining assets, 493 million Baileys. You have too many abilities, fire, body recovery, and now the ability to absorb objects out of thin air. Shane did not hide his abilities this time, allowing Drake to see them clearly. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a strange voice. "The road. He's quite similar to the guy I met today." Talking about the guy he was talking about, he subconsciously looked at the left side of his upper body, where there were traces of being scratched by a sharp blade and a part of his clothes was cut off. Trafalgar Law. You met him too? Shane was very surprised. This morning when he was buying breakfast, Luo and his crew member Beppo followed him. After being discovered, they used their fruit ability to escape, leaving him confused. And now Drake actually met him, and it seemed that the two of them had a fight. Well, I didn't expect this guy's boat to be docked at the seaside not far from you. When I came back, I saw the lights of the boat in the sea. Just when I wanted to get closer to take a look, this guy teleported to the shore and said something inexplicable. Then they started fighting. Drake was a little depressed. Luo seemed to have said something like the orange-haired guy is the boss, but he didn't react at that time. He thought this guy was making up an excuse to fight with him. What was more important was that he was a little hungry at the time and was in a hurry to get back for dinner. He didn't want to have any useless communication with a pirate, so he took the initiative to attack and fight. However, he did not expect that the guy's ability was more difficult than the rumors said. He was almost cut in half by the knife that suddenly appeared in front of him. Fortunately, he had learned some observation haki when he was a marine, and he avoided the knife. After a fierce blow, Luo disappeared out of thin air as if he had returned to his boat. And when he saw Shane's orange hair, which was particularly eye-catching under the bright moonlight, he finally realized what Luo was asking him. That guy seems to want to be friends with you. Drake said a little embarrassedly. Then why don't you bring someone else over? Well, I know you had a fight with him, so there's really no point in inviting anyone else. Shane was a little helpless. Combined with Law's various behaviors today, he has realized that Law is most likely looking for an ally in the future. In the original work, the ally he has chosen is Luffy, and he used the submarine to rescue Luffy in Marineford, which just happened to give the two of them a chance to fight. This laid the groundwork for Luffy to agree to form an alliance with him to attack Doflamingo a few years later. So he speculated that Luo must have learned about the potential of his group from some channel, and then regarded him as a potential ally in the future. This is exactly what Shane is thinking. Similar to Luo's desire to find an ally, he also needs Luo's fruit ability. Luo's strength is definitely not as good as that of the original 2 years later, but he is definitely more than enough to be a perfect assistant. Plus his understanding of Doflamingo, with him on board, the Dressrosa trip would definitely be much easier. However, the only downside to forming an alliance with Luo is that his absolute goal is to destroy Doflamingo's rule in order to avenge his murder of Corazon, which is undoubtedly twice as difficult as their goal of just saving people. Natsu-chan. Kagura's voice brought Shane out of his thoughts. Shane looked at her in confusion. Kagura seldom spoke while eating because her mouth was always full of food. He didn't understand why the more she could eat, the faster she ate. When he saw that most of the food plates on the table were empty, he realized that because of Drake's sudden return, there was obviously not enough food prepared for Kagura on the table. Clay, on the other hand, was full and had been listening carefully to the conversation between him and Drake. There was no other way. One of them had paid for food, and the other had to be supported. He had to get up and continue to work on the kitchen utensils. There was enough food. In less than 10 minutes, he brought out many more plates of meat delicacies. He had not forgotten his promise to Kagura that he would provide her with enough meat every day. And now he had Clay. If he ran out of money to buy meat, he could just fry some in the sea. The Poseidon class will do. Wait, deep-fried Poseidon. A gleam of light flashed across Xian's eyes, and he suddenly thought of a way to make money. Kelly, have you finished making your new type of bomb? Shane looked at Kelly expectantly. Very quickly, it will definitely be done tomorrow. Seeing Shane mention the new bomb, Kelly instantly became interested and gave a comprehensive introduction to the composition, power, and other aspects of her bomb. Drake, who was eating nearby, was sweating profusely. He remembered that last night when he was sleeping, a little girl was making a bomb a few rooms away from him. If it exploded at such a close distance, he would probably be killed as well. Chapter 35, Frying and Selling Fish to Make Money. Brother Xiaen, do you also want to accompany Kelly to fry fish? Kelly found that Xiaen listened very seriously. Well, I was thinking that if I could blow up 1 or 2 Poseidons, I might be able to drag them and sell them for money. Shane nodded in reply and turned his questioning gaze to Drake, who was the only local native among the 4. He has purchased meat at the market in the past few days, perhaps because he is at the seaside. The price of fish is generally low, about the same as the price of pork in the world before he traveled. But Poseidons are not something that ordinary fishermen can catch, so he thinks the price should be a little higher, depending on rarity and size. Drake knew what he was going to ask. As a marine and a pirate for many years, he still knew a lot about these things, so he answered without thinking. General varieties that are more than 10 meters in size are estimated to sell for 5 to 6 million belly. The larger the size and the rarer the variety, the higher the price. After hearing this, Xiaen nodded with satisfaction. The price was higher than he thought, and even if it couldn't be sold, it could be cooked directly for Kagura. Although she has a big appetite, she is not picky about food at all. But it's much harder to deal with them in the sea than to catch pirates with the same bounty. Most people won't do such a thankless thing. Drake shook his head, feeling that Shane was taking it for granted. Poseidons are much more flexible than humans in the sea. It is easy to injure them, but difficult to catch them, unless there is a weapon that can kill them with one blow or render them unconscious. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that both Shane and Kagura had turned their attention to Kelly. Drake was shocked. Could this little girl's bomb be done? Did you hear that, Kelly? Does your bomb have such power? Xiaen asked expectantly. Don't worry, Brother Xiaen, Kelly's new generation of bouncing bombs can definitely blow up big fish no matter they are more than 10 meters or dozens of meters. Kelly waved her small fist, her voice full of confidence. Drake was sweating profusely. He didn't think Kelly was talking big, because she had a glorious record of blowing up a Draco slave ship. Poseidons that are dozens of meters tall can be blown over, but what about their hut that's less than 10 meters tall? But, Kelly, I want to ask, where do you usually store your bombs? Drake asked fearfully, and Kelly's answer decided whether he should stay here and sleep tonight. Put them all in my backpack. Oh, put them in the room now. Kelly touched her back and then remembered that she wasn't wearing a backpack. Is there any risk of it being detonated suddenly? I mean, for example, if it accidentally touches it, the air temperature is too high, etc. No way. Kelly felt that Drake was questioning his bomb, but it was hard to explain. In desperation, she casually grabbed the air, said SRA, and the flames rose. A bright flame stood in her palm, immediately lighting up the night. This is... The expressions of Shane and Kagura remained unchanged. They may have known or seen Kelly use her abilities. Only Drake's expression suddenly changed. He remembered the scene during the fight with Shane in the morning, when Shane also created 2 fireballs out of thin air. These 2 people actually have the same abilities. The bouncing bomb requires the power of fire element to detonate, which means that except for Kelly and Brother Xiaen, no one in this world can fully demonstrate its power, but... However, there is a small chance that it will explode on its own, but the power won't be too strong. It should only be able to blow up a wall. She seemed to be less confident when she spoke of the latter part. In fact, she had often failed when researching new bombs in the past. Not only would she be blown to pieces, but she would also blow the room to pieces. She had been criticized a lot for this reason when she was in Mondstadt. But it was still better here. Even though she told him the dangers of making bombs, Shane did not forcibly stop her research. Instead, he patted her head encouragingly. It's okay, Clay. The one who lives next door to you is Kagura, and she can't be killed by bombs. This was an encouragement for her to go for it. Although it sounded strange and brother Xian was bitten by sister Kagura because of it, Kaylee was still very touched. Clay will definitely make a new bomb tonight. Clay ran back to the room with high morale, and soon there was a crackling sound. Shane and Kagura went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and they didn't ask Drake to join them because this guy paid more than 30 million Baileys for food today, so he was qualified to enjoy the privilege for one night. Drake was alone in thought. He looked at Clay's back and looked at Shane from time to time. He really couldn't understand why the two of them had the same devil fruit ability. Nightfall. Shane returned to the room and lay on the soft mattress. He finally had some time to himself and opened the character panel before going to sleep as usual. Character Shane. Age 24. Race, human, 91%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 13.47%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 15.63%, Observation Haki Awakening, 7.24%, Armament Haki Mastery, 1.26%. 2 days until next summoning, summoning condition, 80 million berries. Host's remaining assets, 493 million Baileys. All abilities have been significantly improved, especially the Armament Haki, which has soared like a rocket, from less than 1% of yesterday's awakening to a full leap to the mastery stage. Could it be that I am very talented in cultivating Armament Haki? But why was the speed of practicing Armament Haki the slowest yesterday, but became the fastest today? This is too abnormal. The training method and training scene have not changed. The only difference from yesterday is Kagura was there. Shane thought of the key point. When he was practicing Armament Haki against the tree, Kagura was watching. Could it be that the presence of the summoned character would increase his training speed? No, Kagura was also there when he was practicing Observation Haki, but the progress of his Observation Haki was almost the same as yesterday, which doesn't make sense. Shane was puzzled and stopped thinking about it. He decided to try again tomorrow and find out. Then he slowly fell asleep. The second day. Just as day broke, white doves flew over from the seaside and threw newspapers into the mailbox at the door. This was the newspaper that Shane had subscribed to on the recommendation of the agent when he rented the house. He would receive it once or twice a week and settle the bill together with the rent at the end of the month. Everyone else was still sleeping, but Kelly, who had been busy all night and hadn't slept yet, saw the white dove. Her new bomb was ready, and now she didn't dare to sleep, for fear that if she fell asleep, Shane would cancel today's fish fry plan. Chapter 36 Luo's Visit. So after she built the bomb an hour ago, she sat by the window, admiring the beautiful scenery outside, waiting for Shane and others to get up. Now that the newspaper had arrived, she had a better way to kill time. Kelly tiptoed out of the bedroom door and went down the stairs to the first floor. Although she wanted to fry the fish as soon as possible, she didn't want to wake everyone up. With a creaky sound, the door opened, and the bright morning light made Kelly close her eyes. She covered her forehead with her hand and saw 2 newspapers in the mailbox, one reporting current events in the world and the other recording the local situation in the Sabayati Islands. Of course, Kelly was more interested in the world newspaper. Fire Fist Ace will be executed in 2 days. The headline remained unchanged, with Ace covered in blood, flames behind him, and the final scene of him and Blackbeard punching each other after he defeated him. Clay also has the ability to use fire. Based on the photo, she has a good impression of Ace. The people she meets who use fire attributes are all good people who make her feel warm, whether it is Amber, Diluc, or now Shane. Moreover, the guy called Blackbeard is not only ugly in appearance, but also covered in a strange black aura. This black aura is a symbol of evil even in the continent of Tivat. Clay is not a person who judges people by their appearance, but she still instinctively dislikes this guy named Blackbeard. This antipathy became even stronger after seeing subsequent newspaper reports that Blackbeard backstabbed his partner, took away his devil fruit, and then handed Ace over to the Marine government in order to seek a Shishibukai spot. This guy is just as hateful as the Doflamingo that Shane's brother mentioned. Whitebeard pirates, you must win. Clay, who was reading the newspaper, clenched her fists and cheered for them, just like a kid cheering for Ultraman in front of the TV. That's not easy to win. Marine is the most powerful force in this world. Saving 4 emperors from them is not enough. At least 2 4 emperors will have to work together. A strange male voice sounded from beside Clay. But I don't think we'll ever see the 4 emperors teaming up. Clay was startled by the sudden sound and covered her chest, only to find that a strange man wearing a round hat and holding a long knife suddenly sat in the mailbox. The remaining copy of the Sabayati Archipelago local newspaper in the mailbox was gone. She puffed up her cheeks, pointed at the stranger angrily and said, "You scared Clay. You should have said hello before talking to her." After she said that, she realized that this was the door of her house. This stranger had entered the yard without permission and was carrying a knife. Thinking of this, Clay's eyes became alert. She secretly condensed the fire element in her left hand, and her right hand instantly reached behind her. "Oh no, I didn't bring my backpack." Her only weapons, all her bombs, were in a backpack in her bedroom. "Don't be nervous. My name is Trafalgar Law. I'm here today to resolve the misunderstanding from the past few days. I don't mean to offend you in any way." Luo's voice was flat. He still sat on the mailbox, looking at the visitor without any restraint. He saw the fire gradually condensing in the palm of Clay's left hand, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Combining Clay's figure and appearance, he instantly thought of the bomb maniac who had been very famous in the Sabayati archipelago in recent days. "You are the little girl who deliberately blew up the Celestial Dragon slave ship. I didn't expect you to live here." Luo's voice fluctuated and his eyes were filled with surprise. This little house gave him more and more surprises. Not only was there the domineering orange-haired leader of conquerors, but also the supernova Drake, and now there was a bomb maniac. He now regretted coming here. Such powerful people gathered together and took the initiative to attack the Celestial Dragons. Who knows what shocking things they will do next? Even he currently only wants to bring down Doflamingo, the Shishibukai. It wasn't Clay who blew it up on purpose, no. No, it wasn't Clay who blew it up. When her identity was exposed, Kelly was immediately panicked. Shane told him that Marine had offered a bounty of 50 million Baileys on her head. If she was recognized, she would be captured by the bad guys and taken to the Marine base to collect the bounty. "You've already let it slip yourself." Looking at the poor acting skills of the little girl, Luo felt helpless. He now felt that this group of people were probably just living together and perhaps they didn't have as big a plan as he thought. "Excuse me, are Orange Hair and Drake here? I want to meet them." Luo sighed and thought it would be more reliable to talk to adults. They should not have woken up yet. "Do you want Clay to help you wake them up?" Clay's eyes were burning with anticipation. Waking them up now would mean that they could go out to sea to fish earlier. "No, I'm awake." The window on the second floor was suddenly opened, revealing a striking mass of orange hair. Shane looked at Clay and Luo below, and yawned as he spoke. He was awakened when Clay activated the fire element and thought that an enemy was attacking. After finding out it was Luo, he calmly changed his clothes in the room. He jumped down from the second floor and landed steadily beside the two people. "Brother Shane! Are you up?" Kelly screamed out in excitement. Although she was lively, she still felt a little unfamiliar facing strangers alone, and she couldn't judge whether the other party had good intentions. So when Xiaen came, she suddenly felt confident and now she even had the mind to look at the long sword on Luo's body. "Well, you got up so early, Kelly." Shane first glanced at Luo briefly, then touched Kelly's head and replied with a smile. "In fact, I haven't slept all day. I just made the bomb not long ago. I was afraid that if I fell asleep, the fish bombing plan this morning would be cancelled. Kelly answered truthfully, lowering her head slightly. She was a little worried. If it was Captain Sheen, she would probably let her go to her room to catch up on some sleep in this situation. But Shane was completely different. Then will you still have the energy to lead us in frying fish later? You are the main force, Clay. Of course, you must believe in Clay's passion for fried fish. Clay's eyes lit up. Then we can have fun all morning, and then you can catch up on your sleep in the afternoon. Yeah. Kelly cheered excitedly, but Shane told her to be quiet and go to the bathroom to wash up first. It was only around 6 o'clock, and Kagura and Drake were not awake yet. Kaylee glanced at Luo, and after seeing Shane's reassuring look, she went back into the house. At this time, the only people left in the yard were Xian and Luo, who had not interrupted the conversation. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Shane didn't know where to start. If he directly invited the other party to join his small group to fight against Doflamingo, it would be too abrupt. Is she your daughter? However, Luo's words made Shane freeze instantly. Chapter 37, Alliance with Luo. In the next dozens of minutes, Shane and Luo had a negotiation in the courtyard that was not too frank but very friendly. In the end, both sides were satisfied and reached a temporary cooperative and mutual assistance battle alliance with the goal of overthrowing the Doflamingo Shishibukai. After knowing that Shane and others' target was also Doflamingo, Luo's attitude changed 90 degrees. For him, this trip was very rewarding. Shane's understanding of Dressrosa was beyond his imagination. The dwarfs of Dressrosa, the former Princess Rebecca in the arena, and another Princess Violet who is a cadre of the Doflamingo pirates, all of them have an inexplicable hatred for Doflamingo. They will definitely have a considerable help. He also learned from Shane the biggest weakness of the Doflamingo pirates, which is the assistant who helped Doflamingo rule Dressrosa, Sugar, the owner of the childlike fun fruit. If she is eliminated, all the toys in Dressrosa will be restored to human form. In addition to what he had investigated, Doflamingo's deal with 4 Emperors Kaido regarding artificial devil fruits, as long as he went to New World to capture Caesar and stop producing artificial fruits, Doflamingo would face Kaido's wrath. Orange-haired boss, then we'll meet in New World. Luo suppressed his excitement and looked at Xian with gratitude. He couldn't wait to go to New World right now to make preparations for future plans. When he left, he deliberately left behind a den mushi for communication. It was a snail that also wore a round hat and had a cold expression. It looked somewhat similar to Luo himself. After bowing slightly to Shane for the last time and saying goodbye, he disappeared from the spot with a whoosh, and a newspaper slowly fell to the ground from the air. It slipped away really fast, just like last time. Shane complained to himself, bent down to pick up the newspaper on the ground, and then took the newspaper that Kelly had put in the mailbox. He planned to put all the newspapers in the living room, which was suitable for the family. Watch it during breaks. By this time, the sun had gradually risen, and the morning sunlight fell on the courtyard. Before summoning Clay and obtaining the elven bloodline, he would not be willing to bask in the sun due to the influence of the Night Rabbit bloodline, as it would make his skin feel uncomfortable. However, after acquiring a certain amount of elven blood, his discomfort seemed to have been neutralized and reduced to a level similar to that of ordinary people. He no longer had to use a parasol like Kagura when the sun was a little stronger. It was almost 7 o'clock, and Kagura and Drake had already gotten up. At Kelly's urging, several people changed into clothes for going out, preparing to go to the market to have breakfast first, and then rent a boat to go to the sea to carry out the plan made yesterday. Clay was carrying a bulging backpack full of her bombs, but she didn't mind the weight at all and walked in front, skipping and jumping. Shane walked behind her, giving her directions from time to time. Kagura was holding a parasol, yawning and looking at Shane's heels. This was a habit she had developed recently. Walking behind Shane, she didn't have to pay attention to the road, nor did she have to worry about bumping into pedestrians. Sometimes she could even walk with her eyes closed and sleep until she bumped into Shane from behind. Stop! And when she got tired, she could just hang on Shane's back and let him carry her for a while. However, every time she would be thrown off after not walking for long. Drake followed at the end. He didn't want to get involved at first because he felt it was unreliable to let a little girl of Clee's age plant a bomb. He was worried that the Poseidon would not be blown up but himself first. But the embarrassing thing was that, except for him, no one else among the 4 people present knew how to drive a boat, and they didn't even have any experience in sailing on the sea. Chapter 38 First time on a boat. There are already quite a few people at the market, not many of them are locals, and more than half of them are tourists from outside the city. Thanks to its unique geographical location and ecological environment, the Sabayati Islands are a famous tourist island on the Great Waterway. There were colorful bubbles floating in the air, and airships gliding by from time to time. The streets were filled with pedestrians, and there were also bubble cars, a local form of transportation, which made Kelly unable to take her eyes off. Shane felt it necessary to take a day off to take her and Kagura to the amusement park. He remembered that the amusement park that Luffy and his friends went to in the anime was very good, and the facilities were basically the same as those in modern cities, and even wilder and more exciting. Not long after walking, the 4 of them arrived at the breakfast shop that Shane often went to. "Hey, little brother, are you here for breakfast today too?" When the boss saw Shane, his wrinkled old face broke into a smile. He was a big customer who bought breakfast for dozens of people every morning. "Well, it's the same as the last few days, but I don't have to pack today. My friends are all here at the store." Shane greeted the boss familiarly and arranged for Kagura and the other 2 to sit at an empty table in the breakfast shop. "Okay, I'll be right there." The boss nodded contentedly, but suddenly realized that there were only 3 people accompanying Shane, and 2 of them were little girls. How could 4 people finish breakfast for dozens of people? The boss was a little confused. But when he brought the food to Shane's table, he saw the orange-haired girl finish a whole plate in one bite, and her speed was amazing. In the blink of an eye, she had cleared nearly 10 plates. "This little girl is such a eater." The boss was astonished by her beauty. Even the strong sailors in the shipyard were far inferior to her. He had no idea how she could hold so much in such a small belly. This scene was not only seen by the breakfast shop owner, but also attracted the attention of many customers and passers-by. Shane, who has been practicing observation haki recently and whose perception is sharper than before, can clearly sense that as the empty plates on their dining table pile up higher, more and more eyes are falling on them. There were so many people around that Shane was worried that Kelly's identity as a wanted criminal would be exposed, so he pushed the brim of her hat down to completely cover her hair and the upper half of her face. "Brother Shane." Kaylee understood that he was hiding his identity, so she let him do what he wanted. However, when her vision and face were mostly covered, it was not convenient for her to eat breakfast. Well, Shane also noticed this, and then an idea suddenly occurred to him. He picked up a piece of food and put it to Kelly's mouth. "I feed you." "Okay." Kelly's voice was very happy. The little mouth exposed under the brim of her hat slowly opened. She took small bites of the food beside her mouth and squinted her eyes to enjoy Shane's feeding. It was a very heartwarming scene, but Kagura felt very angry watching it. She felt like she was not enjoying the food anymore, and in a fit of rage she slammed the table with a loud bang, which almost choked the guests at the next table. "Why are you suddenly going crazy?" Shane looked at her unkindly, with 2 fingers bent, ready to hit her head. "Humph, I don't want to eat anymore." Kagura turned her head away, but her eyes kept glancing at Shane's hand that was feeding Clay. Xian instantly understood what she was upset about and sighed helplessly. 10 minutes later, Shane finished his busiest breakfast yet. Seaside. Under Drake's guidance, they came to a boat rental site at the port. In order to transport the Poseidon, they rented a medium-sized fishing boat that was more than 10 meters long. The rental fee was not expensive, only 2 million baileys for 1 day's use, but the shop owner collected a deposit of nearly 50 million baileys from Shane, which would be deducted from the deposit if the ship was damaged. Seeing that Shane and the others were young, the shop owner quoted a rental price several times higher than the current price. He even chose an old boat for them that had no defects on the outside but had outdated facilities on the inside. This is when Drake, an experienced seafarer, showed his ability. He took a casual stroll on the old ship and immediately got off the ship to point out dozens of problems in front of the shop owner. Sweating profusely, I realized that I had met someone who knew what I was doing. Under the blue sky, a fishing boat sets sail. Woohoo! Standing in the center of the bow, with the rustling sails behind him, Shane opened his arms and greeted the sea breeze on his face with his cheeks. Cool and comfortable. He felt like a seagull flying in the sky and had never felt so free before. The only pity is that this boat is not mine. I thought it would be such a wonderful thing to sail my own boat on this sea in a month. Wow! It's so cool. Like him, it was also Kelly's first time on a boat, and she was running happily around the deck. Kagura was surprisingly quiet. She sat on the edge of the boat not far from Rishien, holding a parasol, with her legs dangling over the edge of the boat, staring blankly with her blue eyes. The sea. What are you thinking about, Kagura? Shane came over. I'm not thinking about anything, but I have an indescribable feeling in my heart. I don't know how to say it. Kagura shook her head, her orange hair fluttering in the wind. Because her face was covered by the parasol, Shane could only see her profile. Is it shock, excitement, and calmness? This is Shane's emotional change after he got on board. At first he was shocked by the boundless ocean, then he felt excited and thrilled when sailing, and finally he gradually calmed down under the breeze. There was another decisive factor that led to this emotional change: seasickness. Of course, Shane, who is very proud, would never admit this. It seems like that's what you said. Kagura thought about it and found that she felt almost the same way, but she also had an additional expectation for the future. This feeling did not come from the sea but from Shane. Xia-chan, will we continue sailing in the future? Of course. We will go out to sea in a month when the boat is finished. We have finally come to this world, so we must see all its scenery. As the boat sailed, it got farther and farther away from the Sabayati Islands, until only the outline of the island could be seen. Drake then asked Shane to help him take down the sails and stop the boat. Isn't this a little too far? Shane looked at the Sabayati Islands looming in the distance. They had just sailed for nearly an hour. Not far. The farther away from the island, the more Poseidons there are. And if you don't go far away from the island, won't your little bomb girl be recognized by people who see her when she drops the bomb? Drake replied that he was a very rigorous person, different from pirates like Luffy, and he considered things more carefully. Perhaps this was the difference between the Marines with strict military discipline and the free and easy pirates. Chapter 39 Salary. You are more considerate than me. You are worthy of being a great pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Xian nodded. Although he was appreciative, his tone was a bit strange. Drake didn't have the energy to pay attention to him. It was really hard for him to come all the way. He was responsible for hauling in the anchor, hoisting the sails, steering, and planning the route all by himself, which made him, a user with the animal fruit ability, very tired. I didn't expect that. Xian said he had no sailing experience. He was really not being modest. He really had no experience at all and had never even been on a ship. Not long after he got on the boat, he began to feel dizzy and unwell. Although he refused to admit it, Drake could tell at a glance that he was seasick. Then Drake was in bad luck. He was too embarrassed to let two little girls do the physical work on the ship, so he had to bear it all by himself. Why don't you say anything? I sincerely praise you. Otherwise, Drake, you would have messed with me, and you would have been treated much better than Marine would have given you. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xian patted his shoulder. I don't want to die exhausted at sea. Drake was speechless. A guy who gets seasick actually had the nerve to recruit him. I really don't know how this guy got his conqueror's domineering power. Brother Shane, Mr. Drake, are we going to start frying fish? Kelly rushed over and tried her best to raise her head and look at the two people who had just spoken and pulled down the sail. Compared with her petite height of less than 1.3 meters, both of them can be called giant level. Xian was originally less than 1.8 meters tall, but the world seemed to be more nurturing or something. He felt as if he had grown a few centimeters taller, and Kagura Kori was a bit shorter in his eyes. Drake is even more exaggerated. He is more than 2.5 meters tall, almost as tall as half a mast. Coupled with the scarred muscles all over his body, he looks like a tough guy who is not easy to mess with. This is also the case just now. Reasons why chartering a boat can intimidate store owners. Well, this is it. Looking at Kelly from a bird's eye view, she was really cute. Shane touched her little head. The comfortable touch could be said to be the source of his happiness. Kelly didn't resist this. She actually hated it when someone taller than her touched her head like this. It would make her feel like she was being teased because of her height. But Xian and Kagura are exceptions. Both of them give her the same feeling as family members. Then Kelly will start preparing. After Xian retracted her hand, she took off the backpack from her back and dumped the contents on the deck. Gulu gulu. Dozens of round bombs were rolling on the deck. They were not big, only about the size of a palm. They even looked a little cute, with the shape of animal dolls. It was hard to imagine that Kelly blew up a whole place with such bombs. A Draco slave ship. Drake's eyelids jumped at the sight. Are you going to let such dangerous bombs roll on the ground? Don't look at it. They won't explode without the fire elemental power. Come with me to move the bait. Xian waved his hand in front of his eyes. As we all know, fishing requires making a nest. The same goes for fried fish. Most of the Poseidon species are on the bottom of the sea. Only when they smell a lot of flesh and blood or feel human ships passing by will they surface and wait for an opportunity to attack. The bait prepared for them was also bought from the charter boat. It was a lot of wooden barrels filled with fresh flesh and blood. When the barrels were thrown into the sea, they would float on the water surface, and the flesh and blood in the barrels would flow into the sea, filling the seabed with fish. The Poseidon class draws up. Shane and Drake went to the cabin to move the barrels. Kagura walked over at this time, and when she saw the exquisite doll bombs on the deck, her eyes lit up. She picked one up and put it in her palm to observe. What beautiful bombs! Did you put clothes on them, Clay? Well, I used the curtains from my room, which are bright red. The effect is quite good, right? Hearing Kagura's praise, Clay was extremely proud and said with her hands on her hips. It's nice, but I remember that the curtains seemed to be specially made for you by Xiaozhang. He went to several stores in the market to buy that color. You didn't tear them all up. Kagura leaned over to Clay's ear and whispered. Ah! After hearing this, Kelly trembled and covered her mouth with her hands in shock. She seemed to have done something wrong again. It was torn in half. Kelly thought it was just an ordinary curtain, but she didn't expect it was a gift that Brother Shane had spent so much time giving. I shouldn't have destroyed it. Brother Shane would definitely be very sad when he knew about it. Kelly regretted so much that she almost cried, but she was also touched. She didn't expect Xian would care about her so much. It's okay, I know where the store is. We can then secretly go to the market and buy another one and install it there. Natsu-chan won't find out. Kagura promised, patting his chest. Really? Hearing this, Kelly breathed a sigh of relief, but then she realized a new problem and a look of worry appeared on her face. But clay doesn't have the currency of this world, do you have it, Sister Kagura? Kagura was stunned by her question. She suddenly realized that after coming to this world, her clothes, daily necessities, food, and toys were all paid for by Xiaen, and she herself did not even have a penny. This guy never paid her any salary. Coincidentally, at this moment Shane came out of the cabin carrying a few wooden barrels. When Kagura saw him, he ran to him angrily. "Xiaozhang, where is my salary?" She stretched out a hand and made a gesture to ask for salary. "What? Salary?" Xiaen was confused by the question and didn't react for a moment. "My salary? You look like you've never thought about this salary issue, have you? We are not a company, so there is no salary." Xiaen felt strange. He didn't know where this idea came from. This girl's train of thought was particularly strange and often hard to understand. But when I worked in other places before, I saw that other people were getting paid. Although I was always kicked out early and never got my salary. Kagura tilted his head and asked in confusion. "This?" Upon hearing this, Xiaen was stunned and felt the girl's bitter past. Maybe what she wants is not the salary, but the sense of recognition when she gets the salary. But Shane really didn't think about the salary issue, because now including Drake's team, there are only 4 people in total, which can't even make up a fleet. He can just go and buy money wherever there is money to spend. He thought that when the number of characters he summoned increased, he would learn Nami's money management model, centrally manage all the money on the ship, and then distribute activity funds to the crew members every time they arrived at an island. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Even if there is no salary, it would be okay if you give me some pocket money." Seeing that he did not reply, Kagura said dissatisfiedly. Chapter 40 Fish Hunting. Kagura filled her pocket with a wad of banknotes and skipped away happily. "It's just 20,000 belly. I don't know how happy I am." After this period of grocery shopping, he has roughly understood the purchasing power of belly. 10,000 belly is almost equivalent to about 600 yuan. Of course, the price is only based on the Sabayati Islands, so there may be fluctuations in other places. 20,000 belly is just over $1,000. As long as Kagura doesn't want to rely on this money to fill her bottomless pit-like stomach, the week's expenses are completely enough. Moreover, he did not favor one thing over another, and also gave Kelly 20,000 yuan. Bailey. Seeing 2 little girls counting banknotes excitedly on the deck, Xiaen couldn't laugh or cry. "Stop counting, aren't you afraid of being blown away by the sea breeze? It's time to get down to business." Dozens of wooden barrels filled with fresh flesh and blood were thrown off the boat and floated on the sea, surrounding their fishing boat in a circle. The animal blood in the wooden barrel flowed out through the cracks and spread like ink on the sea. In less than a few minutes, the sea water within 10 meters around the fishing boat was dyed red. If an unsuspecting ship passed by at this time, it might be mistaken for a fierce naval battle between pirates. "It's a bit bloody." The tip of his nose smelled the fishy smell of blood. Xiaen looked at the blood-red sea surface and felt a little uncomfortable. Only in this way will we attract the real big guys. Drake stood beside Shane, scanning the sea with sharp eyes like a falcon, looking for signs of the Poseidon species. At the same time, he clenched the 2 weapons in his hands. One hand held the Western-style longsword he used when sparring with Xiaen last time, and the other hand held a sword that seemed more in line with his muscular body. An iron axe half as tall as a man. In fact, it is not difficult to deal with a Poseidon with his strength, but because he is an Esper, it is not convenient for him to attack too far away from the ship. He can only wait for Kelly to blow it out of the sea, and then he can add a fatal blow. Thump! Suddenly, a huge bubble appeared on the sea surface. The sea water rolled, the waves surged, and a black shadow larger than the ship swam across the sea, stirring dozens of wooden barrels suspended on the sea surface. The fishing boat was also affected by it, causing slight shaking. It came so quickly. Xiaoyan was overjoyed, but after feeling the size of the black shadow, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. It must have been dozens of meters tall. It is estimated that one bite can swallow them together with the fishing boat. Brother Xiaoyan, can you take action? Kelly on the side was already extremely hungry and thirsty. In her eyes, this was not a monster, it was just a bigger fish. As long as it was a fish, it meant that she could fry it at will. What a big fish! She had never fried such a big fish before and could not imagine how happy she would be if she blew it up. The desire in Kelly's eyes became more and more intense, staring at the big fish swimming in the sea in search of food, like a beast that had been hungry for several days looking at the prey that was so close. Waiting for the moment it comes out of the water to eat the bait. Drake answered first. Well, listen to Drake. He has more experience. Wait for Kelly. Looking at the huge creature floating faintly on the water, with its ferocious scales exposed in the sun, Xiaoyan couldn't help but swallow, feeling that the scales could even withstand ordinary artillery attacks. If he were to rely on himself, he really wouldn't know how to deal with this monster. With a size difference of dozens of times, his fists might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Fortunately, there was Clay, an expert in explosives, present. Although I had never seen her bouncing bomb, she was able to blow up a slave ship the day before yesterday. I believe that the upgraded version of the bomb, which has been improved for 2 days, should be even more powerful. While Shane was thinking, an accident happened. The black shadow swimming under the sea suddenly stopped. Just when Shane and others thought it was going to surface and bite the wooden barrels floating on the sea, it disappeared mysteriously. It ran away. Kelly looked at the sea in confusion. The black shadow disappeared, as if it had dived into the seabed. Could it be that he didn't like the bait we put out? This guy is too picky. Shane couldn't accept that his money was wasted like this. Natsu-chan, it hasn't left yet. I feel it's right down there. Kagura suddenly pointed at her nail plate. Currently on the ship, Drake is the most experienced, but she is the one with the sharpest perception. Of course, Shane was also aware of her outstanding ability and immediately broke out in a sweat. You don't mean it's under our ship? As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing boat shook violently, making the 4 people on the boat almost unable to stand. At the same time, a hideous mouth broke out of the sea from the side of the sail, and a shadow covering the entire ship's surface was formed. It actually swallowed the entire ship as Shane had originally thought. No one expected this Poseidon to be so smart. Drake was stunned for a moment and missed the chance to attack. Clay had just picked up the bomb from the deck and had not yet channeled the fire element. The huge mouth that covers the sky has swallowed most of the ship. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Shane's conqueror's domineering spirit, which was still in the awakening stage, was aroused, and a majestic momentum burst out from his body. The conqueror's domineering effect was most obvious on this type of beast. Even this Poseidon, which was tens of meters tall, felt the conqueror's pressure from Shane, and its pupils suddenly dilated in fear. Its mouth, which was about to close, also opened. He quickly shrank back. Kelly. Now. Shane reminded loudly. Bounce bomb. With a delicate hum, flames bloomed like flowers, and dozens of fiery red bombs cut through the air, leaving behind a trail as brilliant as fireworks. The bombs flew through the air at high speeds, and all landed accurately into the Poseidon's big mouth which had not yet closed. The Poseidon had a human-like confused expression on its face. It hadn't figured out why the food it was eyeing suddenly burst out with such a frightening aura, and now something hot had inexplicably entered its mouth. Is it edible? Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the Poseidon's mouth, causing its pupils to dilate and blood to splatter from its upper body. Finally, its mouth was blown open and it spewed out a long puff of thick smoke. Then it was Drake's turn. With his agile figure, he stepped on the deck. cabin and mast successively. With just a few moves, he reached a height of dozens of meters. The long sword and the iron axe attacked at the same time, drawing an X-shaped sword light of more than 10 meters in the air. Snap! Blood was pouring down like rain, and the Poseidon let out a painful roar. Its entire body was chopped by the X-shaped sword light. The two intersecting scars almost penetrated its body, making it completely unable to resist, and it collapsed. Lying on the sea. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally managed to pull it off without any danger. But how do we get it back? Looking at the Poseidon that was several times larger than the fishing boat, everyone began to feel troubled again. At this moment, Shane remembered the den mushi that someone gave him that morning. Chapter 41 Cultivation Cheat Device. Host's remaining assets, 521 million Baileys. After deducting the cost of renting the boat, the cost of bait, and the 10% transportation fee for the final den mushi call to Luo, Shane earned 28 million Baileys from this trip. Everyone was in high spirits after making money, and Shane decided to go to a restaurant for a big meal together. Luo was originally invited, but he was really exhausted. It was his first time to transfer such a large creature and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. After receiving his transportation fee, he returned to his ship to rest. They randomly found a barbecue restaurant and the four of them enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was also very happy as he had earned half of the day's turnover. I didn't expect that. I spent nearly 2 million Baileys. When Shane saw the number on the bill when paying the bill, he almost cried out. Kagura performed as stably as always, accounting for 70% of the 2 million belly. Clay also ate a lot because she had expended a lot of energy today. Drake, the user of the animal-type fruit ability, has always had an unusually large appetite. Shane himself is no ordinary person either. Before crossing over, he could only eat 2 bowls of rice, but now he has evolved to the point where he can eat a whole pot of meat. Afternoon. The weather was just as nice as yesterday, with the sun shining into the yard and giving the cottage a golden glow. Shane started his daily domineering practice just like he did in the past few days. But what was different today was that his domineering teacher Rayleigh had not come yet. At first, I thought Rayleigh was delayed by something, but until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, there was still no sign of him. Rayleigh said he has to go out for a while and will come to you in a few days. At this time, old Neil came over and brought news that made Shane frown. Out. Could it be going to Marineford? Shane's heart sank, thinking about what Rayleigh was going to do. But he didn't say much. He didn't need to worry about a strong man like Rayleigh, and he had already set off, so it was too late for him to persuade him. Right now, I am concentrating on my own cultivation of domineering power and waiting at home for the global live broadcast from God Tier Buggy the day after tomorrow. By the way, old Neil, do you know where to buy gunpowder? Seeing that old Neil was about to return to the shipyard after bringing the information, Shane suddenly grabbed him. This question was asked on behalf of Clay. Clay had used up all her bombs when she was blowing up the Poseidon class in the morning. She now wanted to make new ones but had no gunpowder. Most of the ones she had collected before were still in Mond and she hadn't brought them with her. Well, of course I know that. Many gunpowder merchants have some cooperation with our shipyard, because when we need to equip the ship with cannons, we also rely on shipbuilders. Is it the little girl named Clay who needs it? Old Neil naturally could not forget the little girl who blew up the Celestial Dragon slave ship. In fact, this incident is still a hot news in the Sabayati archipelago recently. Well, this is what she wants, all written down on this piece of paper. Please help me buy some through your channels. Shane handed him a piece of densely written paper, which contained everything Kelly needed. Wow! This girl is really professional. Old Neil looked a little strange when he saw some professional materials on the paper that even he didn't recognize. He really couldn't understand how a little girl in her early teens could be so skilled in making bombs. Of course not. She is my future blasting expert. Shane joked with a smile, glancing at the windowsill on the second floor. As soon as Kelly came back, she was so sleepy that she went back to her room to sleep. No. Why is half of the curtain in the room missing? He remembers that it wasn't this short when he bought it. Although Rayleigh was not around, he had already taught him a lot of theoretical knowledge in the past few days. Except for Conqueror's domineering aura, he could practice everything else on his own. However, before practicing observation haki, he needs to find a helper. Are you sure? Let me do it. Kagura blinked and clenched the stick in her hand. Just now, Shane found her lying on the sofa and said that he wanted her to help him with his practice. Kagura was a little confused, but she immediately understood after seeing the wooden stick. It turned out that he was supposed to stand behind him like the old man and attack him with a wooden stick while he was blindfolded. I can't help it. Mr. Rayleigh can't come these days, Drake is out again, and Kelly doesn't have enough strength. I have no choice but to ask you for help. Shane sighed. If he really couldn't find anyone, he would never choose Kagura to come. On the one hand, it was not convenient for her to hold a parasol in the yard, and on the other hand, she was too strong. Want to turn the stick black like that old man did? Kagura held the stick tightly and asked with some confusion. Turn black? Shane was a little confused, and it took him a few seconds to realize that Kagura was talking about wrapping the wooden stick with armed color domineering. During the training period of the past few days, Shane not only improved his domineering power, but also his physical strength. Ordinary wooden sticks could no longer harm him. So when Rayleigh hits him with the stick, a layer of armed color domineering will be wrapped around him to achieve the effect of training. Damn it, you, when did you learn that? Shane's expression gradually changed from confusion to shock. Because the wooden stick in Kagura's hand was slowly covered with a layer of dark color, it looked like it had turned into an iron stick, flashing a dazzling metallic luster in the sun. He actually attached the armament haki to his weapon. Shane couldn't do that at the moment. At most he could condense a layer on his fist, which was already his limit. Yesterday, when you were pulling up the tree, Xia-chan, I had nothing to do so I tried it. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Kagura answered truthfully. She was also looking at the dark wooden stick in her hand. It felt magical. The stick now seemed to be as hard as an iron stick. Just tried it, it's pretty simple. The girl's plain words dealt a huge blow to Shane. Once again he realized the differences between people. Wait, yesterday. Xiaoyan suddenly realized that something was wrong. His domineering cultivation speed in the past few days had been normal, increasing by a single-digit percentage every day, except for yesterday when he skipped a whole stage. And Kagura just happened to learn armament haki yesterday. With such a coincidence in timing, Xiaoyan instantly figured out the connection between the two, and suddenly felt excited. It turns out that summoning cheat is not as simple as he thought. After summoning a character, he can not only obtain the corresponding bloodline and the special abilities it possesses, but also when the summoned character learns new abilities in this world, they will also be fed back to him. On the body. Isn't this a training cheat? His gaze towards Kagura gradually became hotter. Chapter 42 The Third Summoning, Kana. Kana is a baby dragon. Not long ago, she was exiled to this space by her tribe because she played too many pranks. A dead silent, boundless exile space. Therefore, she could not go home and became a wandering dragon, not knowing where to go in the illusory space. After an unknown amount of time, when she was about to go to a place called Earth to find her friend Thor, a voice suddenly came into her mind. See, Shane, friend. Sabayati Islands, early morning. As soon as the sun rose, Shane pulled Kagura and Clay out of the door, walked through the misty streets, and the three of them came to a remote beach. Of course, I went out so early to summon new partners. The reason why the summoning location was not chosen in the basement this time was because Shane had a hunch that a big guy might come and he was worried that it would damage the house. Summoning condition, 80 million Baileys, already achieved. Summoning medium, a dragon scale, achieved. Summon or not? Start the summoning. Shane was full of excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the two little ones beside him who were rubbing their eyes in a daze suddenly woke up and felt a gust of wind blowing on their faces, blowing up their hair that was still untidy and spread out behind them. Immediately following, a blue light appeared on the ground. It was the light emitted by the summoning magic circle. However, because it was outdoors this time, the light was not bright enough, but its coverage area was much larger than the previous two times. In the center of the summoning circle, there was a click and the space cracked. Suddenly, a space crack nearly 10 meters long appeared from top to bottom and continued to expand outward, gradually forming a black mysterious vortex. Just as the main person came out, Shane, Kagura, and Clay all opened their eyes wide at the same time. Under their expectant gazes, a huge furry head poked out from the vortex, with snow-white fur, azure pupils, a sharp bird beak, and a face like a white fox. "So beautiful!" Kelly exclaimed, covering her mouth. Kagura's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she obviously liked this magical creature very much. However, she was a little confused. This didn't look like the dragon that Shane had mentioned. It was indeed not the ferocious western dragon covered with scales as Shane had imagined. However, when the white creature, which was dozens of meters long and no smaller than the one they hunted yesterday, emerged from the vortex, Shane gradually understood. It turned out that it was not the traditional western dragon, but a white electric dragon with snow-white feathers and head features similar to a pterosaur, but with a body of a giant dragon. No wonder Drake's scales can serve as a summoning medium, it turns out they are all related to dinosaurs. Successfully summoned Kana Kamui, the dragon made from the Kobayashi family in the anime world. Host obtains the bloodline Dragon Clan, and gains the ability Dragon Transformation. As the mechanical voice in his mind sounded, before Shane could react, he felt his body suddenly react, as if a huge ball of energy was forced into him. He couldn't help but roar in pain. Roar. What was shocking was that the sound he made became extremely deep and completely unlike what a human could make. It sounded more like the roar of a wild beast. "Xia-chan, Xia-en brother." Kagura and Klee's mouths gradually opened wider, their eyes kept rising, and gradually they began to look up. They were shrouded in a huge shadow. After roaring, Shane clearly felt that the discomfort disappeared. He felt his body extremely relaxed, as if he could fly into the air with just a flap of his wings. Wait, wings? Shane was stunned. He realized that his perspective seemed to have become higher and farther away. Clay and Kagura on the ground were now even shorter. He could not see them at all unless he lowered his head. In front of him was the tree of the almond red tree. At the tip, he could even see the wall of the red earth continent in the distance. Moreover, his vision was exceptionally clear, as if a clear filter had been added, transforming the original high-definition picture into a blue light picture. Every flower, grass, and tree within a few hundred meters seemed like a picture through a magnifying glass in his eyes. He could see the dewdrops and the patterns on the rhizomes clearly. Is it Dragon Transformation? Shane looked down at his body, the red feathers, the furry skin, the beak at his mouth, and a pair of wings that were more than 10 meters long. Shane looked towards the sea with feeling. Sure enough, the reflection on the sea was no longer the handsome and inhuman figure he was familiar with. It was not even a human, but a giant red dragon about 40 or 50 meters long. This looks exactly like the Kana I just summoned. It's almost a colored version with the same proportions. Shane raised his head and glanced at Kana, who was hovering in the sky. He could feel that there was some kind of intimate connection between him and her, the same feeling as that between Kagura and Clay. Character panel. Character Shane. Age 24. Race, Human, 81%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Dragon, 10%. Ability, Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 13.72%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 17.13%, Observation Haki Awakening, 10.24%, Armament Haki Mastery, 2.26%, Dragon Transformation Mastery, 9.27%. The remaining time for the next character summon, 7 days, Summoning Condition, 100 million berries. Unlock new summoning pool, item summoning, remaining time for next item summoning, 3 days, Summoning Condition, 10 million baileys. New summoning pool, what can be summoned from it? Shane was a little confused. But soon, the summoning cheat transmitted some information to his brain, and he suddenly understood that everything summoned by this pool came from the world where the characters had already been summoned. Tools, weapons, daily necessities, medicine, etc. It all depends on luck what is summoned, and it can only be summoned once every 3 days. It can be said that this is a luck-based summon, and there is no guaranteed minimum. The advantage is that only 10 million belly are used each time. While Shane was researching new features of cheat, Kanna had quietly approached. She also felt some kind of intimate connection between the two of them, so she flew over without any precautions, flew around Shane twice, and rubbed against his body affectionately. "Are you Shane? Are you a dragon too?" Judging from the smell, Shane was indeed a dragon, so Kanna asked in dragon language. But Shane obviously didn't understand. He just obtained a part of dragon blood. In a certain dragon-slaying world, he should be considered a hybrid. He was able to turn into a dragon because of a skill called dragon transformation. "I don't understand." Shane answered in the language of the One Piece world. Although he couldn't understand dragon language, he knew that the companions summoned through cheat would naturally learn the language of this world. "Why can't you understand? Have you been exiled as well?" After hearing his words, Kanna's voice turned into a crisp, tender human voice, which sounded very similar to clay, but not as lively. "Exile?" Shane was stunned. Fortunately, he had seen this anime before traveling through time. He remembered Kanna's plot. She wanted to attract other people's attention, so she kept playing pranks on her tribe members. Because she went too far, she was driven out. If she makes a mistake, she will go to a corporate slave's home on Earth to work as a dragon maid. But it seems that he was intercepted by himself before going to the Earth. Chapter 43. I am so strong now. Shane used the dragon transformation skill, a dazzling light flashed by, and he turned back into human form. "I'm Shane, but unfortunately, I'm not from the same tribe as you. I'm in this state because of a newly acquired ability." Looking at the clear eyes of the white dragon in front of him, Shane had an illusion that he saw a white-haired loli looking at him eagerly. But he soon realized that this was not an illusion. After he turned back into human form, Kanna also began to glow all over and turned into a cute little loli with twin ponytails that gradually turned from white to purple. She has blue eyes, chubby cheeks, and a petite figure. She looks extremely cute and adorable. Xiaoyan was sure that if there was a Lolita complex present, he would definitely not be able to resist pinching her face. He held back because he felt a little uncomfortable. Although Lolita girls were nice and cute, there were too many of them. As a captain determined to go to sea, he felt so ashamed that his 3 existing formal crew members not only failed to show their imposing manner when they were brought out, but also looked cuter than the other. Who would have thought that the first summoned Kagura, who was only about 1.5 meters tall and could barely be called a girl, was actually considered a tall person in their team. The second clay is nearly 1.3 meters tall, half a head shorter than Kagura. Anyone who sees her can tell that she is a little girl in her early 10 years old. As for the third Kanna, her original form looked quite imposing, a white electric dragon over 30 meters long, but after transforming into a human form, The corner of Shane's mouth twitched as he looked at Clay and Kana, who had become taller than him without him noticing, while Kagura was acting as a fair referee. "Kelly, stop tiptoeing. And you, what's your name, Kana?" "Kana. The ground over there is a little uneven, stand a little to the left." Kagura held the little head with one hand, conscientiously fulfilling the responsibilities of a referee. Shane covered his head. The scene looked very loving. If he was a passerby and saw three cute little girls comparing their heights on the street, he would definitely be delighted. However, when he thought that these were his three crew members, he felt that the future was bleak. In the future, when they arrive at New World, will someone else become One Piece while he becomes the Lolita King? Destruction. In the end, the height comparison ended and Clay won with a slight advantage of a head. Clay was very excited, thinking that a younger sister than her had finally arrived, but after Kana told her age, she and Kagura immediately stopped laughing. "Me? This year it should be 14,000. I can't remember clearly," Kana said in a soft and flat voice. 10,000 years old. Clay was shocked. That's older than even the gods. She thought of the gods of the continent of Teyvat. As far as she knew, their Mondstadt's wind god Barbados was only a few thousand years old, and was far inferior to this little sister in front of her who was even shorter than her. Kagura was also dizzy. She counted on her fingers, and the more she counted, the more frightened she became. Her expression became a little disappointed. "Doesn't that mean you are the boss?" After Kana came, Kagura saw that she was about the same height as Clay and estimated that she was not too old either, so she came up with the idea of becoming the leader of the three of them. But now, it seems that it is not working. "But you should still be a young dragon, right?" Shane suddenly interrupted. He remembered that the dragons in Kana's world were somewhat special. They were an almost immortal race. 10,000 years was not considered old for them, and they were even far from adulthood. "Well, compared to humans, I should be 9 years old." Kana looked at Shane in surprise. She didn't expect him to know so much. Then, she turned her gaze back to Clay. Judging from their similar body shapes, she felt that Clay should be her first friend. 9 years old, 1 year younger than Clay. So Clay is the older sister. Clay made a voice full of energy. She pulled Kana's little hand, hoping that Kana would call her sister Clay. "Not a sister, but a friend," Kana corrected seriously. "Kana doesn't want to call Clay sister." Clay was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up, clenched her fists, and her little face was full of fighting spirit. "Friends are just friends. Clay will definitely work hard to become Kana's sister." "Friend?" Kana's eyes widened. She admitted that it was her friend. She actually made a friend. The voice did not lie to her. Kana's expression didn't change, but she was extremely happy in her heart. She let Clay hold her hand, and the dragon tail behind her swayed happily. "It actually has a tail, so cool." Kagura discovered her little dragon tail. Because he is a dragon, it is normal for him to have a tail. Also, didn't you see that Kana not only has a dragon tail, but also a dragon horn? Shane pointed at the top of Kana's head, where there were 2 snow-white pointed horns that curved upward, looking like a pair of goat horns. "Wow!" Upon hearing this, Kagura and Clay exclaimed at the same time, and then with Kana's permission, the two of them touched the pair of little horns, which made Shane feel a little itchy. On the way home, they inevitably had to pass through a market section. After seeing the never-before-seen scenery in the Sabayati Islands, Kana finally showed her nature as a dragon, extremely strong curiosity. First, they want to put everything they see into their mouths, including bubbles flying from the ground, leaves of the almond mangroves, and even some children's toys. Secondly, you want to play with everything you see, the machete on the street pirate, the bubble car passing by, and the flying fish gliding through the air. Especially the flying fish that flashed by in the air. If Shane hadn't stopped it in time, Kana with shining eyes might have turned into a dragon and pounced on it. In short, Shane apologized to many people along the way, and was forced to fight with the pirate whose machete was stolen by Kana. It was at this time that he truly felt the power after his body expanded. With just one punch, without even using armament haki, the pirate who was over 2 meters tall and said to have a bounty of several million was directly knocked more than 10 meters away. All aspects of my body's functions have improved by more than 5 or 6 times. He was confident that the punch that had just knocked the pirate away could also break Drake's iron block. If he wrapped his fist with armament haki, even an animal-type fruit ability user like Drake would not dare to take it head-on. This is only the combat power of the human form. After using Dragon Transformation, his various values will be increased several times, including the defense and strength of the dragon body, the burst and recovery of the night rabbit, the agility of the elf, and the Ukele's fire elemental power was so strong that even he himself didn't know how strong it was now. The only pity is that he is not a full-blooded dragon after all. Like the users of animal-type fruit abilities, he has to constantly consume physical energy when transforming into a complete dragon form. However, he is not afraid of sea water. Chapter 44 Drake begins to doubt his life. After buying Kana clothes and some daily necessities along the way, and having breakfast, the group finally returned home. It is worth mentioning that Kana doesn't eat a lot, she just picks out a few delicious things and takes a few simple bites. She doesn't actually need to eat, as the energy that ensures the operation of her body is electricity. Unfortunately, there is no power system in this world. Fortunately, Kana does not need to absorb energy every day. As long as she swallows a large amount of lightning during thunderstorms, she can meet her basic needs for activities for more than 10 consecutive days. This also made Xian relieved that he no longer had to support a big eater. Along the way, Kana was only interested in some desserts. These things didn't cost much, so Shane bought them all for her, whether they were marshmallows or lollipops. Then I can clearly feel that my favorability in the little loli's heart is rising. Is this where I will live in the future? Kana licked the marshmallow in her hand and looked at the 2-story hut in front of her. Well, it's just temporary, because it won't be long before our ship is ready to go to sea. By then, we will probably spend most of the time on the ship. Taking advantage of the opportunity while she was eating marshmallows, Shane finally got what he wanted and touched Kana's little head. It felt as good as he thought, soft and soft. This sharp and soft thing must be a dragon's horn. It felt so good to hold it. Shib. Kana's tone of voice rose, and her blue eyes became brighter, filled with longing. She had heard of boats and stories, which were tools used by humans to navigate, but she had never seen one with her own eyes. At this time, she was a little curious when she heard Xian talking about it, and when she looked at him, little stars appeared in her eyes. I want to see the ship. It's not finished yet, it's expected to take more than 20 days. Xian almost turned cute at the look in his eyes, and answered with force while covering his throbbing chest. Kelly wants to go see it too. At this moment, Kelly also came over and hugged one of his arms and acted coquettishly. Okay, when the ship is built, let's go together. Xian couldn't control his mouth anymore and felt his heart rippling. Humph, perverted lolicon. Kagura pouted, then took Kana's little hand and led her towards the house. Stop giving this pervert Natsu-chan any more pleasure. I'll take you to choose a room, Kana. Yes. Kana nodded obediently. She also cared about choosing a room, even the second most important thing after making friends. At this time, Drake had just gotten up. Opening the bedroom door, he happened to bump into Kagura, who was taking Kana to choose a room. He didn't take a closer look and thought it was Kagura and Kori, so he simply nodded to them and said hello. After going downstairs, he saw Kelly sitting on the sofa with Shane. He rubbed his eyes and his brain stopped working for a few seconds. Is that little girl just now another newcomer that you abducted from somewhere? When he said this, he looked at Xian with an expression that was indescribably complicated. It's a little girl again. She already has 3 carrot heads. Does this guy need a little girl of this age to find a partner? Hey! I have a feeling you are thinking something bad. Don't get me wrong. I didn't kidnap Kana, and I'm not a Lolita complex. As he said this, due to being too excited, Shane had to touch Kelly's head. The soft touch immediately calmed him down. You don't sound convincing at all right now. Drake frowned. In the afternoon, old Neil brought the gunpowder raw materials that Shane asked him to buy, several large sacks filled to the height of a person. Fortunately, he had bubble bags, otherwise he might not be able to carry them all in one trip. Clay jumped for a while in excitement, and then she didn't even bother to play with her new friend Kana. After asking Kagura and Shane to help her carry the materials upstairs, she went to make the bomb behind closed doors. This morning, residents on the coast saw 2 winged monsters, several dozen meters tall, that looked like some kind of extinct pterosaur. Old Neil brought an important piece of news. There is a large turnover of personnel in their shipyard every day, so they are usually the first to know about any new happenings on the island. I heard that after the Tianlong people learned the news, they immediately issued an order to send their men to capture the 2 dragons and take them back as pets. And they've posted a bounty of hundreds of millions on the black market. Now all the pirates and bounty hunters on the island are looking for these 2 dragons. Pterosaur? Could it be a devil fruit user? Drake was shocked after hearing this. Dinosaurs were close to extinction in this world, and pterosaurs that were dozens of meters long were unheard of, so he was more inclined to believe that it was a person with special abilities. I don't know, but the celestial dragons won't care. They will still capture people even if they are human, relying on their noble status and the protection of Marine. Old Neil replied that the people who knew the nature of the Draco best were the local residents living in the Sabayati Islands. Drake was speechless, because he himself was the Marine who protected the celestial dragons in Old Neil's words. Shane rubbed his temples, feeling a headache, because the 2 dragons that the celestial dragons wanted to capture were himself and Kana. He didn't expect that he would be seen by someone even though he went to such a remote seaside to summon them in the morning. In fact, he was cautious enough, but his changed form was too big. Kana's dragon form was over 30 meters long, and the almond mangroves could not cover it at all. He himself was over 40 meters long, and was taller than the tree just by standing. Brother Shane, you guys should be careful when you go out recently. Whether it's encountering those 2 dragons, or pirates and bounty hunters who come after hearing the news, it's not a good thing. Before leaving, the uninformed old Neil kindly reminded him again. Shane didn't worry for too long. After improving his strength this time, although he was burdened with a bounty of 200 million, after summoning Kana, there were not many people in the Sabayati archipelago who could threaten them. Their strongest fighter at the moment is Kana. The upper limit of her strength is unclear, but based on her performance in the anime, her lower limit is at least at the level of a general. The second is Kagura. With her explosive physical fitness, newly acquired armament haki, and her Night Rabbit bloodline that becomes stronger with each battle, Shane feels that she has a chance to defeat Minga alone now. However, Kagura is not. He likes to fight and won't let himself bleed unless it's a dangerous moment. Then it should be him and Drake. He can fight Drake on equal terms in human form, and after using dragon transformation, he can probably kill him in 1 second. Hey, you, how did your body become so strong? And when did you secretly learn this armament haki? Inside the hospital, Drake was panting and sweating profusely, with an expression of doubt on his face. In the fight just now, apart from not using the devil fruit to fully transform into a beast, he did not hold back at all, yet he could only fight Shane on equal terms. You know, this guy couldn't even break his iron block 2 days ago. Is that all? Compared to Drake's condition, Shane seemed particularly relaxed. He was only sweating a little, which was just the normal warm-up level. The physical enhancement brought by Kana not only brought strength and speed, but also greatly enhanced physical strength. After the battle intensity with Drake just now, he felt that he would not feel tired even if he fought for another day. Chapter 45. Kana also wants to learn. Let's not fight anymore. With your current physical strength, it's impossible to tell the outcome. Drake's face turned red, and he felt very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. I don't know if this guy's body has evolved or what, but whether it's strength, speed, explosiveness, recovery, or even his endurance, which is what he is most confident of as an animal-type ability user, they are all better than mine. The numerical advantage was total. If Shane hadn't lacked practical experience and had strength but no skills, he would have been defeated long ago. This is not a life and death fight. If I use the power of my devil fruit to equalize your physical difference, you will definitely lose. Perhaps to save face, Drake turned his head to look at Shane as he picked up the weapon that had just fallen to the ground, and suddenly blurted out another sentence. Haha, this is really urgent. Hearing his arrogant words, Xian almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Fortunately, his previous working life taught him that he must never question at such times, otherwise he would really get angry and have a real fight with him. Although his ultimate move Dragon Transformation is useless, he is not afraid of Drake's Allosaurus form. However, he will meet him again if he looks up or down. It is not good to make him become autistic. Yeah, that's right. So, Shane gave him a thumbs up to express his affirmation, his tone very sincere. Drake was still PD off, but not completely. He said he wanted to go to a tavern in the chaotic area of the Sabayati archipelago to drink and find out about the current changes in the world situation. Relatively speaking, the information on island number 53 is still too isolated. There is not even a tavern. Sailors like Old Neil have to go to other islands if they want to drink. However, this did not have much impact on Shane. Although he also liked drinking before traveling through time, he seldom went to places like bars. He usually drank at home or with friends at dinner parties. What's more, he now has a family with him. Taking Kagura, Clay, and Kana to the tavern, just thinking about that scene makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. I think I should wait until I have more male companions before going. Therefore, for the rest of the day, Xian decided to continue practicing his domineering power. Xian was not such a hard-working person originally, but now he has a character panel that allows him to check his training progress at any time. This makes his training feel like leveling up in a game, and he is gradually becoming a training maniac. He felt like he should be able to chat with Zoro now. He moved a huge rock from the seaside to the courtyard and started daily training in armament haki. Shane, what are you doing? After a while, Kana, who had seen enough of the new room, ran over. She has just come into this world and is still in the stage of being curious about everything around her. She had actually been in Klee's room watching her make new bombs, but after she couldn't help but eat one, she was kicked out by the angry Clay. Afterwards, she wanted to go play with Kagura again, but Kagura was just sleeping on the sofa as usual. Kana knew very well the pain of being woken up in the middle of sleep. So she hurriedly tiptoed out of the room, not wanting to wake up Kagura, and after she went out, she happened to see Xian practicing. Yes, Kana. I am practicing armament haki. You probably don't know haki. It is a power system that belongs to this world alone. Seeing that it was Kana who arrived, Shane introduced Beiki to her with great interest. Because he tasted the sweetness from Kagura last time, he thought that if Kana also learned armament haki, some of the results would be fed back to him. You can level up even when you're lying down, so why not? That sounds interesting. Kana's eyes lit up, and she stretched out a tender little white hand, clenched it into a fist, and then concentrated her mind and mobilized her physical strength as Shane said. Shane watched with great anticipation. He felt that if Kagura could succeed in one try, then a dragon like Kana, who had a stronger body, would be able to easily defeat them if he learned armament haki. However, the situation is a bit strange. Kana did mobilize the power in her body, but it was not armament haki, but a ball of jumping, flashing electric arcs, with crackling sounds, gradually enveloping Kana's small hand completely. What's this? Shane looked confused, but his expression gradually turned into one of fear. Because the electric arc did not stop after wrapping around Kana's fist. Instead, it continued to expand gradually, and then quickly compressed onto Kana's fist, turning into a lightning ball of several tens of centimeters in size. The air around the lightning ball was impacted, and water vapor was evaporating with a crackling sound. The restless lightning flashed, presenting a rich purple color, which seemed to contain unimaginable energy and could explode at any time. Shane, who was closest to the victim, felt the most. He could hardly open his eyes, his skin felt stinging, and his sweat and hair were about to be singed by the electricity. Looking at the small ball of lightning with difficulty, he had a terrible premonition. If Kana threw this ball of lightning to the ground, not only would the house he rented be blown up, but half of the Sabayati archipelago would also be blown up with it. Kana, stop it, don't let it explode, he shouted anxiously. Kana was a little confused. She looked at the ball of lightning in her hand and found that it did not look like the so-called armed color domineering. It seemed that it was just her own electricity gathered into a ball. Tisk, failed. Kana puffed up her cheeks, and then under Shane's horrified gaze, she grabbed the ball of lightning in her hand and swallowed it in one bite. Belch. As Kana burped with satisfaction, the lightning in the yard disappeared, the air returned to silence, and everything disappeared. This is eaten right away. Shane looked as if he had seen a ghost and was still in shock. Just now, he had even made the worst plan and turned into a dragon to rush to the second floor to protect Clay. As for Kagura on the first floor, he didn't need to worry about her abnormal physique. Unexpectedly, the crisis was resolved so easily. It was great that the residents of the Sabayati Islands survived another day. Sean, I'm sorry, I failed. Seeing Shane's expression, Kana felt a little guilty. She thought she had failed to use her domineering power to disappoint him. Teach me again, Shane, next time. I will definitely be able to do it. Kana clenched her fists and raised them, which was a cheering gesture she learned from Clay. No. Let's not practice this anymore, it's too dangerous. Shane quickly waved his hands to stop her. If she was allowed to do it again, and if she couldn't control herself well, the Sabayati Islands would really be gone. Yet. Kana nodded, not quite understanding, with a look of loss on her face. Shane noticed all the changes in Kana's expression. Like Clay, she was simple and could tell at a glance whether Kana was in a good or bad mood. She must be unhappy now. This is not good. By summoning them to this world, I naturally have the responsibility to make my companions happy. Come to think of it, after Kana came into this world today, except for passing by the market at 1 o'clock in the morning, she seemed to have not really played in this world. From this, Shane thought of what to do. How about we go fishing in the sea together? Chapter 46 Under the Sea with Kana. As we all know, the entire island of Sabayati is not an island formed by stacking land in the popular sense. On the contrary, what supports it on the sea surface is a special plant of the Grand Root, the almond mangrove. Strictly speaking, the Sabayati Islands should be called the Armenian mangroves, and all the buildings on the island are attached to the exposed roots of the Armenian mangroves. Over time, there will naturally be more soil for human survival. As for the mangroves that can support an island, you can imagine how exaggerated their roots hidden under the sea are. At least Shane is now deeply shocked. Just now, he took Kana and dived into the sea in dragon form. He wanted to take Kana out for fun while also using the Poseidon in the sea to test the strength of the dragon's body. But as soon as they entered the sea, they were stunned by the scenery before them. Countless huge tree roots are intertwined together, winding for more than hundreds of meters, as numerous and complex as the veins in the human body. Moreover, each of the tree roots was ridiculously large. Shane and Kanna were now more than 30 to 40 meters long in their dragon form, which was considered huge on land. However, they were too small to be worthy of the weight of these intertwined tree roots. A mention. So beautiful. The white electric dragon's azure pupils sparkled in the deep sea, and paired with her already beautiful figure, she looked even more extraordinary. But Shane didn't pay much attention to Kanna's appearance at this time. He was very confused as to why he could hear Kanna's voice in the sea, and she clearly didn't open her mouth. After entering the water, he tried to open his mouth and speak, thinking that speaking in water was an innate ability of dragons. However, perhaps because of piracy, he was almost choked to death by the sea water rushing into his mouth. So now he is obedient and doesn't reply even when Kanna speaks to him. "Don't open your mouth, speak in your heart," Kanna reminded. Is this still possible? It seemed that Kanna's voice was indeed much clearer than when she heard it on land. It was as if it was ringing directly in my head. Is this a way for dragons to communicate? Hey, Kanna, can you hear me? Upon hearing this, Shane was like a gamer who had discovered a new bug and couldn't wait to try it a few times. I can hear you, Shane. Kanna replied patiently, while keeping her eyes on the surrounding scenery. She had never seen such a spectacle in the world where dragons lived. For creatures like dragons with long lifespans, anything new and novel could arouse their interest, let alone Kanna, who had the strongest curiosity. Young dragon. If she hadn't known that Shane would most likely be unhappy, she would have gone to eat the tree roots. What a magical way of communication. Is this your ability, Kanna? Shane finally had enough. Not just me, but all of us, our fellow tribesmen, can do it. Kanna paused after saying 2 words. It was a bit difficult. It was really difficult for a young dragon to explain this probability clearly. Oh, so that's how it is. Shane roughly understood. It was pretty much what he thought. This was the way dragons communicate with each other. With a certain amount of dragon blood, he can now barely be considered a dragon, so he and Kanna don't actually need to speak when communicating now. They can just directly transmit what they want to say to each other's minds. This reminded him of the first words of dragon language Kanna said to him when she first came to the world, which also appeared directly in his mind. However, he habitually answered out loud, causing Kanna to follow him and continue speaking out loud. While Shane was thinking, Kanna suddenly suggested gnawing on the tree roots. But as expected, Shane rejected the idea. He felt that after living in someone else's body for so long, it would be too much to eat that person now. Kanna didn't insist and shut up. She had been very sensible since her birth, which made Shane very happy. But in order to make her have fun, Shane decided to take her to nibble on something else, such as some Poseidons that had sensed their presence and had fled in panic. For a time, the country was in turmoil, with blood and flesh flying everywhere in a bloody storm. 2 evil dragons broke into the deep sea. Along the way, no matter whether they were Poseidons of dozens of meters or hundreds of meters, they were no match for the 2 dragons and were easily solved with just 2 bites. If both dragons didn't like eating raw food, their stomachs would have been filled by now. During this time, Kanna used her abilities several times. She opened her dragon mouth and a beam of light wrapped in lightning burst out, like a searchlight shining deep into the sea. In an instant, it crossed 1,000 meters and blasted a Poseidon that had ambushed them and escaped into pieces. And because it was carrying lightning, after the light column dissipated, the remaining electric arcs in the sea water formed an electric grid, which stunned all the unlucky fish beasts within a radius of tens of meters and suspended them on the sea surface. Wow! So many fish! While in the sea, Shane could hear the cheers of the fishermen on the surface. They were thanking nature for the gift that allowed them to have such a good harvest, but they had no idea that it was all thanks to a dragon. Finally, seeing that Kanna was a little tired, the 2 returned home with great pleasure, and of course, they also brought back a lot of prey. Damn you, Xia-chan, you went out to play without me. As soon as he entered the cabin, Kagura, who was reading a magazine on the sofa, rushed over, sat on Shane's neck, and grabbed Shane's hair with her hands. She became even angrier when she saw Kana following Shane into the room. You took Kana out to play without taking me. I want to break up with you. Don't be anxious, let me talk. Shane's face was covered by the girl's cheongsam top, and everything in front of his eyes was dark. Having just come out of the sea, he was forced to feel the taste of the sea again. The pair of legs riding on his shoulders were like iron chains, tightly encircling his neck, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Look behind you first. Kagura's strength was still above his. After much effort, Xian finally got his hand into the pair of thin legs between their necks, giving himself a chance to catch his breath. Kagura looked toward the door in confusion. But in the small courtyard, there were 7 or 8 sea beasts, each nearly 10 meters in size, their bodies a little charred, as if they had been electrocuted, and there was a faint smell of meat. These were the prey that Shane and Kana brought back. In fact, they had killed many more sea beasts than these. However, based on his cooking experience over the past few days, Shane only brought back the ones with the most delicious meat. Of course, Kagura smelled the meaty aroma and immediately licked her lips, her stomach growling and the strength of her legs wrapped around him weakened. Xia-chan, you're the best. Looking at the 360-degree change in the girl's attitude, Xian was speechless. He knew what this girl meant was that she was waiting for him to go to the kitchen and cook a feast for her. Night. To celebrate Kana's arrival, Shane used all his skills, combining the cooking skills he had before the time travel with the new cooking methods he learned in this world. After a full hour of cooking, he made more than a dozen kinds of delicious food. Inside the small courtyard, the dining table was filled with a wide variety of food. When the few people started to eat, Drake also returned late. Shane was a little speechless. This guy was nowhere to be seen during the day and would come back at mealtime. He seriously suspected that a large part of the reason why Drake agreed to go to New World with them was because of food. Chapter 47 Scissors, Cane, Flowers. However, Drake did not return empty-handed. He brought back a bag of wine from the tavern, including rum for Shane, and fruit wine for Kagura, Clay, and Kana. With the rich dishes and the addition of good wine, everyone enjoyed the meal even more. Kagura, Clay, and Kana drank a bottle of fruit wine together. As expected, Kagura fell asleep after just one drink and fell asleep on the dining table. Shane carried her back to the bedroom. After taking a sip, Kelly couldn't drink any more. She choked on the wine and stuck out her tongue. Her cute expression made everyone laugh. However, Xian, who laughed the most, was embarrassed and annoyed by Kelly and asked her to drink the wine. Finished drinking. Shane readily agreed to this, but don't get me wrong, the main reason is that the fruit wine from the Sabayati Islands tastes good and he has wanted to drink it for a long time. In the end, the whole bottle of wine went into Kana's stomach. She seemed to be addicted to it. After drinking a glass, her eyes lit up and she drank the bottle directly. You are so awesome, Kana. Klee's eyes lit up. Very sweet and delicious. Kana's voice sounded a little dazed, her eyes were blurry, and her head was shaking as if it had no support. She looked a little drunk. Xian, is there any more? She had finished the bottle in her arms and looked at Xian eagerly. I've finished drinking it. Let's drink it next time. Shane didn't dare let her drink any more, not because he was worried that she would get sick from drinking. He didn't need to worry about the health of a young dragon, but he was afraid that Kana would drink too much and lose control. If she leaked some of her abilities, it would be terrible. He still remembered the energy wave that Kana had casually created earlier, which could really destroy the world. Then Kana was seen staring at the wine he had not finished yet, ready to make a move. Xian was startled again, and hurriedly drank the wine in one breath. He drank too quickly and choked and coughed several times. Humph! Shane didn't know if it was an illusion, but he heard Kanna's subtle hum. She put her hands on her hips and turned her head away from Shane. Shane could only see her puffy and red cheeks, as if she was having a bad temper. Xiaoan felt helpless and thought that this meal was too tiring. Not only did he have to cook, but he also had to look after these 3 cats all the time and had no time to rest. But there was nothing he could do, after all, he was the one who summoned her. Shane just treated it as a way of adapting to the future life of raising a daughter. He got up and went back to the house to find a few bottles of fruit juice and drinks from the refrigerator, and then he coaxed Kanna into submission. Late at night, thanks to the fruit wine Drake brought back, Kelly and Kanna finally fell asleep on the dining table, and poor Shane had to carry them back to the room, one in each hand. After taking off their shoes and socks, wiping their faces and feet, and then carrying them back to bed and covering them with quilts, Shane was finally able to free himself from the busy schedule. After a busy day, Master Xia finally returned to his bedroom. He felt a little sleepy, so he fell on the bed. He closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he put his mind into the cheat space. Character Shane. Age 24. Race: Human, 81%. Night Rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Dragon, 10%. Ability: Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 16.83%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 17.43%, Observation Haki Awakening, 10.78%, Armament Haki Mastery, 3.26%, Dragon Transformation Mastery, 10.27%. He first took a quick look at the character panel and found that various abilities had increased a bit compared to during the day. Although not much, this solid sense of improvement also gave him the motivation to exercise. Then there is the summoning panel. Remaining time for next character summon, 7 days, summoning condition, 100 million berries. The time has increased from 3 days to 7 days, which is not much of an increase. The summoning conditions have not continued to expand 3 times as expected. From 3 days to 7 days, from 80 million to 100 million, and he remembered that the first time he summoned it was 10 million Baileys, and now it has become 100 million by the 4th time. Shane vaguely found a pattern. It turned out that this summon pool increased in stages. Every 3 summoned characters was considered a stage. The summoning cooldown time for each stage was fixed. The units of the summoning conditions were from tens of millions to hundreds of millions and tens of millions. Billions and tens of billions of changes. 10 billion, according to this calculation, it would take a full 10 billion Baileys to summon the 10th character. Whitebeard's bounty is only 50 billion, which means that you need to capture 2 Whitebeards to be able to summon 1 character. This is really outrageous. Shane's scalp tingled just thinking about it. He really didn't know where he would get so much money in the future. But what comforted him a little was that the summoning medium this time was relatively simple and he only needed 1 day to get it together. The medium for this summoning: a pair of scissors used by a barber, a walking stick used by ordinary people, a piece of cherry blossom and a piece of peach blossom. Scissors, cane, and flowers. Shane lay on the bed thoughtfully, thinking about the possible characters that could correspond to the summoned medium, but in the end, apart from having some grasp of the scissors, he had no idea about anything else. As he thought about it, he gradually fell asleep. The next day, early morning. In a certain impel downtown not far from the Sabayati archipelago, known as the Hell of Pirates and the Great Prison Under the Sea. After a night of struggle, pain, and desperate roars, Mr. Tu Fengkele from the former Baroque works, Ivankov, known as the Queen of Shemales, and his assistant Lightning holding a cup of coffee, as well as a large group of strangely dressed androgynous shemales behind him. At this moment, he was looking at the iron gate with a look of astonishment. With a creaking sound, the iron door was slowly opened, and a young man with bandages wrapped all over his body and wearing a straw hat walked out of the door. "Little monkey! Straw hat boy! Straw hat boy!" Everyone cheered, and many people, including Feng Clay, had tears in their eyes. Because they witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, a miracle in which a person's entire body was corroded by Magellan's venom, but was reborn under Ivan's hormones. The brim of the hat was closed, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes from beneath the scattered hair, emitting a determined light. "Ace, I'm here to save you." Another place. Not far from Marineford, hundreds of meters deep on the seabed, no one could have imagined that at this moment there was a dense fleet sneaking around. At the front of the fleet, on an incredibly large ship, a pineapple-headed guy jumped down from the mast, his arms turned into blue wings with flames rising from them, and he landed steadily on the deck. "Dad, we have passed the gate of justice. We are now at the center of Marineford." With a respectful look on his face, he reported the situation to the man sitting in the middle of the boat with a bold move. Whitebeard nodded and looked up at the sea surface that was faintly shining. A several-meter-long sword stood beside him. He tried to grab the sword, but was blocked by the infusion tube in his hand. Under the stunned gaze of the pineapple head, he directly put the needle in his hand into the air. Pulled it out. "Ha ha 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 ha. Go ahead, little ones. What are you doing, Dad?" Chapter 48, The Battle of Marineford is approaching. The war at the top has begun. Shane only remembered this after he got up in the morning. He was very excited, after all, he had been looking forward to it for so long. But he soon regained his composure, because it was completely useless to get excited, he couldn't participate at all, and even if he wanted to watch the game he could only wait for his dear buggy god tier. He walked out of the room and found that Kagura and Klee's rooms were still closed and they hadn't woken up yet. However, Kana's door was open. When Shane passed by, he saw her neatly folded bed. "Hey!" Shane was a little surprised. She didn't expect a dragon could fold quilts. Just based on this point, she had already defeated more than 90% of human college students. But when he came downstairs, he found the floor was a bit messy, with many empty bottles and cans. Was there a thief? He frowned slightly and followed the direction where the bottles fell. He found the thief, who was a young dragon who could fold the quilt when he got up. She was lying on the sofa in an indecent posture, her two short legs suspended in the air, her face flushed, and her hands holding a bottle to her chest. Shane recognized the bottle, which was the same one that had just fallen on the ground. It was the unfinished rum and wine that Drake brought back yesterday. For a moment, Shane covered his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. More than a dozen bottles of wine were all drunk by this early rising young dragon. It seemed that he had accidentally awakened a drunkard. From now on, will there not only be the gluttonous King Kagura, but also a dragon who loves alcohol? "Kana, what did you do?" Shane walked up to her and tapped her forehead, his tone blaming her. Kana seemed a little dizzy. She pretended not to see Shane when he walked up to her. It was not until she was hit on the forehead that her blurry eyes regained clarity. "Sien, the wine is delicious." Seeing that it was Shane, Kana smiled and wanted to share the wine in her arms with him. "I don't drink, Kana. No one drinks so early in the morning, not even a dragon." Shane snatched the wine from her arms. But Kana seemed not to hear anything. She half closed her eyes, breathed steadily, and burped. Seeing that she was really drunk, Xian sighed and had to pick her up and lay her horizontally on the sofa. He patted her face and let her lie on the sofa to recover. "You take a rest on the sofa, I'll go out and buy breakfast." Shane usually doesn't make breakfast because it's too troublesome. Everyone has a big appetite, whether it's Kagura or Drake, or him who can eat even more now that he has dragon blood. If he wanted to make a breakfast that would satisfy everyone, he had to get up at least an hour earlier to prepare the ingredients, so he always chose to go out to buy them. The air was fresh in the morning, so he could also take a walk. There are already quite a few people on the street. As expected, most of the discussions Shane heard today were about today's Marine Ford. Many people were speculating on the purpose of Marine's public execution of Fire Fist Ace, and whether the Whitebeard pirates would go to rescue him. I'm sure Whitebeard will definitely go. The four emperors never took Marine seriously. Moreover, it was Marine who captured their second team leader this time. How could they possibly swallow this? But how can they get to Marine Ford? As long as the three gates of justice in Marine are not opened, no one can enter the area consisting of their Impel Down, Judicial Island, and Marine Ford. Can the Whitebeard pirates fly over there? Along the way, pedestrians were discussing heatedly as they walked. Shane looked at the last speaker in surprise. This guy guessed right. In the original novel, Luffy flew to Marineford by the waves, and the Whitebeard pirates didn't fly, but they came from under the sea to coat the ship. Shane was a little confused about this. He could understand that the ship could dive into the seabed with the help of the coating, but how did the ship move underwater? Could it be that they rely on mermaids and fishmen? It seems to make sense. Fishman Island is indeed Whitebeard's territory now. Thinking all the way, Shane came to the breakfast shop. When the boss saw him, his face almost broke with laughter. Thanks to Shane, the income of his shop has increased a lot in this week. But when he was buying breakfast, he saw two people covered in black robes sitting in the store. The man had a familiar aura and there was a long sword at his side. Judging from his figure, it should be Luo. The other one was even more obvious. Although it was wrapped in a black robe, judging by its bloated body and the furry bare paws that it would occasionally stretch out to grab food to eat, it must be Beppo. Hey, orange-haired boss, good morning. When he was looking at Luo and Beppo, Luo also noticed him, turned around and greeted him. Mmm. Mr. Shane. Beppo also turned around, patted his chest and swallowed the food stuck in his neck. Luo couldn't bear to watch it and handed it a glass of water. Hello, Bebo. Shane walked up to Bebo and patted his shoulder with a smile. Although there was a black robe between them, it was still very soft. If they were not so familiar with each other, he would have rubbed it at least. Why are you here? Why aren't you going to Marineford? Shane sat next to Luo and asked. No hurry, the execution will be at noon, and it won't take long to get there from Sabayati. Have breakfast first. Luo Kide remembered something while eating, and looked up at Xiaen. Will you come with me? Shane's expression froze, and he looked a little excited. It was then that he remembered that he had a chance to participate in this classic scene. Following Luo's submarine, he could not only reach Marineford safely, but also watch the battle scene up close. This kind of thing, which allows him to watch a show without any risks, is more suitable for him. Is it not a bother? I kind of want to go. Shane didn't think too long and looked at Luo with interest. Of course. Luo Gao nodded coldly. Then, without saying a word, he spread out his 5 fingers, and a transparent gas shield appeared in the palm of his hand, as if it would spread out in the next moment. Wait a minute, I still have to bring breakfast back for them. Shane saw his plan and thought that he wanted to send him and Beppo back to the submarine. Of course I know that. I'll wait for you at the beach. As soon as the words fell, there was only a snap of fingers. Xiaen felt the scene in front of him suddenly change, the sky moved, and in the blink of an eye his vision blurred. He had moved hundreds of meters and returned to the gate of his courtyard. Next to him, breakfast boxes were neatly stacked. What a convenient ability! Shane smiled and shook his head, somewhat envious of Luo's space-related abilities. It was extremely convenient. If he had this ability before traveling through time, he wouldn't have to get up early every day to squeeze into the subway. He picked up the breakfast box, opened the gate and walked in. Inside the courtyard, Drake was already exercising, holding his iron axe in both hands, swinging it at the air again and again, and every time the axe blade passed through the air, his mouth moved, as if he was mumbling something to someone. Name. When Shane got closer, he could hear clearly that the guy was reading Shane. Hey man, I bought you breakfast and you want to chop me? Chapter 49. What kind of monster did that BD Shane bring back? Are you going out? Inside the house, Drake simply washed his body after exercising and ate the breakfast brought by Shane at the dining table. Well, I have something to do. I will probably come back in the evening. Shane was trying to wake Kenna up. He had just returned from a trip to the market to buy breakfast. The dragon was still sleeping on the sofa, with glistening drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. The dragon's tail was pressed under its buttocks, motionless. Xiaen pushed gently several times but there was no response. He was really sleeping soundly, so he had no choice but to give up. Luo's pirate ship is still at the beach, and he can't let others wait too long. When she wakes up later, tell her that breakfast is on the table, along with Kagura and Kelly, and ask them to remember to wash up before eating breakfast. Before leaving, Shane gave Drake a few words of worry. You asked me to do such a troublesome thing. Drake's face fell. But before he could finish his words, Xiaen had already disappeared. With his current physical condition, after arriving at the small courtyard, with a little strength in his legs, he jumped over the courtyard wall like a spring and disappeared from sight in an instant. Drake was petrified on the spot. Luo's pirate ship is a submarine. Compared with the current mainstream sailing-type pirate ships, it seems to be a product of a different century. Xiaen didn't have the opportunity to ride on a submarine before traveling through time, so he was inevitably a little excited and curious when he boarded it. Similarly, after seeing him, Luo's crew members also had their eyes filled with wonder and pointed at him, as if they were looking at some famous person. Xiaen felt confused and looked at the crew members wearing white protective suits in front of him with some confusion. He was not currently a celebrity and did not even have a formal bounty. Bibo explained, because the captain mentioned that Mr. Shane, a man with Conqueror's domineering aura, is the hidden strong man on this island, so everyone is a little curious. No, that's not the case with Bibo at all. A sailor wearing a blue hat hugged Bibo and whispered into Bibo's ear. Bibo, you may not be able to tell because you're a bear. I don't know how strong this guy is yet, but this appearance is really annoying to men. His voice gradually increased from low to high, and in the end he was almost roaring. Looking at Xiaen, his eyes were burning with flames, which was heartbreaking jealousy. Several crew members around him also nodded in agreement, looking at Xiaen as if they were carrying knives. How can it be repaired? How can a man grow like this? What's even more outrageous is that this guy is just more handsome than me, but he actually looks more handsome than the captain. Don't get involved with me, you bastards. Luo was speechless and covered his head when they spoke. He felt that his image with Xiaen was completely ruined because of these BD crew members. Xiaen scratched his head awkwardly, but he almost couldn't hold back his smile. He soon realized that it was his face that caused public outrage. As we all know, if a man is praised as handsome by another man, he is really ridiculously handsome. After several summons and the continuous mixing of blood, he can basically no longer be called a human, and his appearance is gradually developing in the direction of perfection. His facial features are getting deeper and deeper, his skin is flawless, and he still has dragon and the mysterious and noble atmosphere of the elves. When seeing his body that is as white as jade after taking off all his clothes, Xiaen often has a very ridiculous thought. If he imitates some perverted old men and puts on women's clothes, will he be able to compete with Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the sea, the Empress? A comparison. Luo saw the corner of Xiaen's mouth that was about to curl up, and became even more speechless. Are you someone who doesn't boast so much? How about your reserve as a holder of Conqueror's haki? You bastards, it's time to sail the boat, or you won't be able to catch the show later. In desperation, Luo had no choice but to greet the crew. Over here, Shane's cabin. Kagura had just woken up from bed. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. She found that she was still wearing the clothes she wore when she went out yesterday. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Xiaozhong, this guy doesn't know how to help others change their clothes. After complaining a few words, she directly opened the quilt and let it scatter randomly on the bed. Then she stepped on the slippers on the floor and ran out. She was a little hungry. Natsu-chan. As soon as she walked out of the corridor on the second floor, she started calling loudly as usual, but she failed to call Xiaen, and instead woke up Kelly. Sister Kagura, is it time for breakfast? Kelly opened the door, her clothes were messy, her eyes were sleepy, and she yawned while speaking. Well, usually Xiaen is already bought at this time, we just have to wait to be fed. Kagura nodded and said matter-of-factly, no one understands Xiaen better than her. Feeding? It's so strange. Kelly sounds like a pet. Kelly was awakened by her words and hesitated to speak. Pet? It sounds a bit like it when you say that. Kagura was stunned after hearing this, then nodded in agreement, scratched his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly said with a firm face. But the current life of having nothing to do and having something to eat is so great that I am willing to be a pet. Ah? You? Kelly was stunned by her violent remarks. Although it was difficult for her to understand the meaning of this sentence with her knowledge, Kagura's belief that she would not do anything just to feed others, in Kelly's young mind, it left an indelible shock. She only had one thought at this time, Sister Kagura is really amazing. Stop talking, I'm almost hungry. Let's go downstairs to eat. Kagura didn't feel that she had said anything extraordinary. She grabbed Kelly, who was still in a state of shock, and hurried downstairs. On the first floor, at the dining table, Drake was restless because Kana, who was eating next to the dining table, would look at him suspiciously from time to time. He didn't know why the gaze of a little girl put so much pressure on him. In front of her, he even felt like when he met General Sakaski as a recruit, and he didn't even dare to breathe. But she was completely different from General Sakaski at that time. The general was able to suppress him by relying on strength that far exceeded his. But this little girl, who was just a cute girl, brought him some kind of species-level suppression. When he looked at her, he would have an inexplicable desire to surrender. This shocked Drake. He is an ancient species of animal fruit that is almost at the top of the food chain, and is even a ferocious Allosaurus. What kind of monster can suppress him at the species level? What kind of monster did this BD Xiaen kidnap back, and actually asked him to take care of her? Is he really not going to be swallowed up in one bite? Drake's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart he had scolded Shane countless times. Are you, also a dragon? At this moment, Kana, who had been observing for a long time, finally asked. When she woke up, Drake reminded her that Shane had gone out, but strangely, she could still detect a weak dragon aura. She used to think that the aura came from Xiaen. But now that Xiaen was not here, she sniffed it curiously and found that the smell actually came from this big man. Chapter 50 Hitting an Iceberg. Also. Drake looked stunned, his mouth stiffly thinking for a while, and gradually he had the answer in his mind. There is only one possibility, that this little girl named Kana is also an animal-type fruit ability user, and is very likely a mythical beast species that is rarer than the ancient species. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why I feel so much pressure when facing her. I am an Allosaurus, what kind of dragon are you? After thinking it through, he was no longer nervous and looked at Kana with some curiosity. They are actually from the same clan. Oh, Kana opened her mouth slightly, her eyes revealing joy, and the dragon tail sitting under her butt and stretching behind the chair began to shake happily. But she was a little confused and didn't understand what kind of dragon Allosaurus was. In her world, all dragons are just called dragons, there is no distinction between species, and they all look different. They are distinguished by name and age, just like humans. But since this fellow tribesman asked this question, he must have his reasons. It may be because I am too young and I haven't learned some knowledge yet. But Kanna didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her people, so after thinking for a while, she slowly closed her eyes, relaxed her mind, and sent the doubts in her heart to a place hundreds of miles away. Shane, are you there? At the same time, in the deep sea hundreds of miles away, a submarine was sailing towards Marineford. After the initial excitement of boarding the submarine, as the submarine dived into the sea, Shane was trapped in a depressing and narrow space and could not see the scenery outside. He just felt bored. He had asked Luo many times how long it would take to get there. At first, Luo answered patiently, but later he was really annoyed by him and directly used his ability to teleport him out of the captain's room. So, now he is staying with Luo's crew, listening to stories told by a sturdy man named Jiangbaru. He knew Jamaru, who had appeared in many scenes in the anime. He was originally the captain of a pirate ship, but later became a slave of the celestial dragons due to an accident and was locked at the door of the human auction house by the celestial dragons like a pet. And finally regained his freedom with the help of Law and joined the Heart Pirates. Jiangbaru said that when he was locked in the door that day, he met Shane once and saw him and a little girl walking out of the auction house, but Shane and the girl did not notice him. What a pity! If I had seen you then, you would definitely be hanging out with me now. Xiaen said regretfully. He really felt it was a pity. In the later part of the anime, Jiangbalu showed very good strength. He used his physical body to resist Van Oka's sniper bullets. You have to know that the bullet can kill Cracker with one shot. This shows how strong his physical strength is. Ha 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 ha. Jiangbaru touched the back of his head and laughed. He was extremely happy that a strong man who was recognized by Captain Luo actually had such high hopes for him. Damn it, Shane, you're not only good looking, but now you're trying to steal our captain's girl. Peijin and Xiaoqi exaggeratedly said that they were the ones who had just used Xiaen's face to make trouble, but now they have a very good relationship with Xiaen. While talking, they even put their arms around Xiaen's shoulder. The two sides are allies now, and Shane has a good temper. No matter how they joke, he won't get angry because of their strong strength. More importantly, after learning the reason why this guy was kicked out by Captain Luo, everyone burst into laughter. Even Beppo, who had a slow reaction time, started laughing, but he soon bowed his head and apologized in a depressed tone, showing the humbleness of a polar bear to the fullest, leaving Shane at a loss as to how to complain. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Xiaen's mind. Shane, are you there? The sudden soft voice made Xiaen's heart melt, and it was really sweet to his heart. Kanna? Is that you? Shane quickly recognized the voice and replied with some surprise in his heart. Yeah, it's true, Kanna. Oh, you are using the same communication method we used last time on the seabed. I never thought I could still receive the signal even though I am so far away from the Sabayati Islands. It's just like a phone call. No, it's even better than a phone call. It's really amazing, there must be no signal in this submarine. Shane was surprised. After confirming that it was Kanna, he suddenly realized something and his thoughts were flying. He did not expect that all the random thoughts in his mind were transmitted to Kanna. Ah, Shane, you're so noisy. Kanna's somewhat annoyed voice came in his mind. Through the voice, Shane could almost imagine a white-haired loli holding her head and shaking her head. Sorry, it's just too boring to be in the submarine, and my mind tends to wander. Shane apologized sincerely and patted his head. At this time, he remembered that Kanna must have something to ask him, so he asked again. What's wrong, Kanna? Are you bored after waking up from the couch? In that case, you can go play with Clay and Kagura. No, Shane, I want to ask if you know what kind of dragon I am. Hey? Why are you suddenly concerned about this issue? Shane asked in confusion. It's very important. It concerns Kanna's reputation in front of her own people. The voice was still soft, but it had a kind of fierce and aggressive feeling. Actually, I'm not particularly sure, but judging from the shape of your head, you look a bit like a pterosaur, just like me after I transformed into a dragon, but overall you look more like a giant dragon. Shane didn't understand where the fellow tribesman came from, but seeing that Kanna seemed very serious, he did not answer perfunctorily. Okay, I understand, Shane, thank you. Connor's tone became much higher, but it was only in contrast to her usual calm tone. Then she went offline, ready to answer Drake's question with full confidence, so much so that Shane asked the question several times in his mind, and only realized that Kanna had slipped away after waiting for a long time without receiving an answer. How could he repair it? This young dragon actually treated him as a tool, asking questions and then running away. Shane was a bit depressed. Even though Kanna could contact him and he could also take the initiative to contact Kanna, he could tell from the conversation just now that Kanna seemed to have something to do, so he could only complain in his heart. Alas, the chat time with the cute little Lolita is over, and I can only play with these big fools again. Shane let out a long sigh. Popo, who was standing by, saw it and wanted to ask Shane something, but suddenly his fur stood on end and he sensed something was wrong. The next moment, the cabin shook violently and a muffled sound could be faintly heard, as if it had hit a reef somewhere on the seabed. Hey! What's going on? The crew members in the room shouted in panic. As the cabin tilted nearly 90 degrees, many of them fell to the deck with a thump, and their faces slid against the smooth deck that a crew member had just mopped. Among them, except for Bebo who sat firmly on the deck because of his weight advantage, Shane was the calmest. Letting the cabin tilt, he relied on the strong sense of balance brought by his elf blood, with his hands slightly open and his feet as if glued to the deck, standing still. It's an iceberg. We hit an iceberg. What? We are almost at Marineford, how come we ran into an iceberg? During the conversation, a cold breath came into the cabin and everyone shivered. At this moment, everyone believed that they had hit an iceberg. Normally there won't be any, but there is a marine admiral named Aokiji. After the cabin was stabilized, the kind-hearted Shane helped the crew members who had fallen to the ground one by one. After seeing Luo coming out of the captain's room with a sullen face, he pointed to the sea level above. The battle has begun.